As to help turn things around. What do you see?
Well, I was going to say that perhaps some of Dave's prayers have already been answered, because there is a chance of a light drizzle, believe it or not, as we get into Thursday and Friday. Evidence that the marine layer is coming back in full force. But first, let's check out the current conditions where those fires are. Lake Arrowhead, current temperature 79. Winds are out of the north right now at 9 miles per hour. Humidity very low. Right now in Simi Valley, current temperature 81. We still have an offshore effect there, 7 mile per hour winds, humidity at 24%. Things are definitely changing for us, and we are seeing some better conditions, however, still not great. Take a look at the winds. We're out of the double digits, but you have to remember here that where these fires are taking place, the little microclimates that these fires take on upon themselves can often produce winds 10 times the amount of surrounding winds. So as you look at Lake Arrowhead, even though it says 9 mile per hour winds, within that fire we could see winds up to 10 times that amount. A good rule of thumb that I've noticed is about 5 times. So 45 mile per hour winds right around the surface of these fires, a pretty good bet. Now we're going from an offshore flow to an onshore flow. The problem right now is that onshore flow is below 1,000 feet. It's very weak. The prevailing winds are still above 1,000 feet. So notice where these foothill areas lie. We're battling out between the onshore and the offshore flow. That is why we continue to see these winds shifting back and forth. It makes it tough for the firefighters because we're not seeing a prevalent either onshore or offshore. We're in a state of flux. We're in transition right now. So for tonight, the outlook is this: increasing humidity. That is good news. I think the winds will calm down after midnight through the morning hours. Now tomorrow we're cooler with west winds. We will start to bring the temperatures down, but the problem is in the higher elevations, I think we're going to see the winds pick up. We go from an offshore flow to an onshore flow by tomorrow, so that means a deep marine layer.
We have this live picture that you are looking at right now from Stevenson Ranch. Now, we have been telling you about this all afternoon. The winds changed fairly dramatically a little earlier, and the fire has made a quick advance in this area. 2 homes, as you can see now, it looks like it's moving directly into some of the backyards of these homes right now. It's hard to tell whether there are any structures that are actually on fire, but as you can see, that fire, when we last looked at it maybe 5 or 10 minutes ago, wasn't anywhere near as close to those homes as it is now.
You can see, obviously these are residents. I don't believe these are just news people in the streets, but these are people, I'm assuming, who live there. They're seeing their neighborhood on the verge of being under siege by the flames that are just marching down the mountain to the base of the homes right there. And I can't think of anything else but ominous.
That does look like a home that's on fire right now.
That does look like at least one home that may have already caught fire, and there's no telling. We'll be talking to David Goldstein soon, but there's no telling how many homes are in this particular tract. They look like very nice homes, relatively new homes, and it looks like the flames have now physically touched homes in Stevenson Ranch.
Now, you talk about how some of these homes are newer homes, and David was mentioning earlier that perhaps in building them they had taken more precautions to prevent a situation precisely like the one we're seeing right now, but there is very little they could do. When that wind changed this afternoon, the fire moved over the ridge into this area, and we've been watching it. You know, first it was 3 miles away, and then about 15 minutes later it was 2 miles away, and then I think it was about 3:40. David told us it was just 1 mile away, and there it is right now. So in a period of almost an hour, it has moved over the area of at least a mile. Voluntary evacuations underway right now. They're asking people to move to College of the Canyons. I believe the auditorium there is where they're setting people up with refreshments and trying to give them whatever they need to help them get through this right now. But there are several areas that they're talking about. They're talking about Stevenson Ranch, as well as Sunset Point and South Oaks or Southern Oaks. And also, I believe included in that is an area south of Poe Parkway that they are asking people to leave. It is, the last time we checked, it was a voluntary evacuation. But there's no doubt that they are asking people or ordering people to leave right now because the fire is right there.
And as we saw, you can see in the pictures, there are people actually walking around, some with the masks over their face, trying to protect their breathing ability. So even though the word has gone out for people to leave that area, as happens in almost every case, some people will not leave, and the prospect of watching your home burn to the ground, for many people, it's just too tough. They just don't want to leave, and they're hoping against hope. But you can see this is out of control in the Stevenson Ranch area, and unless our eyes are deceiving us, it appears at least one home has already caught fire in Stevenson Ranch.
There were 14 strike teams standing by the last time we checked, and they were fighting this by air and by ground, doing what they can. But you can see that is a very long flank of this fire that has moved down into the Stevenson Ranch area, and there is very little that they can do. Dave Goldstein is in the area, and we hope to talk to him in a little bit to find out exactly what those strike teams are doing right now. But it is just such a wide flank that there appears to be very little that they can do. They were trying to fight this all day long, but once again, those winds just changed. They actually thought that they had a pretty good handle on this earlier today, but those winds changed, and that turned everything around for them.
You know, as we cut away to these live pictures of Stevenson Ranch, by the way, David Goldstein has not been able to confirm yet that one house has caught fire. He's still checking into that, and it's difficult because you're looking at this live as we are, and it's hard to tell from a distance whether or not that has actually happened. We'll keep you posted. We were in the middle of Henry DiCarlo's weather forecast, and he was saying the weather is still changing, and possibly for the better, that we may actually see some sprinkles of rain possibly on Thursday. So even though that's encouraging for the folks right now who are dealing with the right now in places like Stevenson Ranch, you feel vulnerable and helpless, and you, like anyone else, you just don't know what's going to happen next.
That's a really good way to describe it, especially from where we stand. We feel,
look at that.
Yeah. Very helpless. Can only tell you and describe from afar what is watching. Those crews of firefighters were able to save hundreds of homes in the Chatsworth area and the Simi Valley fires. In Chatsworth, where they thought yesterday when we were sitting here, we thought we would lose several hundred homes last night. And we watched those flames advance just like we watched here in Stevenson Ranch. Sandra Mitchell was out there in Chatsworth, and she kept reporting every 5 minutes or so that they were coming closer and closer and closer, and they were able to actually save a lot of that. That is obviously...
Yes, Sandra, are you standing by? Can you hear us, Sandra?
I can hear you. I don't know if you can see me yet, but yes, I hear you. And I have a telephone to my ear. I'm going to go ahead and put the telephone down, but I wanted to make sure I was able to hear you. But let me explain what's going on here. We're in the Southern Oaks neighborhood. This is in Stevenson Ranch, where the fire is just coming over the hills now. We've got mandatory evacuations in this area, and that's because the flames are really racing down the hillside. We are on a street called River Walk in the Southern Oaks development. Mandatory evacuations started here within the last hour. We know that there are 9 strike teams now up in the hills, but there is a bit of panic here. Most of the people on this street have already packed up and gotten out, but we still have some homeowners now as they see those flames creeping ever closer. They load up the trunks of their cars and they're just getting out of here. Many of these people have very young children, very young...
Okay, obviously we lost Sandra. Sandra, are you still with us?
They saw us wearing our mask. They came to the truck, asked us if we had any masks for their children. Of course, we gave them what we had. People in this area just did not expect this. They were not prepared.
Okay, we're having some technical problems. Sandra, Sandra, we'll work around it. Sandra's out there, David Goldstein's out there, and you saw that Sandra was telling us about the Southern Oaks area where people can see that this is serious and that many are beginning to panic and get out of that area. But as Sylvia said earlier, as we look at these live pictures of Stevenson Ranch and the approaching flames now within touching distance, the Stevenson Ranch area, the South Oaks area, Sunset Points area, anyone in that area, you're being advised to just get out of there.
Sandra Mitchell was on Riverwalk Street, and perhaps we can get some other street locators for folks who may know someone in these areas, give you a little bit of a better perspective of what we're talking about. But these are some communities that are all close to each other, and just on the other side of the ridge where the fire has moved over the last 2 hours or so. It started about 3 o'clock when the winds changed. That's when David Goldstein told us that things were turning around up for most of today, up until this afternoon at about 3 o'clock. They had been able to prevent those flames from moving close, but that all changed so very quickly as we have seen throughout the last 4 days in all of these wildfires throughout Southern California.
You know, Sophia, as we continue to watch what's happening as we speak in Stevenson Ranch, I want to point out that Governor Gray Davis just now expanded his emergency declaration. It now includes Riverside County, and that also includes Los Angeles County, San Bernardino, San Diego, and Ventura County. But just a short while ago, Governor Davis has included Riverside County as well in the emergency declaration. In the meantime, you can see now there's a chopper flying over the Stevenson Ranch area. Not a water dropping helicopter, but it is a chopper over that area as the flames march down within the point of touching Stevenson Ranch. A very dangerous situation, and still there are people walking around. You see a gentleman waving to the camera while the flames approach apparently his home. I guess that's his prerogative to do that. But the word has gone out for all of those people to get out of there before it's too late.
Okay. This is some stringer video that we are just seeing for the first time. This is raw tape from the Stevenson Ranch area. Different perspective of the flames that have been coming down in the back. You see all of those engine companies standing by and trying to do what they can. This is, we believe, just a closer view of the flames that we have been watching from the front of the Stevenson Ranch area, and someone was able to go back, get close, and see what was coming just over the ridge. So just a different perspective of those flames that you've been seeing. It's hard to tell from where we stand how wide the flank of this fire is, but it's something that approached very suddenly over the last 2 hours.
Yeah.
And, you know, we should say right now that the police in the San Fernando Valley, at least, are on a full tactical alert in the San Fernando Valley. That from LA Police Chief Bratton earlier today. And they're just letting folks in the valley know that they're responding primarily to high priority calls. That includes domestic violence, robberies, and shootings. And they just, you know, want people to know that they're doing all they can to respond to those priorities. But the volume of calls, because of the fire situation right now, is just making it really tough for them. So they can't really come out for everything. Lower priority incidents, such as noise complaints, you're probably not going to get an answer. So they don't want people to be surprised about that.
Okay, as you're looking at on your television screens now, the picture on the right, that is a live picture of what's happening as we speak. That picture on the left is previously taped video. Video just came into us. So we're looking at, on the left, taped video. On the right, what is happening live in Stevenson Ranch. Again, Stevenson Ranch, as those flames approach, people have been told to volunteer, just get out of there. You can't even dress that up. Just get out of there. And we saw some video earlier of people who were not moving, but that's what the authorities want them to do. Just to give you just a touch on the overall pictures now, the fires are still raging throughout the Southern California area. Up to right now, we know of at least 16 people who've lost their lives. At least 1,500 homes have been destroyed, and more than 500,000 acres have been charred by all of this. The nearby Simi Valley, they're saying that the fire there is about only 5% contained. The cause of that fire is still under investigation. We've got fluid situations all over the place, but we're focusing right now on the fluid situation in Stevenson Ranch.
Lake Arrowhead. I don't know if it's jumped there, and they haven't been able to control it or knock down what jumped. But I can tell you, in a couple of spots, we did see flames on the north side of the 18, but it's really laid down quite a bit since then. So they may have been able to contain it there, and all those retardant drops may have really set the tone for this blaze to really stop there and for them to be able to protect those cabins. We can only hope that that is the case. We really can't tell now because of all that thick, heavy smoke.
What about aircraft? Are you seeing any aircraft right now?
Oh yeah, there's still a lot of aircraft activity. The tankers had, there was a lull in tanker activity for a moment there. They called in some helicopters. They made some drops with the helicopters, but the retardant dropping aircraft, those air tankers out of San Bernardino, are much more effective. I believe they still have about another hour or so. It's hard to tell exactly when they're going to break off, but once we get into the darkness, once the sun does set, we won't see them continue those drops, especially in this type of smoke. They may even break early, because it's extremely difficult for them to get to the front edge of the fire right now. They really can't, and they don't want to drop the retardant in areas where it won't be effective. The way the smoke is laid down right now, it's making it very difficult for the air tankers to get exactly where they want to be.
It's amazing. You look out there, you can't see anything. You know, you wouldn't know where to drop anything if you were trying to fight this fire. They must. It's just amazing that they can even be effective in any way right now, Scott.
Yeah, I want to come up a little bit. I want to show you. I just saw a air commander go over top of the fire, right up in there, Mike, in the upper right corner. Right in there is where the 18 continues to run eastbound. Right up on top of your screen, if you see that little cluster of mountains just this side of that, that's going to be Running Springs. And Running Springs is where the 18 runs, and then way further off to the east is Big Bear. I mean, it's another 10 miles at least, so the fire is really nowhere close to Big Bear, but just on the right edge, the bottom right portion of your screen, right inside all of that smoke, that's Lake Arrowhead. So I'm sure if you go back to Eileen that you're going to see she's completely engulfed in that. She may have a mask on here sometime soon, just so that she doesn't get too many of those particles.
Okay, Scott, we thank you very much. We'll be checking back with you in a few moments, but right now we want to take you to San Diego County to a live picture of another fire that has broken out. This one is burning in Descanso. That's an area about 50 miles east of San Diego. We're not sure how many acres have burned there. We have no word on injuries or possible loss of structures. But perhaps Jay Avila will have some information about that fire. He is live in San Diego County. He is in the community of Julian, where homes have been lost. Jay?
Well, actually, I've just returned from the mountain community of Julian. We were up there all day. We came back here to Stevenson Ranch, and as you can see, this is where they lost about 300 homes to the Cedar Fire back on Sunday and Monday. But we were in the Julian area north and east of here much of the day. That's where that wide swath of flame that you've been talking about from those two huge fires here in San Diego County have been advancing on some of the mountain communities there. They had been getting very close to Julian. The winds were very strong when we left, but at the point that we left, none of the homes in the outskirts of Julian itself had been destroyed. That may not be the case, though, much longer. Firefighters were hurriedly setting back fires earlier this afternoon, trying to burn up all of the fuel in front of the wildfires to keep them from spreading into the town of Julian, an old mining town that's been here since the 1870s. The community of 3,200 people seems like a ghost town.
Most of the residents have gone, yeah. So, and the hotel's not even operating right now. They have no electricity, so they have no way to provide service.
The town is a historical town with buildings. It would be a horrible, horrible loss.
Earlier in the day, residents lined up at the only gas station that was still open to fuel up for the trip down the mountain.
All the power's out and couldn't get gas yesterday because of the pumps, and looks like they got the generator going, so now we can pump.
And you need gas to evacuate.
Yeah, it's kind of a catch-22, huh?
As the flames advanced toward Julian this afternoon, people in the outskirts packed up their belongings, and animal control officials have also been helping people rescue their horses and pets. Residents leave not knowing if they'll ever see their homes again. When we left Julian a couple of hours ago, there was only one way out. We took Highway 78 through Ramona. It was crowded at points. A lot of people still trying to get out. Along the way, unfortunately, though, we saw forests that were on fire, flames very close to homes in that area between Ramona and Julian. And already they've lost here in San Diego County more than 800 homes, as we've been reporting. 13 deaths at least related to these fires, and well over 300,000 acres scorched. Reporting live from San Diego County, Jay Avila, ABC7 Eyewitness News. Back to you in Los Angeles.
And Jay, we're just getting word in about the community of Cuyamaca. Have they been, you've been hearing any updates on that, about some homes lost there?
Well, I would not be surprised if we're getting updated figures about possibly some homes lost in that community. That's one of the areas that we passed through on the way to Julian, and we were a ways away from it coming back down 78, and it did appear at that time that there were some flames getting very close to homes, very nice homes that are out there, secluded, isolated in the middle of some pretty impressive pine forests. And it did appear at that time that they would probably be losing some. They were trying to do structure protection as best they could, but the flames were really advancing on some of those homes.
Jay, I have a question about this Descanso fire. We took a live picture of this earlier. We're told it's about 50 miles east of San Diego. Is this part of the Cedar fire? Can you give us an indication of where this fire is burning right now? And do you know if it is taking any structures in its path?
Don't know about that fire. I know that the Descanso area is out in the same general direction. It's a little bit south of where we were in Julian. And we know that the Otay fire has been burning in that direction, as well as the Cedar fire. At one point yesterday, they were speculating that these three huge fires, also the Paradise fire, that they were going to all merge together at some point. And it's possible that at some points up there in the mountains that the Otay fire and the Cedar fire have merged together. There's so many different fronts there in the hills where they're burning through a lot of trees and brush. And as I mentioned, I would not be surprised this afternoon if they begun to lose some of those houses that we saw on the way back.
So many fires to keep track of, Jay, in all these different counties and all this loss that is going on. Thank you for that live report. We're going to check in now with Wendy Birch, who we understand is in San Bernardino County at Waterman Canyon. Wendy, what can you tell us?
Well, Mark, we're just below Waterman Canyon. Waterman Canyon was actually where the old fire originated early Saturday morning. We are just on the southern foothills of the San Bernardino Mountains, and that's where those sparks Saturday morning flew up and over and landed on the homes here in really what is characterized as a wonderful residential area, setting some 300 homes in this area on fire. Now, in all, the old fire has burned more than 500 homes. I just got off the phone with folks from the Forest Service. They're going to have a briefing this evening around 6 p.m. They told me to expect that 500 number to actually increase. However, we have found here in this neighborhood, despite this fire that has caused such damage, so many of these residents that have lost everything are determined to rebuild and come right back to the very place that they just lost. In fact, take a look behind me at this chimney right below. Scott and Val, they've painted it out. They've spelled it out. We'll be back. We have a wonderful opportunity right now to speak with Scott Shreves and Valerie Sullivan. They are the homeowners here. You guys, thank you so much for joining us. Why don't you step on over as we kind of pull ourselves to you guys. Wow, I guess that pretty much says it all. Despite everything, you guys will rebuild and come right back here?
Yes, we will. We love this neighborhood.
Now, you've only lived in this neighborhood, you told me, for 6 months?
Barely 6 months. We just bought the house in April.
Oh my goodness. But you are fine, and you said you've got your 3 kids and your pets. Everybody got out that was living in this home. I think 4 children got out all right. Scott, you said you stayed as long as you possibly could. You sent the family on and you stayed until the very last minutes to get out.
Yes, I did. Until it was just overwhelming and fire was coming down in the backyard, and I just knew it was time to leave.
Now, we've traveled through this neighborhood, especially these streets that you live on. It really does look like a war zone. When you guys came back for the first time, were you just, what was going through your mind? Can you even put it into words?
Just devastated. It actually looked like something out of the movies that you'd never thought you'd actually be walking through the streets in that situation. It was just devastating. It was so scary.
Indeed it was. And we've had our sad day, and we'll be back, and we'll recover from this in the end.
I noticed you guys have a lot of camaraderie. A lot of your neighbors have been by. You guys seem to be a very close-knit community, even though you've only, like you said, lived here for about 6 months. You can feel it out here in this neighborhood.
Everybody here has been very close, and we actually have been in this neighborhood for over a year. We just bought this house because we liked it so much. And it's just a wonderful neighborhood and wonderful people. And and everyone, I think, is going to rebuild just to bring it back to the way it used to be.
Now, Scott, have you guys contacted your insurance agents? What are you doing to actually get this rebuilding process going? Because, like you said, you gotta move forward.
Yeah, we have, and we feel like we've made good progress over the last couple days. I guess it has been. We've been busy and contacted the insurance company. They were actually at the Red Cross unit at Norton Air Force Base, and they were very helpful and right there for us within 2 minutes when we arrived. And they helped us along the way, gave us a lot of information, and we're moving forward.
I can hear it in your voice, though. You're tired. This is taking its toll on you, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's tough. It's tough. It's emotional. And it comes and goes.
Well, thank you, folks, for taking the time to be with us. We're truly sorry for your loss. But again, just one of the hundreds of folks out here. Take a look at their neighbors next door. This sign got us. Look at their chimney here. They've gone and said home sweet home. And at the bottom there of that chimney, if you can see it, if photographer Steve Chacon could go over, it says, "Thanks for the firefighters who tried to save our home." Again, just one of the many stories out here to give you just an idea of what neighborhoods were hardest hit. In the city here, we have 300 homes that were actually destroyed. In the county areas, we have about 150. Crestline lost some homes. Strawberry Peaks lost some homes. DeVore lost about 13. Let me show you who is one of the most wanted persons in this neighborhood right now. This sign right here has been going up throughout this neighborhood. This is the man police believe started this fire Saturday morning by dropping something from his newer model Chevy van near the highway near Waterman Canyon. This man's poster has gone up throughout this area, and people who are struggling with their loss are having an equally difficult time struggling with the fact that all of this could have been avoided because this fire was indeed started at the hands of an arsonist. We're live in San Bernardino. Wendy Birch, ABC 7 Eyewitness News. Mark and Michelle, back to you.
Okay, Wendy Birch, thanks very much. And we're just getting this bulletin now as we take a live look from a fire burning in San Diego County. A live look at a fire in Descanso. That's about 50 miles to the east of San Diego. This bulletin from the City News Service telling us that the town of Cuyamaca has been destroyed by fire. That information coming from KFMB-TV. Their source was the California Department of Forestry Chief Bill Clayton. Clayton also says that firefighters are now fighting to save the town of Julian.
Julian is about an hour or so east of San Diego. It is said to be one of the premier mountain retreats in San Diego County. It's an area that's got a lot of orchards, a lot of historic sites, a lot of gold panning that was going on, a lot of gold discoveries that took place in the past, bed and breakfast sorts of places there. And at this point, Julian is in danger of being destroyed, one of California's historic cities.
Okay, and it is Cuyamaca. My apologies for the mispronunciation of that town. That's in San Diego County. Again, we're being told that that town, we're not sure about the population, if this is a rural community. Well, we know it's a rural community. We're not sure how big it is, but that it has been destroyed by fire. When we get more information about that, we will bring that to you. Also, Wendy Birch was talking about the suspect wanted for the arson, believed responsible for the fire up in San Bernardino County. And today, the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors voted to offer a $50,000 reward for information leading to the arrest and conviction of anyone responsible for starting the fires that have affected Claremont and Chatsworth in Los Angeles County.
So many people, somebody out there knows who this person is. Mm-hmm. And what happens a lot of times is when someone has done a crime such as this, they'll talk about it to someone. This person has mentioned this to someone, and you may not think that it means something. Well, it may mean something if someone appears to have some sort of an unnatural connection to these fires and somehow matches this description. You're looking at that picture there. You've heard the description of the vehicle they were in. It was a gray van. You're asked to call the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department at 866-346-7632. This is a person who has caused an unbelievable amount of pain and suffering to untold thousands of people, and possibly at least 2 deaths.
Okay, there are a lot of road closures up in the mountains that we want to talk about because this is of great concern right now for people who need to evacuate those mountain communities near Lake Arrowhead and Big Bear. And to help us sort this all out is Sabina Mora. She's with Airwatch Traffic, and she joins us now to help people figure out how to get out of there. Sabina?
That's right. It's quite a mess right now. Good afternoon, everyone. Very busy. First, I want to look at the 118. Now, east and westbound, basically, it's open right now. You can also use the Santa Susana Pass as an alternate to the 18 westbound if it's heavily congested, which it is. The 5 freeway, though, heavy smoke reported through the 14 to the 126. That's a circled area. The McBean, the Lyons, and the Valencia off-ramps off the 5 freeway in both directions shut down. Next map, because of the old fire on the 15 northbound, now going north, they have reopened 2 lanes. The 2 left lanes are open, but that's only with escorts. So still expect some heavy slowing there. The 15 southbound is open. 215 as well open with escorts. And if you want to go to Las Vegas, right now the circled area, the 247, that's one of your alternates. You want to take the 10 east to the 62 to the 247 and then use the 15 into Las Vegas, or possibly use the 18 into Victorville or Hesperia. That's your Eyewitness News Air Watch traffic update. I'm Sabina Mora. Mark Michelle, back to you.
Okay, Sabina, thank you very much. Again, as we look at that plume of smoke that looms right now over Lake Arrowhead, it looks like a cloud. It looks like a naturally occurring cumulus cloud, but it is something much more sinister than that. Of course, this is chronicling the destruction of acres and acres of forest land, and among that, of course, are homes and structures that have gone up. We know we've lost at least 20 structures this morning or overnight and early part of the day in the Rim Forest area. And an effort is now underway to try to make sure that these flames don't reach Lake Arrowhead. The good part is it is moving a lot more slowly than it has been moving, and that's in part due to the fact that the weather has changed. But the fight still rages on there in that part of our area.
Well, there is just so much smoke in the atmosphere now with the transition in the weather, and now we have this onshore flow. This smoke is being trapped in the valley. It's just kind of hanging there, and it's you know, just for people who don't have health problems. You cough when you go outside. Everyone's really feeling the effects of this, and to help us now with more information about what people can do to stay healthy during this smoky air problem is Denise Dedore. She's live in Pasadena with some tips for people. Denise?
Well, Mark and Michelle, throughout the afternoon, we've seen the sky darken due to thick haze and smoke. The air quality in the San Gabriel area, San Gabriel Valley, has been unhealthy to sensitive, meaning people with lung and heart conditions should not go outdoors. And teachers in this area, all the schools in this area, are not taking any chances with the health of their students. From the outside, it's hard to tell school is in session. The constant rain of smoke and ash is forcing teachers to keep kids inside.
I know certainly kids who are asthmatic have been having some difficulty, but by and large, I think we're in a pretty good spot because we're erring on the side of caution.
Since Friday, almost all of Pasadena's Westridge School's outdoor activities have been canceled.
Soccer, they canceled our games, and cross country, they canceled our league finals, and Mount Sac. And Mount Sac is a huge meet, so that's hard for us. When we exercise, it's kind of hard when we have to run because it hurts, you know, sometimes when we breathe, like when we're really tired.
While it's disappointing, pulmonologists say schools are making the right choice.
People should not be doing real vigorous activity in this quality air right now.
Since winds have been calm today, much of the soot is settling on the valley floor. Huntington Hospital reports an increase in people coming into their ER complaining of respiratory problems.
We're having patients who are finding tightening of the chest, increased shortness of breath, and coughing.
The hospital's head of respiratory care is urging people to stay indoors, keep the windows closed, run air conditioners, and use HEPA filters if possible.
Stay well hydrated, stay away from the irritating effects. If you have a filter, then use it. If you haven't had a filter but think that it may be helpful, this might be a good time to check it out.
And while students are missing important games and practices, they know it's for their own good.
It's definitely for the best, and, you know, it's a lot harder for the people whose homes are in danger and whose homes have burned down. It's just a tennis game for us.
As you see behind me, there's a lot of empty fields out here. A lot of games have been canceled, and it's uncertain when the air quality is going to clear up enough for kids to be allowed outside again. And one health note, pulmonologists tell me that the smoke that's being carried in the air contains a lot of fine particulates, carbon monoxide to cancer-causing contaminants. So if you don't have to be outside, stay indoors. Reporting live in Pasadena, I'm Denise Dedore, ABC7 Eyewitness News. Mark and Michelle, back to you.
Okay, good advice, Denise. We will certainly try, although, of course, people have to do what they have to do. Unfortunately, folks fighting this fire are facing some real dangers. And our Bob Banfield is out there in Lake Arrowhead now, still at that gas station where you were, Bob? Or Big Bear, I'm sorry. Exactly.
Yes,
sorry about that. Losing track.
Yeah, we're here Yeah, and I'd like to say, Mark, that I know a lot of people were concerned. They called Oscar here. He'd been getting a number of calls about the gentleman. He's okay. What happened, he was filling his gas, and the pump slipped out because it wasn't there. And then when it came out, it hit something, caused a little spark type thing, and so he jumped back and caught himself. So when I put the stuff in, and it worked out fine, and then he got sort of shot a couple of times. Static electricity that generates here. They've been doing an awful lot of business here, but it happens occasionally. So he's okay. I just wanted to get that straight. We put on the jacket here, not because we're concerned about any flames that are in the immediate area, but for warmth, because it is getting a little on the cool side at this particular time. Business is slowing down just a little bit, so that tells me that the people are getting their gas, and that's one thing that they really didn't think about. Here you've got some strike teams that are coming back into the area. I was told they left for a little bit to go out to check their area of responsibility. These are different teams. These are from Upland, Montclair, and some other trucks. That's from Ontario. These are people that are standing by here in case they're needed. The situation here is pretty fluid. That's Rancho Cucamonga coming up to help out in this particular area if they are needed. So they're bringing in a lot more strike teams tonight, and I think that's good news. Everything was ordered evacuated at about 11 o'clock this morning. We happen to be talking with the gentleman, the lieutenant from the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department, who is in charge of the operation here, seeing that everything is safe. And he told us at that time that that's when the mandatory evacuation came out. He got a beeper, and he said we're mandatory for Big Bear Lake. One of the reasons the fire was seemingly maybe air miles, maybe 8 miles, maybe less than that from here, but they knew that there were still a lot of people here that were not out. Arrowhead was not a problem. Most everybody had gone. But here they wanted to give people a chance, and what is happening down on the road is one of the reasons they wanted to give them plenty of time to get going. We'll be standing by here for a while. I'm Bob Banfield, reporting live from Big Bear Lake.
Okay, Bob Banfield, thanks very much. Reporting live in Big Bear, one of many small communities in the San Bernardino Mountains that are being evacuated at this hour. Continues, as Bob said, it started at 11 a.m. Most people have left the area, but those evacuations do continue, and the traffic is getting jammed up on Highway 18 going out of Big Bear.
A lot of those people left, but they're still stuck on the mountain in that traffic. We're going to leave you now with these live pictures from Lake Arrowhead, and Eyewitness News at 5 starts right now.
Mark, Michelle, thank you. Good evening, everybody. Eyewitness News at 5 o'clock. I'm David Ono along with Ellen Leva. You've been watching it all day. It is a pitched battle tonight between Mother Nature and firefighters in the dense forest and mountains near Lake Arrowhead.
Route 18, the rim of the World Highway, is the battle line as this fire moves east toward Lake Arrowhead. Mandatory evacuations in effect at this hour. Scott Reif begins our special Eyewitness News team coverage of the firestorm. Scott.
Ellen, we're going to start out with a little bit of good news for some areas and unfortunately a little bad news for another area. The hot spot right now is that spot that you're looking at, that area right there. There's some cabins that are scattered out the top of that ridge line. They are very concerned about those. I just talked to the air crews. All of the tankers have been called off now because of the low visibility, because of the smog. But as you can see, fire looks like it's moving right up towards that home. And when you have a home like that on top of a ridge line, it's nearly impossible for authorities to save. I want to pull out and show you where we are. We're well to the west of Lake Arrowhead. On the bottom of your screen, you're going to see Silverwood Lake. This is much closer to the Cajon Pass, right where the 18 comes up into the San Bernardino Mountains. Now we're going to go to the left, and we're going to follow the 18, the Rim of the World Highway. It runs right on the top of the ridge line, and it goes through those areas. It goes through Rim Forest, it goes through Sky Forest, and then slowly out towards Lake Arrowhead. Now what you're going to see when we get to Arrowhead is great news for all of those communities, Sky Forest, Lake Arrowhead, and even Running Springs. The news is that the fire has laid down very good. They're telling us, the air support is that the fire did lay down because it hit the retardant line and because it's so cool. Come out to the left a little bit further and open up, if you will, Mike. That's where Lake Arrowhead is. It's covered in that smoke. But the reason the smoke is laying down like that is because the fire has really died down, and its progression, its movement has stopped. It's not moving very fast, and right now that is certainly good news. Up a little bit further now with the camera and to the left, I want to show you Big Bear. You can barely see it from here. Go a little bit further to the left, Mike, and you will find Big Bear. Well, we won't go to that. It's further out to the east, and it's really not affected yet because the fire is moving so slow. So that is certainly good news. But the area just above Silverwood Lake, certainly a major concern. There are some cabins that right now are in danger of being taken over by this flame. But good news for Sky Forest, Rim Forest, and Lake Arrowhead. The fire has laid down. It does not look like there's much, if any, progression north of the 18, and that is the battle line that firefighters set, and they've been working at all afternoon with those retardant drops from the air carriers and from those air tankers, and just excellent news. Their plan so far is working, and if they can get a little bit of the upper hand on this thing along the 18 overnight, that could save that whole area of Lake Arrowhead and all of those little ranch communities or those mountain communities. So certainly excellent, excellent news from here. We can only hope that it stays the same later on into the evening and into tomorrow morning. From Air 7, I'm Scott Reif. David, Ellen, back to you.
Scott, thank you very much. We're going to check in with Eileen Frere. She has been in Lake Arrowhead the entire day. I know the smoke is getting really thick where you are, Eileen. What can you tell us from there?
It really is. We are smelling it, and it's at the point now there's a lot of ash falling. We do need to wear masks. I'm wearing it when we're not doing the live shot. A lot of people have also been leaving. We've been noticing mandatory evacuations have been in place in Lake Arrowhead since the weekend. Some people left at that time. Others, there were dozens of people in this parking lot behind us just about an hour ago. As you can see, it's completely empty. People deciding it's at the point now that they have to leave. And we have seen cars just in the past 15 minutes loaded down with furnitures driving out of here. This is the 173 out of here. A lot of people heading to Hesperia. We saw this gentleman, though, and he isn't driving. He's got his bicycle here. This is Julian. Tell me where you're heading.
Squint Ranch. It's about 3 miles up the road.
And you're on a bicycle?
Yeah.
Only way, or?
I didn't have a car available, and my nearest family's like 2 hours away, so I didn't evacuate at first. And I was kind of under the impression that it was going to go by us and head towards Big Bear. And then when the smoke rolled through, I realized I was going to have to get out. So I'm headed over to where a neighbor's at. On a ranch property that's supposed to be out of the fire's way.
You're pretty loaded down here. What have you got? How did you?
It's food and clothes and just not too many other things, just small amount of stuff.
How did you decide what to take?
I left everything. I had to leave in about 10 minutes.
How long have you lived here?
About 5 years.
Have you ever seen anything like this?
No.
So where are you going from here? Are you optimistic, or what is the feeling now? Or are you still just sort of in shock that this has even gotten to this point?
Well, actually, I am rather surprised, and there's such a high-profile police presence that I figure I can flag down a police vehicle if I actually need to get relocated out of the area on any of the open highways. And because my neighbor, who's a doctor here in the area, told me that, about this place over there and told me I could go out there, I'm heading over there rather than, because I didn't even really have time to make a phone call. When I looked out and the smoke was rolling through, it was kind of like I had to leave like right immediately,
How far do you have to go, and is the smoke bothering you yet?
The smoke's not bothering me, and I got about 3 miles up the road.
Okay, well, we're going to let you go and get going here because you got a heavy load here and a ways to go. Thank you so much, and I wish you the best of luck. Please take care. We are here in Lake Arrowhead. Julian, one of the people leaving, they are leaving because of the smoke that you see in the air. If we can turn around here, we can see the smoke just hanging over Lake Arrowhead here. I know Scott Reif was showing us pictures from above, aerials of, where Lake Arrowhead should be, but you just can't see it. And this is why, because there is no wind, it is fairly calm. You've just got the smoke hanging here. And as I said, we've got ash falling here as well. Again, lots of people leaving just in the past hour or so. Those are the ones who stuck it out because mandatory evacuations have been in place here since the weekend. Again, a lot of people leaving here. Reporting live from Lake Arrowhead, Eileen Frere, ABC 7 Eyewitness News. Back to you.
Now, Eileen, your health is more important. You could wear your mask. We're watching aerial video on the left side of the screen of the Arrowhead area. How about yourself? When do you have to get out of there?
We asked a San Bernardino County Sheriff's deputy, and she said at this point we are still okay where we are. But we are prepared to go at any moment. At this point, we do have the masks. We're okay. We aren't seeing any flames, and at this point we're going by what that deputy is saying. It's okay at this point, but like I say, we are ready to go at any time.
Eileen, we have been talking about a worst-case scenario when it comes to the area you are in, and that has to do with the fact that the bark beetle has killed over 1 million trees.
Absolutely.
Remind us why that is such an important issue here.
Yeah, I don't know if you can make out in the darkness. Well, it might be kind of hard now, and especially with the smoke, but half of these trees here in Lake Arrowhead are brown, and that means they're the victims of the bark beetle. That beetle has destroyed those trees. They're completely dead. They're dried out, and all the residents here know that if you get an amber or a flame on that dried out wood, it's going to go up pretty fast. And of course, these trees are all surrounding all of the homes here, and those homes would go up pretty quickly as well.
Right, apparently that crowning effect where the flames just leap from one tree top to another, and that's what leaves firefighters on the ground pretty much powerless to stop the fire when that happens.
Right. Eileen Freer, thank you very much. We'll check in with you in a little while. In the meantime, we're going to go down the road a ways. A big issue about the situation up there is people trying to get out. Highway 18, Melissa McBride, she is standing by. From what I understand, east of a community called Sky Forest. Melissa, what is the latest from your vantage point?
David, it's very smoky here. The smoke is pretty thick, and earlier it seemed to be hanging off in the distance, but now I feel like it's surrounding me. And just like Eileen, we've been wearing these masks too when we've not been live on the air. The good thing is it doesn't seem that it's very windy up here, so the fire that's back in the distance kind of seems to be holding steady along this ridge, but occasionally we do see it flaring up on a tree like you see over there. Now, what the firefighters are telling us is that it will come down a hill a little more slowly, but when it comes back up the canyon, it will race much faster. And apparently we're okay where we are right now, but when it's no longer safe to be here, we're definitely going to get out. Earlier today, we faced what could have been a deadly situation. My photographers Bruce Weiner and John Casillas were shooting video of firefighters putting out flames. Now, this was in the area of Sky Forest. That's about 2 miles away from where I'm standing right now. The fire spread very quickly. In a matter of seconds, other trees caught on fire. We decided it was time to get out. Embers landed on the hood of our news van as we were trying to leave. The fire crews told us to go, and we listened. 2 other TV stations were there with us. One photographer and a reporter had to make a run for it and leave their van behind. Firefighters say the blaze torched the news van.
It went through, come up over the road, went through, and pretty much took out everything in its path. One news van we saw was destroyed, and I think it was a Channel 4 news van. But from what I understand, we got it when it went across the road.
Fire crews were able to get a handle on that fire down there, but it has still been burning in the canyon area. We've got some firefighters who were down here, and they've been spraying some water, doing some precautionary measures. Also, they were doing some drops of retardant up on this area right across the road here, just as a safety measure in case this fire does come racing up the canyon where we are. This way, hopefully, it won't be able to jump the road, and even if it does, it won't be able to get too far. And of course, we'll keep you posted on the very latest. Reporting live east of Sky Forest, I'm Melissa McBride, ABC7 Eyewitness News.
Melissa, we're just glad you're safe. We'll see you in just a little bit. We're going to check in with Sid Garcia. He is in Stevenson Ranch. That Simi fire swept past Ventura County, is sweeping toward LA County, and that is where our Sid Garcia is. And apparently voluntary evacuations are underway, Sid?
Voluntary evacuations, yes, and right now things are a lot calmer than they were, say, about half an hour ago. Behind me, the remnants of the backfires that firefighters who lit, and the fires went up the hill to meet the fire that was coming over the ridge and basically snuffed itself out with the help of some water-dropping helicopters. Let me go ahead and bring in Tom Dunkel. And Tom, just how nerve-wracking was it? You live right across the street, and yet you see the whole hillside just going up in flames.
Well, it was pretty scary because I felt like I was going to lose my home if the flames jumped the street.
Did you guys do anything as far as, preparing for just in case you had to get out in a hurry?
Oh, yeah, we pulled up the car, we backed it into the garage, and we just ran in grabbing all the stuff that was valuable to our family, and we were just chucking it in there.
What point did you feel that things were going to be okay and this passed?
Well, a firefighter came up and told us that they were doing a controlled burn, and they were chucking flares across the street to help burn some of it out so it wouldn't happen again, and I felt like they had it under control at that point.
And now that you see the hillside burnt out and the flames going away from you?
I'm feeling a little bit better.
All right, Tom, thanks a lot. As you see, it's pretty calm up and down the street where Tom lives, and let's go ahead and show you some pictures from Pico Canyon that were taken earlier this afternoon to give you an idea of what just just how ferocious this fire was as it was coming back towards the Stevenson Ranch area. Pico Canyon is in the outlying areas of Stevenson Ranch. Remember, this was part of the CME fire that started as a Val Verde fire near Santa Clarita, made its way to Ventura County as far as Moore Park, and then the winds pushed it back going towards the east. And basically this fire is making its full circle back over here towards the Stevenson Ranch area. You've got a lot of fire apparatus right now that are just in structure protection mode right now. And it was impressive to see the backfiring here and watching the hillside, just the flames go up the hill to snuff the fire out at the top of the ridge. Again, things were a lot crazier than they are right now. The evacuations are voluntary. A number of people just packed up their minivans, their SUVs, their cars, whatever, and just headed out going east towards the Golden State Freeway, the 5. Stevenson Ranch, if you're not familiar with the area, we are just south, a few miles south of Magic Mountain, right off of Lions Parkway and Pico Canyon Road. And the homes around here are fairly new. They're about 3 years old, according to one homeowner who we spoke with earlier. And about anything that can be fire retardant put on a house has been here, but still, when you see the hillside go up in flames, it is an uneasy feeling whether you live here or you're covering it for that matter. But the row of fire engines that were here, the apparatus that were here protecting the homes to make sure that the backfires didn't jump the street, have now left, and they went east of us right here. The aerial assault with the water-dropping helicopters appears to be working. As you can see, the fire that was coming over the ridge was snuffed out with the backfires and a combination of all the water, the thousands of gallons that were dropped here. Right now, things are calm. A lot of folks breathing a sigh of relief, but there's still a lot of fire that has to be dealt with by firefighters east of here. Reporting live from Stevenson Ranch, I'm Sid Garcia, ABC 7 Eyewitness News. Let's send it back to you.
Well, Sid, you mentioned that air assault, and I know that over Porter Ranch, they did one like no other. I mean, it was I believe 9 strike teams, 225 firefighters. They kept dousing that area, which was able to protect the Porter Ranch area. Was that the case in Stevenson Ranch? Is that what is keeping those flames at bay?
Pretty much. It's rough terrain up here. It's beautiful up here, but it's very rough. I mean, you'd have to be a billy goat to be able to get up and down these hillsides. So you've got firefighters here, and it's a basic, simple science that we were taught, that I was taught years ago when I first started covering fires in Central California. You light a fire at the bottom of the hill, fire will go uphill. So as the CME fire was coming over the ridge, the backfire was going up the hill, and poof, it snuffed itself out. And that's the way things have been going here right now. Again, now, here's the good news for you. Winds, they're non-existent. They've died down, and it's getting a little cooler, and that's going to work in firefighters' favor right now, the elements. But again, it was kind of nerve-wracking here less than half an hour ago to see the hillside ablaze, but it was all planned. There's a science to the backfires to snuff out the fire. Now, there are things going towards the east of us right now, and that's where the water-dropping helicopters are paying attention to right now. So right now, the air assault is really helping to protect the structures out in this area.
Hey, Sid, one other question when it comes to the evacuations, and I have been asked this quite frequently, and that is voluntary versus mandatory. And people say, well, when it's voluntary, what should we do, and why would they even call for such a thing? Are you hearing the same thing, and what do you tell them?
People are coming up and asking us this, and I asked a firefighter earlier, I said, you know, it's voluntary, what do you tell people? When it's voluntary, basically the fire department is asking you to get ready to go in a hurry. If it's a voluntary evacuation, just get everything ready. Pack your valuables, your pictures, whatever, the things that cannot be replaced, and then important documents such as birth certificates, insurance papers, the deeds to your home, things along that line. So if, heaven forbid, the worst happens, at least you've got something to show insurance adjusters, or if you have to contact FEMA to get things going to help you get back on your feet, you've got that. But if the big E word, evacuation, whether it be voluntary or mandatory, comes up, firefighters would just as soon you leave here, because the less they have to deal with cars, the easier it is to get the big apparatus that you see coming down the street right now. All of this you're watching right now, David and Ellen, this is all for structure protection, and they are going to the east of us right now, following the fire as it goes down this hill. And as you can see, there aren't too many vehicles along the street here, and the voluntary evacuation has made it easier for these huge rigs, these huge apparatus, to simply get through the streets. I mean, the last thing you want to do is to block a fire engine from getting to where it has to be, because it could be the difference between saving somebody's house or saving somebody's life.
Absolutely. That's a good point, Sid, and that is you got to get out of the way. And some of those neighborhoods have really narrow streets, and they cannot handle fire trucks as well as traffic trying to get out of the area. Sid, thank you very much. And we're going to also remind everybody about when it comes to mandatory evacuations as well as voluntary. From what we understand, the mandatory evacuations for the Simi fire have been lifted, but there are voluntary evacuations in these areas: Indian Springs, Stevenson Ranch, where you just saw Sid Garcia, and Porter Ranch. Still voluntary evacuations in effect in those areas, and we are also watching them very closely.
And if you live in the Stevenson Ranch area, the College of the Canyon is your evacuation center. And also they are suggesting these certain areas: Sunset Point Tract, Southern Oaks Housing Community, and south of Poe Parkway, voluntary suggested evacuations.
All right, another area we are watching very closely, a dire situation out there. That is Big Bear. Speaking of evacuations and folks trying to get out, but not a whole lot of ways to get out. Only a couple of main thoroughfares, and they are packed with people. We're talking about Big Bear. Bob Banfield has been up there. He's been monitoring the situation. He joins us right now with an update. Bob?
Yeah, shortly before noon today was the mandatory order to evacuate everything in the San Bernardino Mountains north of the community of Mentone. Yeah, that's a very big area. One good thing why things are moving along very smoothly here is the fact that for a year, people have been predicting that this sort of thing was going to happen in the San Bernardino Mountains had we got the right thing, a start and high winds. So, and they've had meeting after meeting because of their concerns about the dead and dying trees. So I think it's working out pretty well. We're talking to John here. He's works for the Black Forest Lodge. How many people were there when they called?
About 10.
And what happened to them?
They had to vacate.
Okay.
They were evacuated.
Okay. You come up here to do a little shopping. This is the only store in town, I
This is the only one that's open.
Okay. Oscar's got a good thing.
Oscar's an old diehard.
Okay. What are you going to do, John?
What am I going to do?
You're going to hang out here for a
while?
while?
I'm going to go up and play security up at the lodge.
Okay.
I know we're going to have some pilfering tonight, you know.
Okay.
So I'm going to do that.
Okay. John, you take care of yourself.
You too.
Okay.
Thank you
All
for the
right,
interview.
fine. And we talked with some other people earlier today that were in a hurry to get off the hill. Here's what they said. Where are you folks going to be going to?
Down to the desert.
You going down to the desert?
Yeah.
I think we're going to San Bernardino.
To San Bernardino? Oh, I see. To the shelter down there.
Right. For now, until we figure out what we're going to do.
Okay. Now, is this your permanent residence?
Arrow Bear is, yes.
Arrow Bear?
Yes.
So you came from Arrow Bear to
here. We spent
How
last
many
night
days
here.
have you been here?
Just one night.
Just
this
one
last night.
Okay.
And we were going to stay longer, but looks like we had to go.
What did you decide on?
What about where
to take? Yeah, what the?
Well, clothes and my medicines and all my important papers, and just this regular things.
Yeah.
But I've got so much stuff. I mean, photographs, and I've got so many photographs of the kids growing up and everything.
Sure. How many kids?
2 boys.
Okay.
And 6 grandchildren.
The reason all of these planning meetings have paid off pretty well is that people took the word early, especially over around Lake Arrowhead. There were very few people staying there because that evacuation order went out a couple of days ago. And here in Arrowhead, even though you've got people like John that have been up here for some time, we've talked with some other people that say, well, we lived right by the lake, we'll go out on a boat or something like that. There are a few diehards, but I think that really they know the situation here, but for the most part, I think about 95% of the people here have left or are in the process of leaving. It is a problem getting down the hill. It's going to take quite some time, but if the fire does erupt in this area, you're better off down there than up here. I'm Bob Banfield reporting live from Big Bear.
Yeah, that's absolutely right, Bob. And I want to just remind our viewers that what they're looking at, they're seeing Bob on the right-hand side of their screen. And that right there, that is a picture of a live fire going on right now in Lake Arrowhead, an area of major concern right now. But let's go back to Bob. Bob, you mentioned Highway 18, Highway 38. Those two are the main routes to get off of the mountain. We showed video earlier today of those highways absolutely bogged down and barely moving. What are you hearing, and are they moving now?
No, the thing that I'm hearing, people are coming up to me and saying, hey, it's just logged down there, but whatever routes do they have to take? The one good thing is that there's no, this is not fear-driven. This is not, you know, you don't have to get out because everything is burning down in the area. There's plenty of time to get down the hill. The people are getting gasoline here. That was one thing that people just didn't think about. They didn't think about the long trip down. And then if you're going to be sitting in traffic, you're just going to be burning up fuel and everything like that. So they wanted to get fuel. This is the only gas station in town. He can pump so much gasoline, and then he has to keep several thousand gallons, I think, for emergency people up here, should they need it. That's some of the fire trucks and the power people. And so that's a situation, too. But it's just going to take a lot of patience. And from what I gathered, the temper of the people, you know, if you really get fearful, people get agitated, they're honking on the horns, and you can see it in their face, the agitation, and it's fear-driven, but that is not the case. But when they start down the hill, they are a little concerned because they want to get off the mountain as quickly as they can. It's just going to take some time, but it's a whole lot better than had they waited and I offered the evacuation order, you know, maybe 4 o'clock this afternoon. That would have been terrible. So you can see the gasoline station is pretty much clear. I think most of the people have gotten their gas. So hopefully it will take some time, but everybody will be able to get safely off the mountain. That situation over in Arrowhead with all of the dead trees, without the winds, that's going to be the godsend over there. That's going to save a whole lot of homes, because if it gets down into that area, there are still so many dying trees that it's going to be a terrible situation. I'm Bob Banfield in Big Bear. Back to you.
And we're witnessing that on the left side of your screen, some live pictures there of that nightmare of the crowning effect of those dry, brittle trees, 1 million trees dying in that forest or dead already. We are going to talk about the mandatory evacuations that are in effect for the San Bernardino Mountain communities, and those include Rim Forest, Lake Arrowhead, Crestline, Running Springs, Arrow Bear, Big Bear, Forest Falls, Mountain Home Village, some 80,000 permanent residents in that mountain area. And I believe we have some more about, the mandatory evacuations in Devore, East Highland, North Lytle Creek, and the Mount Baldy area. And that is, of course, all mandatory evacuations from the Grand Prix fire.
Areas that we are keeping a close eye on. Also, we had been in Stevenson Ranch. We're going to go back there right now. We have on the phone Joe Gordon. He has seen a whole lot of thick smoke in that area. He's preparing to evacuate. Joe, are you with us on the phone?
Yes, I am.
What are you going through right now?
Well, right now we've got things that we need just packed away, and we're just waiting for a word for the mandatory evacuation.
Does it appear that you might be close to a mandatory evacuation? Do you see flames coming towards your house?
No, we're about maybe 3/4 of a mile away from Pico Canyon Road, and what we're seeing mostly is smoke and ash out our way. You know, we see the LA County Fire Department helicopters flying overhead with their water drops. But we really can't see any fire, just a lot of smoke and ash here.
Right.
And you're all packed up, and you packed the essentials in your car, ready to get out of there quickly?
Yep.
Okay.
Tough decision to make on what to bring and what not to bring.
Yeah, it is. You know, we've got some things here that we would definitely like to take with us, but they're so bulky that I think they're going to have to be left behind. But really, right now it's hard to imagine that it would actually reach at least where we are here. You know, it's a fairly new community. It doesn't have much in the way of older trees or anything like that. And a lot of brush has been cleared away from most of the inner areas of here.
All right. Well, Joe Gordon, we wish you and your family the very best, and we hope that it certainly stays away from the Stevenson Ranch area.
Yeah, he's in Stevenson Ranch, where Sid Garcia also showed us some backfires being lit. They're watching that area very closely, but so far so good in Stevenson Ranch. Let's talk about the weather right now. This is key to the whole situation that we have been enduring this week. Will it change? Dallas Raines joins us right now. What's the latest, Dallas?
David, it has already changed in Southern California, and I have some good news because the Santa Ana winds have abated completely, so we're looking at a better situation. Earlier today, though, even the live Doppler 7000 was in jeopardy. As you can see, our big radar scope right here that protects us and helps us with all the severe weather coming up this winter. But fortunately, the firefighters were able to put out the fires. We're in good shape. Here's what's going on. We have a flow now coming in from the west, and that westerly flow will generate cooler temperatures all across Southern California, and that means around the Stevenson Ranch area too. Now tonight we'll have cooler temperatures, some very light winds. Temperatures will drop very low, back into the 40s, even some 50s, and the Big Bear area and Lake Arrowhead will drop into the 30s tonight as temperatures are going to be much cooler. And that's what you need. You need cooler temperatures, less wind. Now tomorrow's highs only in the mid-80s out there in Riverside, San Bernardino. And along the coast we'll get some fog tomorrow morning down in, well, there's a lot of fogs expected down along the coastal areas of Orange County. Now here's what's happening. We have a major area of low pressure that is building in from the Pacific Northwest. This thing's coming right off of the Canadian Rockies, and that is going to drive in some cooler temperatures over the next several days. And so big changes in the weather pattern for Southern California, and for the most part they're all good. However, we do have the possibility on Thursday and Friday of some really strong winds blowing through the mountain areas only, and that will be a west wind. It will be a cool wind, but certainly the velocities will be up there, probably 20 to 30 miles per hour through the mountain areas around Lake Arrowhead and Big Bear, and that would be on Thursday and Friday. But again, as I mentioned, that would be a very cool wind. For the basin areas, we're looking at a lot of cloudy skies and much cooler weather. It's going to feel like fall as we head into the weekend. David and Ellen, back to you.
Well, that is great news, Dallas. Thank you very much. Right now, we have Mary Sherry, a resident of Stevenson Ranch, on the phone, and you can see flames out your front door, Mary?
Yes. It's frightening, actually, you know. We're all packed. We're ready to go. It's just a matter of whether we have to go, you know.
Well, if you see flames, are you a little concerned, or do you think you should get out of there?
I am, yeah. I'm nervous, real nervous about it.
What about what's going on in your neighborhood? Does it look like people are already leaving?
Yeah, a lot of people have left.
Tell me what goes through your mind then. How do you decide, and when do you decide when to leave? What's your thought process?
Well, I feel that my neighbor is my brother-in-law, and he pretty much knows what's happening. And if he goes, I'm going.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, so it's a matter of time, I guess.
Well, if you're all packed up and you're ready to go,
yeah,
maybe it's best to get out of there.
Let me play devil's advocate here. What could you do by staying in your house?
Nothing, actually.
So what prevents you from leaving?
I'm uncomfortable right now. You know, I don't have to worry too much about the traffic or anything like that. But one thing I do have, my brother in Castaic, my brother Paul, and I just drive right over there and stay with him if I want to. So that's good.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
From when you've been watching those flames, you say, from your front door, what is the progress? Are they moving quickly? Are they moving toward you?
Well, I don't know if they're moving toward us. The firemen pretty much know what's going on. I mean, they explained it to me that they have so much in between us and the fire that they actually have planned it this way.
Mm-hmm. Well, the smoke must be horrible where you live.
Well, the wind changed, so it's blowing the opposite way now, and it gets better to breathe.
Well, yeah, hopefully that will be permanent, but you never know, because last night I was out in your area and the wind shifted repeatedly. You just never know, and that's part of the difficulty of fighting these fires.
That's true. That's really true. Well, what can I say?
Well, Mary, it sounds like you might be seeing some backfires that have been lit, and that would be...
Hopefully that's the case.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right. That's what they are.
Mary Sherry, thank you very much. Good luck to you. Hopefully you won't have to get out of there, but we're happy to hear that you're prepared to leave.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks for checking in with us. We're going to move on to San Bernardino County right now, and this is an area that was horribly hit. The old fire near Waterman, that's where Wendy Birch, she has been covering what's been going on out that area. More than 500 homes were lost, and you could see Wendy right behind her. She's right on top of some of those homes. Wendy, what's the latest?
You know, you're exactly right. 500, and fire officials that I just spoke to on the phone told me that after the 6 p.m. briefing tonight, they expect that number to jump. That's 500 homes just from this old fire alone. I also found out from U.S. Forest Service just moments ago that the cost for fighting the old fire, suppression only, 2.5 million. The total cost for the Grand Prix fire, $9.5 million. And again, those numbers will go up as these fires continue to rage. The old fire only 10% contained. But of course, those facts and those figures don't tell the true story of the people that have lost their homes. The neighborhood that I'm in, which is just in the south foothills of the San Bernardino Mountains, really the hardest hit out of all of the residences and all of the areas that we've been through. You can see behind me one of the houses, one of the many houses here in this neighborhood, reduced to ruin and rubble. However, the courage that has been displayed by these homeowners, unbelievable. In almost every home we went to, we saw signs like the one that you're seeing right there in that chimney. Take a look. Dreams never die. It's still home sweet home. And at the very bottom, if you can see it, it says, "Thanks for trying," to the fire department. They do appreciate the efforts by all of the firefighters in the area. Some residents criticize that they weren't here quickly enough, but if you can imagine, this fire from ash to ignite, rather from the sparks to igniting these roofs, was just a matter of about an hour. Now, homeowners are having such a difficult time trying to rebuild their lives, but one of the first things that they need to do is contact their insurance agents. Leonard Pimentel is one of the few on his street that still has a house to come home to. You must feel so lucky.
Oh, yes, I'm definitely blessed. I mean, it's just like God put his hand down and just saved my house, you know, and it's like when we was driving up, we got phone calls saying my house was there, and I still didn't believe it. And then when I seen it, I just started crying, but then you had a sense of guilt because you seen your neighbors. So you felt blessed in a way, then you felt like, you know, why me?
Although Leonard's damage is minor, he still needed to file a claim. Lucky for him, his adjuster lives in the neighborhood.
It gets me real emotional, just thinking about it and talking about it and looking at this. You know, I don't live too far from here, and it could have been me.
Julie is the only one in the area doing her job for her insurance company today. By tomorrow, she'll be joined by other insurance claims adjusters who are coming in from all corners of the state. They will make up catastrophe teams and will be writing out checks so homeowners can afford to rebuild their lives.
Okay.
Thank
you.
And aside from getting help from their insurance adjusters, people who have lost their homes are also encouraged to call FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Association. That number, 800-621-FEMA. Of course, that is just part of the story out here in San Bernardino. So much will be told as people now try to rebuild their lives. Live in San Bernardino, Wendy Birch, ABC7 Eyewitness News. Back to you.
Wendy, it's incredible that faced with such tragedy, they still have that gratitude in their hearts, and that's terrific to see that. Thank you, Wendy. We're going to check in with someone on the phone, Susan Ponton. I understand you're the owner of I'm Bloomin' Crazy Florist, and they're evacuating behind your business. Is that the case?
Susan, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Hi, Eyewitness News. I'm David Ono along with Ellen Leyva. You're the owner of I'm Bloomin' Crazy Florist, is that correct?
Yes, I am.
In the Stevenson Ranch area?
Yes.
Okay, from what I understand, you are saying that there are streets behind your business that are being evacuated.
Yes, we heard a sheriff on a PA asking everyone to evacuate. But we can't see anything.
Meaning because of the smoke, or you just can't?
Can't see anything because, well, it's dark, and also the smoke is really bad. We can't see any flames or anything.
What course of action are you going to take, Susan?
Well, we close at 6 o'clock, so I'm going to lock up the store, take my birds, and go home.
So why aren't you closed already, realistically? Do you think business is going to be coming in there?
Because, no, I know that nobody's going to come in here. I mean, we have been getting phone calls, but the strip, it's a strip mall here with an Outback and a Chewy's. Everybody still is here in the strip mall. We're kind of down on the street level, and up behind us is a hill of a bunch of houses. So there's quite a few houses before it would come down to our street level. But our street, which is the old road, is all fire trucks going up and down in the sheriff's.
Right. Now, let's clarify here. Do you think, have you heard, is this mandatory evacuations that are going on right now, or is it still voluntary, as far as you know?
We couldn't tell because all we heard him saying is asking people to evacuate, but we didn't know if he was saying it was mandatory or if it was by choice.
Okay.
But they have not come to our door yet.
All right, Susan, well, we hope you stay safe. Susan Ponton, you are a business there in Stevenson Ranch Stevenson Ranch, rather. Are you a resident of Stevenson Ranch as well?
I'm a resident of Valencia.
Oh, okay. All right. Susan, stay safe. Thank you.
Yeah, especially getting out of the neighborhood. Be very careful, and thanks for calling in and helping us out and getting a reading on what's going on out there. In fact, we're going to check in with Sid Garcia right now. He is in Stevenson Ranch. He could join us now with more of what's going on in that neighborhood. Obviously, a lot of action going on right now, Sid.
A lot of action going on to the east of us. Things here have calmed down. Just a couple of little hot spots from the backfire that was lit here earlier this afternoon. And the science behind this, the backfire went up the hill and basically stuffed the fires that was coming over the ridge. Let me bring in Captain Mark Tolbert from LA County Fire. Voluntary evacuations, but explain to us is that if it's a voluntary evacuation, you still want people to just pack up and go so they can get out of your way.
Well, yes, when we say voluntary evacuation, that means get your stuff together and get ready to leave. If you want to leave on your own, now's the time. If you have some type of bedridden parent or someone like that, that means that is the time to get them together and start moving them out. If you have emphysema or problems with asthma or anything like that, you know, you yourself should know when it's time to leave. When it starts affecting you, you know it's time to go.
You've been with this fire since the beginning when it started in the Santa Clarita area. Now it's come full circle. How difficult is it just to predict how this is going to move? I mean, a couple of days ago, we're in Ventura County chasing it, and now we're back up here in Stevenson Ranch.
Well, yeah, you know, the problem with this fire was it was basically wind-driven fire from the Santa Anas, and it changed many different directions on us. And we never could get a handle on it because every time we got in position, we thought we were in position, it changed directions on us. So it's been a fire that's been tough to fight. You know, I like to refer to this as Firestorms 2.
Let's go ahead and roll some videotape from the Pico area, not too far from here in Stevenson Ranch, and show you how ferocious this thing was earlier this afternoon. You have the Santa Anas. Basically, if the Santa Anas were blowing this fire, the backfires would not have been an option for you today?
You know, if the Santa Anas were blowing, no, they wouldn't have been. At the time of day that we did it, it was because the winds were changing direction. In the mornings, when it heats up, the winds go uphill. And during the afternoon, right around 4 or 5 o'clock, they change direction. All that hot air, it cools down. Now it's coming back downhill. So if we start lighting out at that time of day, you got the winds pushing it back downhill, but it's going to burn uphill slowly, so it will never get out of control.
You've got an aerial assault that really worked out here as well. I mean, you've got little spots burning up here right now, but the folks from the pilots in the air, pinpoint accuracy, that had to help the effort today because, I mean, look at the end result.
Oh, yes, it does. We have excellent pilots, and as well every fire department. You know, we work hard at what we do. We're professionals at what we do, and it shows when we get an incident like this. I believe it really shows.
It's dark, and as a strategy still, they have the airdropping or water dropping helicopters go on through the night or into the evening?
Well, right now the strategy is probably is going to have strike teams of engine companies out here patrolling, making sure nothing gets out of hand overnight, and then come first light, we'll make an assessment. Right now we have a planning action going on back at the command post where they're sizing up and planning what they're going to do for night operations, and later on they'll be planning what they're going to do for tomorrow morning.
All right. Captain Tolbert, thank you very much. LA County Fire. Right now, things here are calm, but then again, the fire is moving towards the east from us right now. There's just a couple little hot spots, if you will, but nothing to threaten the homes along this area of Stevenson Ranch. Reporting live, I'm Sid Garcia, ABC7 Eyewitness News. Let's send it back to you at...
So managed to deal with the battle.
Town on its own. Plus, you've got all the people who come up here just to hang out for the day because they enjoy the atmosphere. Then in winter, of course, you have your skiers and snowboarders. Not today. I want to show you this sign here on one of the main little stores in town. We talked to the owners earlier, and they put this up: closed due to evacuation. To our Big Bear family and neighbors in the mountain. Once again, they welcome or overcome rather by tragedy. They thank the firefighters who are up here and who will be up here if this fire does indeed come to the community. These people, Mitchell and Jim, both well known. I've talked to them before, and this sign went up very quickly. What else I want to show you is the evacuation. We have video of people who had packed up their stuff with about 2 hours notice and hit the road. They got out of town. A sure sign of just how seriously they are taking what was originally a suggestion to get out of town. The suggestion coming from the USDA Forest Service around 10 o'clock this morning. By the noon hour, it was very much a mandatory evacuation. They were telling people, we do not want you to stay in Big Bear. And we saw people packing up their cars with what they thought was important, and they did get out of town. There was like this 2-hour wait on the main road, the 18 to, was it the 38? Scott, the 18 to 38, they wanted people to go through Lucerne Valley before to get out of town because you can't go really any other way. And The other thing was that there was a lot of disbelief among people. We were talking with people in this community. They've been watching this disaster unfold and spread in this mountain community, Crestline. We watched Sky Forest today. This fire just moved in on Sky Forest with these monster flames and jumped over Highway 18 several times. Still, though, people in Big Bear felt a little insulated from the problem. And then, of course, when the evacuation warning and then the mandatory evacuation was issued, I think there was just this unbelievable shock here. There's something else to consider. You know, the bark beetle infestation in the Crestline community, it's not just in Crestline. Big Bear also faces that, a number of dead trees up here. So if the fire does reach this community, there is another serious fire threat caused by that insect and the dead trees. I'm Craig Figner reporting live from Big Bear, KCAL 9 News.
Craig, as you're talking to us, and we've been telling people about the evacuations, and we're seeing people leave right behind you, we're wondering, are you going to be able to have a way to get out easily?
Well, we've been talking about that. You know, we plan this news coverage as observers to be here to witness what happens and to bring it to you at home. But at the same time, we are aware of our safety being the primary issue. I did not know the fire was 5 or 6 miles outside of Big Bear until I heard that report from Sky 9. When we left the area where the fire was, it was 20 miles away. That was about 1 o'clock this afternoon or 12:30. So this fire has moved very quickly, much more quickly than I ever expected. So let me just say, we are evaluating our plan minute by minute, so we haven't made a final decision yet on what will happen, but we are aware of that.
All right, just be safe.
Reassess,
yeah.
Okay.
Talk to you later. We will talk to you in just a moment. We're going to take a break. You're watching KCAL 9 News.
Hi, I'm your new satellite system.
Oh, wow, that's a lot of equipment.
Oh, this isn't the half of it.
We'd like to watch the big game tonight.
It's supposed to be a doozy. Sorry. Local channels are extra.
Hey, what happened?
Yeah, something came loose.
Well, I was in the middle of watching a show.
Well, I think you're going to miss the ending.
Don't let satellite into your home. Instead, upgrade to cable. Call 1-800-800-CABLE now for the best offer of the year. Digital cable packages starting as low as $19.95 per month for 3 months. And if you're a current satellite customer, get up to $400 credit when you switch back. Local channels are included at no extra cost with digital cable. And we're your best source for new technology, like high-definition TV. If your TV is HD ready, there's no additional equipment to buy. With satellite, you'd have to spend at least $500 more. So call 1-800-800-CABLE now for digital cable packages, starting as low as $19.95 a month for 3 months. And current satellite customers can get up to $400 credit when they switch back. Hurry, this offer ends soon. Call and upgrade to cable today.
The 2003 Pontiac Grand Am SC has more power than Jetta GL, more torque, and better fuel efficiency. Our drivers wanted more. Get $5,500 total cash back on 2003 Grand Am 4-cylinder models, or choose 0% APR for 60 months on all remaining 2003 Grand Ams. See your Southern California Pontiac dealer.
Howdy, folks. Pretty impressive, huh? 20,000 drivers choosing Eastwood Insurance every single month. There's another one. Of course, if you think these numbers are impressive, check out this one. Rates start at just $29 a month, which is probably why all those drivers choose Eastwood every month. So call Eastwood Insurance today at 1-800-468-LESS. But people, please, pace yourselves.
Ever since I brought back our authentic Tacos del Carbon recipe from Mexico, they've been a huge hit. 2 hot corn tortillas, grilled steak or chicken, fresh cilantro, onions, and an authentic sauce made with Anaheim chilies. Now I keep the recipe with me wherever I go. Try Del Taco's most authentic tacos ever, our new Tacos del Carbon. Choose either marinated steak or freshly grilled chicken. Tacos del Carbon, only at Del Taco.
Stay with KCAL 9 News for continuing coverage of the devastating wildfires.
And another live picture of the fire from Stevenson Ranch, which is just west of the 5 freeway south of Six Flags Magic Mountain. We have been watching the flames here very closely, and that's where Joel Conable is standing by. He's in an area right next door, Southern Oaks. Joel? Has it
Yeah, the
changed?
Southern Oaks community is right off Pico Canyon Boulevard, and I think things look a little bit better from the last time that I spoke to you guys. Take a look behind me. Before, when you looked on this hillside, it was just flaring up like crazy. There was a huge orange glow. Now there's just some smaller fires burning up in a line up the hills there. And if you look back down here to the left, we're at an end of a cul-de-sac. You can see at the very end of that cul-de-sac, it's also just a little bit of fire burning back there, but it's in no way as large as it was just a little while ago. Southern Oaks community has been under fire watch all afternoon, and John Anderson is you're caring for your brother's home, aren't you? This is his home right here.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Where were you when this all started, and what was going through your mind during the afternoon? How did things change?
Well, I was here about 5 hours ago, and my brother had said that he didn't think it was going to be this close, that it was about 1.5 miles away. And I just went home, and I told him, I said, if you need me, call. I've been calling him all afternoon. And then finally, I was also watching the news, and I said, hey, man, I'm going. So I called my buddy, and I said, Bill, let's go. And we parked
above the truck, and it caught on fire, and they had to abandon it because of, you can see here, the melted aluminum off the truck. They tried to save it, but could not start the truck because of all the smoke in this area. Now, looking up above, what you're seeing is the reason why this fire has been so fast in its burn. These trees here, more than half of them, one of the residents told me, was completely destroyed by the beetles. And these trees, you can see one straight up ahead, completely ready to fall over there, were once very tall, a lot of them dead. Fresh burn for this fire to jump onto, and simply as fuel for this area. Firefighters tonight say they're doing what they can, a lot of them working 24 hours sleeping, a couple getting some water in their truck, and then simply trying to get back to work because that's all that they say they can do.
Yeah, Young, stay there for a second, would you please? You mentioned that what you're seeing there is the reason the planes couldn't complete their task. They had to quit about an hour early. That's not going to help the firefighters on the ground tonight. But you are our eyes and ears, and in this case, our nose and our mouth. I look at you and I see all that swirling around you. Explain, what does it feel like? What does it smell like? What does it look like?
Okay, I'm wearing a particulate mask. It's one of the masks that Dr. Breen suggested that if you are going to be in this area or you have a respiratory illness, to wear. Despite that, I can't even begin to describe what it's like. It's almost like a dirty fog. You just feel, you can feel the air, you can taste it. It tastes like I'm standing in a chimney, and it's completely filling my lungs. It's very hard to breathe. It's hard to speak even in a coherent manner, and it's just, in some ways, it's hard to think. And to think that firefighters are in this stuff for hours upon hours at a time is simply amazing. All right, because it is so thick. I mean, you can see how thick it is.
Oh, there's no missing that at all. It's so thick it almost looks like it's snow. We're going to switch from you right now to Chuck Henry. He's standing by. Not far from your location right now. And Chuck, when we last heard from you, you were between Running Springs and
Skycrest.
Skycrest?
Or actually, you could say
Sky
Santa's
Forest?
Village. People will know that. Yes, Sky Forest. I'm getting all the names confused. Yeah, Sky Forest and Running Springs. We have some new information. The fire captain just came by, and we had a chance to talk to him. What you see behind me is only one flank of the fire. I was wrong, so I apologize for that. There's another flank that you cannot see that is below us. We are about 6 miles from Running Springs. He has now told us the second flank of the fire is less than 3 miles from Running Springs. So there are two flanks. What they're worried about now is that these two fires will join. In fact, he said it's not even a probability, it's actually going to happen that these two fires at some time will join. They expect that to happen when the fire lays down. As you can see, the smoke is going almost straight up. I'll move out of the shot here so you can take a look at that. If the smoke is to lay down and it starts going uphill, as it were, then this fire is going to really start to move. It is moving now, but it is moving slowly. And the length of this fire is actually several miles if you were to go from tip to tip, from one end to the other. So you've got this one flank where we are now, and then at another location where you can't see, further below us, further east toward Running Springs, within 3 miles of Running Springs, is another flank of this same fire. So that's the situation here.
All right, Chuck, if those two flanks come together and it continues to move east,
right.
What I know about Running Springs is there's some wonderful places to stop for coffee on the way up and down the mountain. That's the extent of my knowledge, all right? Running Springs is a community where a lot of people live, probably several thousand. What does it mean for Running Springs if those two fires come together and that sucker continues to move east?
One of the unlucky things about Running Springs is that it happens to be kind of down in a draw. So if the fire were to get in there, it's hard to say what would happen. It would do a lot of damage. Running Springs is probably the larger of the communities between Lake Arrowhead and Big Bear. So there is a lot more infrastructure there. There's a very large fire station there, and that's where they're manning right now, and that's where they're probably going to regroup later tonight. And there is a CHP, I think, has a substation there as well. So it is a larger community. And then from Running Springs, it's a straight shot into the Big Bear Lake area. So that's the situation. Let me also tell you, because I forgot, I also asked him about Lake Arrowhead. The fire has not reached Lake Arrowhead, for all of you who have homes there, but it is jumping back and forth across the 18, just a little bit east of Rim of the World High School. It's been jumping back and forth, but fire crews are down there, and it has not gone into Lake Arrowhead itself.
Well, they're lucky there, aren't they?
Yeah. So, I mean, if you were to measure the fire from where I'm standing down into Lake Arrowhead, I mean, you've got a fire line here that's probably 10, maybe 12 miles in length.
We thought that, I was watching you at the high school earlier today, they backfired around there and there was really nothing else to burn.
Yeah, that was a successful one. But remember, that high school is also at the very crest of the hill. So there's really nothing behind it, and it's at the top of the mountain.
All right,
that
Chuck.
was a successful backfire. But when you've got these communities that are on the slopes, that's the problem.
Down in the flatlands here, Chuck, we're going to leave you for a second now. We've got another situation that's been brewing down near Stevenson Ranch, and for a time there we thought some homes were going to go up. We were looking at home video there. That hasn't happened yet. Our David Cruz is there near or in Stevenson Ranch. David, what's the situation up to the minute?
Paul, I am still in Stevenson Ranch. The flames that you are seeing are somewhat skirting around the southern fringe of this development, but it has been touch and go here today. One of the most positive signs this evening is that I've just seen the firemen come by and pull out the 1 1/4 inch or 1 1/2 inch lines, if you will, from this section anyway, because now they're moving to the southern perimeter. However, I want to show you some videotape that we recorded just a little earlier. Metroville is a place very, very close by where, as you know, it's a historical landmark. This barn here, of course, one of those in the path of the fire, a historic landmark because of its use back in the 1800s. Part of the story and the history, if you will, of the Stevenson Ranch area. It was caught in the moving flames earlier today, and we asked this fire official to tell us whether Stevenson Ranch is safe.
You know, we're trying to, as much as we can, protect this area from being in danger. But to say it's out of danger, you know, you really can't tell. If you've really been keeping up with this fire, you've known that it started over in another area, it went west, then it went north, then it went south, and now it's going northeast again. So it's traveled many different directions. So to say something is truly safe, you can't really say that because it's a wind-driven fire.
Okay, now those flames that you saw, they were initially about 2 miles out. They came within literally just a few yards of where I'm standing, but here's a significant part. Beyond me, we've lit up this hillside here to show you that while this hillside was spared today, you can already see the orange glow in the distance. That's part of the fire building up some strength overnight. If that fire, if the flames begin to make their way this way again, there's still plenty of fuel here adjacent to these homes, but these people here, they're taking it one day at a time. Back to you.
David, a lot of that depends on the wind situation tonight. What does it look like out where you are now?
It is eerily quiet. I mean, I can see clear skies above me somewhat, but there is still that smoke hanging over some segments. But I'll tell you, Colleen, no wind whatsoever. Very, very unusual because we had wind gusts earlier today of up to 45 miles an hour. We'll see if they return tomorrow, and when they return, we'll see what direction they're blowing. That'll determine whether these homes here are going to be in danger again.
It almost looks like it's raining ash behind you as well. Every once in a while we see it sort of sprinkle down.
No, it is. It's like snowflakes here. This is the ash from the plume of smoke that went up in the air. And I was listening to reports here earlier. Fire officials are saying that every everything that is burned out there is now in the atmosphere, and you're talking of everything from chemicals to acids to many, many different things. I take off my mask and goggles only to talk to you.
All right, David, we thank you. We got your perspective there on the ground. If you perhaps heard a chopper over your head, it's probably ours, News Chopper 4, and Justin Yeager's up there. And Justin, we're looking at your pictures now, and it looks like, and you told us that the body of this fire was about a mile west of the 5 on Pico Canyon Road. It looks worse, Justin, is it?
It comes up and it goes away. It's really tough to judge. You know, we're going back and forth north and south here in the valley area because flames will pop up and then they'll die down. Now, of course, the majority of the water dropping helicopters have ended their services for the night, so they aren't really the cause of this. I think it's another service of the unpredictable winds. You see the winds blowing something up and down a canyon, and then you'll see a fire burn out. As David Cruz mentioned, in the back of the Pico Canyon area, you can see the fire glowing up behind as it gains fuel. And again, really tonight, whatever happens with this fire is going to judge whether they're going to be able to get it under control in the coming days.
Justin, too, when we first saw your picture, you were really tight on the flames there. It looks like they're very, very close, actually surrounding a tower there, an electrical tower.
Yeah, that's a large power line structure. There's a number of power lines up there. This is north of the area where David Cruz is standing, and this is around the backside of Pico Canyon. And there was a huge flare up there a minute ago, but and here it comes again. Here it comes again, right next to these power lines. And again, we haven't seen any arcing or anything like that, and it does appear that power is still available to all the citizens here of Stevenson Ranch and Valencia. But again, if it becomes an issue, that may be something that they need to turn off to fight this fire.
Yeah, and again, we should say that one of the issues too, if it goes east, it gets to the 5, and if it goes over the 5, it gets around Lyons and into Valencia. Justin, I want to ask you something. It's on Pico Canyon Road. Stevenson Ranch is north and south of that. Which way is that fire apt to go, or do we know?
Well, we don't really know right now, and really there's no way to judge the wind here at night, so I can't really tell you what a general direction of the fire is. It appears right now that it's burning down the canyon on the south side of Pico Canyon Road, but that could be a mirage at this stage because of the different looks that we get from the low visibility out here.
Does that mean it's burning away or toward the 5 freeway?
Again, the county fire does believe it's burning toward the 5 freeway at this time. I'll pan the camera over to the left if you bear with me a second. It's very, very dark out here, but we have a large group of fire here burning down to the east towards the 5 freeway from the hills that it came from Simi Valley and from Chatsworth.
While you're doing that, I think the county has some choppers that are able to fly at night. They're called the, I think, Nighthawks or Skyhawks. I'm not exactly sure. But is there any word of them coming in and using that kind of resource to fight this thing?
That's correct. They do have operations at night. They're called Firehawks, actually. And right now, the word that we've got is that they're putting 2 on standby. And we heard a member of County Fire talk earlier that it's about a risk versus advantage ratio. They have to figure out how much risk there is to their personnel and to the people in the bird versus how much they can actually accomplish by getting the birds out here. They're going to be on standby, and if something desperate happens with the structures down in the Stevenson Ranch area, you may see those choppers coming out here and making some drops.
But right now this fire almost seems to be in a holding pattern. We have 95,000 acres that have burned so far in this fire. At least 16 structures in the Simi Valley, Stevenson Ranch, Chatsworth fire. It sort of all grows over the hill. But at this point, we seem to be holding. Am I correct, Justin?
That's correct. You get the sense that they're kind of waiting it out for the night to see exactly what that onshore flow is going to do with this fire. That the winds that came from the southwest today actually helped them out a lot. It blew them away from structures in the San Fernando Valley and put them back on the side of this hill where there weren't a whole lot of structures. And so now, while they're in structure protection, they want to find out if that wind, if those lower temperatures, if all that stuff is going to help them in the coming days at actually getting this fire under control and contained.
All right, Justin, you hang in there. You're going to be a point of interest during our 6 o'clock broadcast. Colleen, I'll see you tonight at 11 o'clock. All right?
Goodbye, sir. I'll see you in just a few minutes.
Sat together for a long time this last week, haven't we? Let's go to Fritz Coleman now and talk about the winds at Stevenson Ranch and every place else and see if we're going to get some help.
Okay, Paul, we have some current stats from the Valencia area, Stevenson Ranch included. Let's take a look at what we have for you. 79 degrees at the moment, and winds are still, although, you know, the easterly direction's sort of really not representative because, first of all, the fire generates its own sort of sporadic winds in all directions, and for all intents and purposes, the winds are calm tonight. They're very low, dangerous Relative humidity 22%. Hazy all night with overnight lows 56 to 62 degrees. What we're waiting for is a big change in the weather pattern, and that will be a cool, moist onshore flow. High pressure over the southwest is going to weaken and shift east. We could see a 10 to 15 degree drop in temperatures tomorrow. We're looking forward to that. We can see the marine layer come ashore. All of that sort of slowing down the burn of the fire and the forward progress of the fire, making things much more comfortable for firefighters. Now, an onshore flow is not always good news. The Arrowhead fire is not looking forward to a gusty onshore wind because it pushes the fire up the side of the mountain, pushes it north and east, pushes it from Rim of the World up through Arrowhead, up toward Big Bear, which is about 25 miles from where they're going now. Also, the Valencia fire probably wouldn't appreciate strong onshore winds because it'll push it eastbound toward the 5 and toward the more populated area of Valencia and points connected. But so far the wind is not that strong, and I think the moisture and the cool temperatures will be a lot of benefit. So tomorrow we're looking for a 15-degree drop in most spots, maybe 10. Not only will we see a stronger onshore flow with a substantial drop in temperatures tomorrow, we're going to see an increase in the marine layer. We'll have coastal eddy, which stirs up the low clouds and fog, throws those low clouds and fog on a strong onshore flow farther inland. That means we're going to have only partial sunshine in the afternoon, really from Thursday into the weekend, only several hours of sunshine, mainly in the afternoon, and a blanket of moisture so thick we may see drizzle in the morning, Thursday and Friday morning. All of that to say, a huge shift in the weather pattern. We're hoping that in a general sense, the onshore flow is what the firefighters could use, as long as the winds are not gusty. But I must tell you right now, we know they will be gusty tomorrow and probably Thursday in the mountains and the upper deserts. We're getting a huge change in pressure. We're going to have winds out of the west at 25 to 35 miles an hour. In the mountains and the desert, not good news in those spots. We'll keep an eye on it for you. Back to you.
All right, Fritz, thank you very much. I'd like to remind you, you are now watching the Channel 4 News at 6. This is our continuation coverage of Southern California on fire. We'll be here for the next half hour bringing you the latest information that we have.
That's right. In fact, here is some of the latest information. We know that 17 people have died after 2 more people were killed in San Bernardino County. More than 522,000 acres burned, more than 10,000 firefighters on the lines, more than 1,500 homes destroyed, damage, a conservative estimate right now at $2 billion.
Well said. Conservative meaning it's going to be the most expensive fire disaster in the history of the state of California. One of the battles is going on in the mountains now. This is really, really crucial. Our Chuck Henry is up there between Sky Forest and Running Springs, and he told us there are 2 fronts to this fire, and if they come together, they could mean real trouble for Running Springs. And Chuck had his own harrowing experience earlier today. We lost a news van. Chuck?
Yeah, I was glad it was just the news van. What you see behind us is the fire has started to lay down against the mountain. And the reason for that is because the winds have come in from the wrong direction. These would be the winds coming in from the west, coming in from the sea. This is exactly what firefighters didn't want to see. Last time we talked to you, maybe 15, 20 minutes ago, there was no wind at all here, and now the wind has picked up. So as this fire continues to lay down on itself, it'll burn more rapidly up the side of the hill. I'll get out of the picture here so you can see it a little bit better. And what they think will happen tonight, it will join up with the second flank of the fire, which is now less than 3 miles from Running Springs. So you get these two together, it can be a really, really dangerous combination. So that's the situation now. Fire crews pretty much just, you know, they'll keep the fire trucks up here on the highway, Highway 18, try to water down structures that are along the side, and then they pretty much have to move on. I do want to tell people that live in the Lake Arrowhead area that so far in the Lake Arrowhead area, that is safe. The fire has not completely passed Lake Arrowhead, but there are plenty of fire crews down there, and we understand the situation is okay down there, that they haven't lost any structures. Just east of Rim of the World High School, and if you're familiar with the mountain area, you know about that. Apparently what has happened is the fire is skipping now back and forth across Highway 18, just east, very close to Lake Arrowhead, but they still say it's not in the Lake Arrowhead area yet. So this fire continues to move to the east, past Running Springs. The next thing would be probably about 21 miles away, and that would be the Big Bear Lake area. Highway 18 has been completely shut down. In fact, we just understand that they're not even letting news vans come up from Crestline up to this area where we are now. They have shut it down, so everybody is being told, the fire crews, news, and everything else, if you want to get out, you got to go out down through the Running Springs area. So that's pretty well the situation here, and we'll throw it back to you.
Chuck, thank you very much, and we are very glad that both you and Christopher Lee are safe. A lot of people have been asking. We just want to let everyone know. Fortunately, it was just a truck that was damaged, and both of our folks are safe. Back now to Kyung near Lake Arrowhead. I believe actually more like Sky Forest. Is that right, Kyung?
This is kind of the eastern edge of Sky Forest, and I want to explain. First of all, I'm wearing a particulate mask because it is very, very smoky out here. What you're seeing behind me is what's causing all the smoke. This is the burn that went through. It was a burn that went through about a couple of hours ago, and you can see back there, that is where the fire continues to rage this evening, and the fire is already sort of ravaged through this area, through the southern end of State Highway 18. Firefighters doing the very best they can to keep all these homes that are on the northern edge of State Highway 18 safe. We want to talk to a couple of the firefighters who are among the 1,900 men and women who are out here this evening. Art Navon and Jeff Stevens, good evening, you guys. You guys have been out here for a couple of days now.
Yeah, since Sunday.
And you are from?
Bullhead City, Arizona.
What? Tell me about the conditions out here that you're dealing with.
It got pretty hairy. A couple hours ago, they jumped the line over here, and we ended up having to retreat over there to Santa's Village over there, and we just had to set up a perimeter around that and protect ourselves.
Have you ever seen anything like this? Have you guys ever fought?
It's probably the hairiest thing so far that we've been on since.
Have you fought anything like this before in your career?
Wildland? No, not this guy.
What is the biggest challenge in fighting this fire?
The winds right now. I think the winds and the dryness of the field right now it's pretty bad.
Thank you, Art. We want to talk to Jeff Stevens. You guys are from the same fire department from Bullhead City, Arizona. Tell me a little bit about what you're seeing around here.
Nothing but smoke. Visibility is down to about 20, 30 feet right now. It's very smoky and looks like it burned completely over onto the other side there.
And tell me a little bit about, what you see out here.
Right now back there's pretty much a log pile back there. Like he was saying earlier, all this was burning, and we're just up the road actually. Fire started to jump, so we had to take off to the safety area.
How do the firefighters, just standing in this and feeling this incredible, the smoke and trying to breathe and see, how do you keep going in these conditions?
Just get used to it after a few hours. Pretty much it. Keep going.
And tell me what the front of the fire, what the front of the fight looks like right now.
You know what? We haven't even been down there. We've been, like I said, we've been at the safety zone, and then we moved up to check some hot spots near the homes down here and prep the houses, make sure that nothing else burns.
Okay. All right, fellas. Thank you very much for talking to us. We really appreciate it. Thanks for all your work tonight. That log that you're seeing actually almost fell on the firefighters. This is a charred log that fell, I don't know, maybe about 100 yards from up above and almost hit those firefighters. That's how we actually got to meet them, because they stopped to chat with us. Just among some of the 1,900 firefighters who are out here on the front lines working to try to keep this fire from jumping again into some of these residential areas. Reporting live from near Lake Arrowhead, Kyung La, back to you.
Kyung, I don't want to sound like a Pollyanna, but those people are amazing, and they do it for days and days without sleep, and they do it, they're the best in the world. I want to ask you something very quickly. Can you tell me a little bit about the church that was lost up there? We don't have an official house count either, but it's a church and a couple of houses you saw?
It's a very popular church. A lot of people in Los Angeles are familiar with this church. Near and dear to a lot of people here. I haven't been personally down there to see it yet, but I can tell you about the neighborhood up above. What you're looking at is a neighborhood that I was actually standing in, interviewing a couple of residents who refused to leave their home. They did not want to leave. The man who lived there had grown up in that home, and as soon as he decided that he was going to stay and chat with us, we saw the fire, that controlled burn that I've been talking about, that it was south of the Highway 18, completely go out of control here, jump the highway and actually burn his house. That charred rubble that you're seeing up above State Highway 18, that area is used to be homes up there, and I believe, just from, this is not official, but just from my eyewitness point of view, it looked like to me that there were at least 3 or 4 homes that went up.
All right, Kyung La, we thank you very much. And there's a lesson for all of us too, Michelle. When they say mandatory evacuations, they mean leave. And it's a real good idea if you do that.
Especially in this area, because you also have the concern where the fire can jump from treetop to treetop.
Oh, it crowns. That's called crowning.
Yes, it crowns,
absolutely.
exactly. And it makes it very difficult for the crews on the ground to fight it at that point.
What happened to Chuck with that news van? What happened to those people with those houses when the fire people tell you to leave? They don't have a gun to your head, but you know what? You really should do it. We're also dealing with fire situations conditions down in the flatlands here, if you will. Stevenson Ranch has been threatened by a fire that's on Pico Canyon Road, just west of the 5. The Valverde fire went into Simi and came back, threatened parts of Santa Clarita. Our Gordon Tokamatsu is live in the Santa Clarita area now with the latest on the path of that very dangerous fire. Gordon?
Well, Paul, right now there's a very spectacular but scary light show happening in the hills above Santa Clarita. Take a look as we pan to our right here. You can see the flames up in the hills above Stevenson Ranch. Now, we're going to focus in on one portion of these flames here. It's a canyon called Pico Canyon, as you said, and if you wonder why that sounds familiar, let's go to the tape. We're going to show you the neighborhood where this is happening. This is some tape that was shot about an hour and a half ago when we were inside the canyon. You can see the flames advancing toward us. The reason this canyon sounds familiar is because this is where Old Glory is located. Old Glory, you might recall, is that at least 1,000-year-old oak tree that had caused a great deal of controversy some months back. There were some environmental rights groups and one individual that were trying to protect the tree because some developers had moved into the area and were planning to knock it down, basically. And there was even a fellow who had taken up residence inside the tree for, if I'm not mistaken, several weeks. That tree now is, we shouldn't say in the path of the fire, but it is close enough for some concern. In fact, a number of residents from this area came by to tell us, boy, you know, wouldn't that be an irony if, in fact, the flames got close enough to actually affect Old Glory. Now, we understand there are several tracts in there, communities. They are called Southern Oaks Grove, Southern Oaks Manor, and Southern Oaks Beezers. About 400 or so residents total live up in that canyon. Not that far, we have to say, from these flames that we shot, as we said, an hour and a half ago. They were given an evacuation order at about 3 p.m. this afternoon, told to basically pack up all of their important belongings, photo albums, records, and so forth, and head out. The fact of the matter is, from the residents we spoke with, many of them had already packed up their cars and have left. We saw some empty neighborhoods. We saw a lot of structure protection personnel. I would say a couple of hundred firefighters taking up positions inside those tract communities, trying to make sure this fire doesn't get close enough to do any damage. Now, as we come back here live, you can see the picture, you can see our picture, I should say, here at night of these hills above Pico Canyon. And one thing we can say that's very encouraging is the wind is almost non-existent. And some of those flames actually are not tilting as we had seen before. They're actually going straight up in the air. That is definitely good news. Reporting live from Santa Clarita, Gordon Tokumatsu, Channel 4 News.
Gordon, I don't know whether you mentioned this or not, but Southern Oaks to the north of Pico Canyon Road is where our Chris Schabel lives with his wife and his pregnant wife and 2 kids, and I suspect he's probably gone by now, had to evacuate.
That's probably true. In fact, most of the residents were gone when we were there. We saw a bunch of empty homes.
Yep, okay.
In fact, he described quite aptly that firefighters were stationed in his backyard because he faces, his property faces the
which
canyon.
means, you know what, Mr. Schabel, it's a real good idea if
You're
you
too
leave
close.
now. Yeah, okay.
That's exactly right. But we heard he was fine last time we spoke to him. Now, Justin Yeager has been flying over the Stevenson Ranch area. Now, Justin, where are these flames exactly, and where are they in relation to the developments?
Now, we're about 2,000 feet in the air, so really what we're looking at is the same hillside that Gordon was showing us a second ago. We just get a kind of better aspect because we get the angle looking down into it. But again, he was talking about that scary but terrific light show. The neat thing about this fire is that it just pops up in different areas. These aren't necessarily in areas that are threatening structures directly. You've heard that LA County Fire made those Stevenson Ranch evacuations just voluntary at this point and just precautionary. They're sort of waiting this fire out, figuring out where it's going to travel, but right now it's kind of a stable situation as they take a look at the way that the wind is going to affect these fires. Again, this is the area just up the hill, just up Pico Canyon from where Gordon is located, here in Valencia, near Stevenson Ranch.
Now, to give you some history on this fire, this is the fire that started on Friday in Valverde, on Valverde Road. That's why it was called the Valverde Fire. It made its way into Ventura County, made its way back into Los Angeles County, and this is the fire that was threatening the Porter Ranch area and the Chatsworth area last night, and now it's basically come a full circle.
Well, it's you know, it's kind of like those high-speed chases we watch. They end up going back home. They end up going back from whence they came, and this fire really has doubled back, although it's doubled back a little bit to the north. But Justin, as we look at those flames, and we're looking at our map here, and again, the I-5, the 5 is not very far away. All it's going to take is a wind shift, and that's going to go right to the 5, isn't it?
And that's really what LA County Fire is thinking is going to happen. They're thinking right now that potentially this fire has the ability to go south of Pico Canyon Road, along the mountaintops, to the 5 freeway and jump it and go to Calgrove. I was just really tight on that picture there. You can see that even though there's no wind, this fire is creating winds of its own. You can see it swirling there as it sucks the oxygen from the fuel nearby.
Now, when you say go to Calgrove, where's Calgrove in relationship to the Valencia Golf Course?
I don't know that specifically, but Valencia Golf Course is right here along the 5 freeway.
Right,
Calgrove kind of leads up into the mountains as you get on the east side of the 5.
Yeah, it's before Lyons. Calgrove is before Lyons. What happens is Calgrove, Lyons, and then you've got the golf course, which is north of Lyons, and as you said, Justin, east of the 5. And that's a big open area there. And as you say, if it goes over the 5, I don't think there's a lot of brush in there, but there are a lot of homes, right?
That's true. Over the last 2 years, that Calgrove area has actually burned a number of times, so a lot of that brush may be clear and might provide an area for this fire to kind of stall a bit. This brush over here is light brush. It's coming down. You don't see a whole lot of trees. Like we talk about Old Glory is kind of isolated in where it is in its tract housing. This is coming down in the small brush towards the community of Stevenson Ranch and Valencia there.
All right, Justin, you hang in there. You know, when you mentioned, you and Gordon mentioned Old Glory, we all went, oh, yeah. Why didn't we think of that? Of course that's where that tree was. And boy, was that in the news about a year ago, and for a long time, too. Another area which is really taking its licks, if you'll pardon the expression, is San Diego County. Terrible death toll there, terrible loss of life and loss of homes and loss of property. More than any fire zone in Los Angeles, Ventura, and San Bernardino counties. Channel 4's Vicki Vargas is there live now with the latest on what's going on there. Vicki?
Paul, you know, you got that right. This Paradise fire, there have been 2 fatalities only in the fire, and both of them were here in Valley Center. It's a small community, very rural countryside, horse country, if you will, just east of the 15 freeway. And now folks are having to deal with perhaps taking in more evacuees. 10,000 people from Palomar Mountain have been told they must leave. And there's not a lot between here and there except for an Indian reservation. So this is one of the places they will likely end up, very nearby at the Valley Center High School. Meantime, today, some of the folks who live here got to go back, and they had to deal not only with the property loss, but with some personal losses as well. This was the scene over on Yellow Brick Road. That's where Nancy Morphew lived. Friends say she didn't have a whole lot of time to get out. It was early in the morning. She tried to get her prized Arabian horses away, but darkness, fear, and panic obviously played a part in that. Her truck went over an embankment, and that's where she was found. The Valley Center woman, 51 years old, a mother of 2 grown children, is now one of 12 confirmed deaths here in San Diego County.
Fire damage, so it's going to be largely dependent on developing a healthy list of who's missing, and of course until we can do a census, that's going to be challenging. We're relying on a variety of identification techniques.
One of those techniques is to use dogs, which will be brought in to sniff out through the remains, through the ashes, to see if anyone actually died inside some of these homes. The medical examiner here says they have confirmed there were 10 deaths in cars. 2 people were found in their homes, but they've only been able to positively identify 4 of those people. The names on the others will be released at some point in the future, and they say there could be, in the end, as many as 24 deaths, but they're trying to continue their investigation at this point. Live in Valley Center, I'm Vicki Vargas, Channel 4 News.
Vicki, thank you very much. Now, the fires in San Diego, they stretch for about 45 miles. It's just huge, over 200,000 acres. And we know that there was a town, Cuyamaca, that was destroyed. That's near Julian, and that's where, I'm sorry, who's our Ted Chen is there now near Julian to update us on that area. Ted.
Michelle, Paul, the fire trucks that you see behind me, Their job is to save the town of Julian, which is not too far from here, and they've been lighting backfires in the area. And I don't know if you can see, we pan over to my left, you can see, let's see if we can get the feedback out of my ear. You can see they're lighting some backfires right now to try to protect this area. This is the cedar fire that they're dealing with right now. That is the monster fire in this area. Nearly 300,000 acres burned so far and has killed at least 11 people. That is the fire that destroyed so many homes, hundreds of them in the Tierra Santa area, in the Scripps Ranch area, and also did some damage in Cuyamaca, as you mentioned, and Descanso, those areas as well, and now has been working its way back up north to the town of Julian and the towns surrounding it, and we caught up with some firefighters as they were trying to protect homes. All right, I guess we don't have that tape right now, but they are working very hard to save the homes.
We're seeing it, Ted. We're looking at it.
But we understand that at least 30 homes have been destroyed so far. There are a few hundred in this area and a couple hundred in the Pine Hills area alone. And we don't know the fate of those homes right now. Those homes possibly could be gone because the fire was very, very close. Paul and Michelle?
Julie, I've called you Julian, the name of the town. Ted, can you, I know about Julian because I used to fly a lot, and I know it's probably, I think there's a VOR there. It's a navigational facility for small planes and big planes that fly in that area. What else do you know about Julian, Ted, if anything? How big a town is it, and what's its history? Do you know?
It's a very small town. It's become very popular with tourists. Population is very small, about 2,000 people, but it's just a very charming town. There's one main street, Main Street. Excuse me, there's some feedback in my ear. Let's see if we can try to get rid of it so I can't really talk and listen to you at the same time, but there's a row of just really charming homes and bed and breakfast places, really famous for its bed and breakfast locations. It's very famous for its apples, a lot of apple orchards in the Julian area.
Michelle knows that well.
Apple pie stores and just a neat little town, and we are approaching the time of year where it becomes very popular.
Okay.
For tourists to come here, which is right around the November time, and that's when the apples start coming onto the trees, and this town just becomes packed. So this is like the worst time to happen for Julian. Paul and Michelle.
All right, Ted, thank you. In defense of Ted, sometimes somebody talks in your ear while you're trying to talk. When you have 2 or 3 people talking at the same time, it's like 2 phones, and it's a little difficult. But we got the gist of it. Thank you. Wind's very important in San Diego County. Wind's extremely important now in Stevenson Ranch, where that fire is poised to move toward the 5. Fritz Coleman, how's it looking?
Well, it's looking good right now in both positions. Winds are less than 10 miles an hour, so not an issue now. Paul, I'm going to do an overview of the weather. I want to show you the 5-day forecast because it really tells the tale of a huge shift in winds from the dry, warm offshore flow to the cool, moist onshore flow. Strengthening to the point where we're dropping 10 to 15 degrees tomorrow. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, the marine layer deepens up. We have only partial clearing in the afternoon, and so deep will be that blanket of marine air. We're going to have some drizzle Thursday and Friday morning. That's going to be a nurturing, cool, moistening experience for everybody, including the firefighters. Lots of people worried about the smoke pollution. There's plenty of it. This is a map that shows unhealthful smoke levels for sensitive people in the orange area, literally throughout Southern California, with the exception of coastal LA County for about 5 miles. This is PM10 particulate matter and PM2.5, which is the size of the particles of smoke. Everybody is subject to their influences. If you have asthma, if you're a young person less than 12 years old, if you are the elderly, if you have cardiopulmonary problems, stay out of the air. The red area is the worst of it. San Bernardino Valley, Riverside Valley, and the San Bernardino Mountains will have unhealthful levels for everyone. For the next couple of days, until these fires settle, until they're swept out to the east of us, I would stay out of the outdoors as often as you can, especially for exercise and sports.
Did you say the D word, drizzle?
Yes, I did. Thursday and Friday morning.
Thank you.
It seems physically impossible, but it will happen.
All right.
Okay.
We hope so. Thank you, Fritz. Now, if you have to be out in it, then you should be wearing a particulate mask. It's a particulate mask made out of cloth, and our David Cruz, who is out at Stevenson Ranch, has one with him. David, we have seen earlier, about an hour or so, it looked like flames were approaching quite close to homes here, but then they've kind of moved away now. What's the situation at this point?
That is correct, Michelle, and it's all been driven, of course, by the winds. While you may not be able to see it with the camera, I can tell you that in the last few minutes, the odor of smoke here has become much more pronounced. It is much more difficult for us. You can see the ash continuing to fall, and here's what that indicates, that beyond the view of our camera, you have those flames that are still out there. They're still building up tonight. And what you have right here on this hillside, which is adjacent to the property where I am standing, is, of course, lots of fuel, unburned fuel. So off camera, we still have firefighters on standby, because as long as that fuel remains here, Paul and Michelle, there is definitely the possibility that if these flames pick up some strength overnight, even though they may not be spreading for miles, at least in this draw right here, this particular gully area, if you will, right adjacent to Stevenson Ranch homes, there is still danger. Back to you.
David, let me ask you something. How far west of the 5 are you right now?
Paul, I would tell you that I'm within probably a mile and a half.
Okay, that seems to be the concern right now. If that wind shifts and that fire gets to the 5, is there enough fire there to get there, do you think?
Well, I'll tell you, Paul, from where I am standing, our mass cam earlier was picking up some of those distant flames that then you were seeing much closer than we can.
Right.
I can't size up that fire, but I will tell you this. There's a lot of unburned fuel out here, and so again, if that can catch fire tonight, it depends on the winds tomorrow morning where that might hit.
Yeah, and the way things are going, you never know. I mean, this has been so unpredictable the last week. It really has.
You know, somebody was describing to me earlier, Paul, how this is a fire that has really gone in 3 different directions, which is why you have LA County, LA City, Ventura County, and their coverage has been seamless. I met fire crews here today from Hollywood, Pacoima, South Los Angeles. These guys have done an extraordinary job. Proof of that is that within 50 yards of these homes, no flames can be spotted tonight.
All right, David Cruz.
You know, we should mention that there are about 10 wildfires burning in Southern California right now. Many of them started by arsonists. Okay. This fire right here, which started as the Val Verde fire originally, is a fire that authorities believe was started by arsonists. So they're asking if you saw any suspicious behavior there in that area, Val Verde Road, Friday, to please call them. If you saw anyone driving out of that area, in that area, please call them. They're looking for information.
They are. I think the DA of LA County said, I believe it was yesterday, that he's pretty sure that it was arson. You're quite right, Michelle. LA County Board of Supervisors have they've coughed up $50,000 for information leading to. That's right. San Bernardino has put up $50,000 for information leading to those 2 suspects they're looking for in the big fire. And San Diego County has put up $100,000 for information leading to whoever was responsible. And they are talking to somebody, a hunter, who threw up a flare that they think might have started the cedar fire. NBC4 and Telemundo have teamed up with the American Red Cross to help our neighbors hit by the wildfires. Join us this Thursday at the Rose Bowl, Pasadena, from 6 in the morning, don't be redundant, Paul, 6 in the morning till 6:30 p.m. You can drop off a cash, you can drop off a check, or cash. I've been doing this too long tonight. Checks should be made payable to the Disaster Relief Fund Wildfires.
And for more information, we've got this listed on our website. Our website is NBC4.TV. Click on news links and search for the keywords Disaster Relief Fund, and you'll find a lot of also information on the fires in our Firestorm section.
Okay, big concern up in the mountains, Sky Forest, east to Running Springs, north of that, Green Valley Lake. Lake Arrowhead appears to be okay for now. Patrick Healy has made his way, I believe, up to Sky Forest and has the proper mask on there because it's raining ash. Patrick?
Paul, that's exactly where we are, about a quarter mile from where Chuck Henry had his close scrape earlier in the day. We wanted to get on the air to let the people know. At this time yesterday, we were interviewing a couple who lived right down through the trees here, James and Brigida Hess. The fire came all around their home in this little community this afternoon. James, Brigida, if you're watching, your house did survive. The flames have gone around. There's still ashes. You may be able to see through the trees, the embers, the hot spots that are burning all around here. But this handful of 6 houses in this community of Sky Forest off Willow did survive. For now, reporting live, Patrick Healy, Channel 4 News.
Oh, Patrick, that is, I saw that interview. Matter of fact, I was here, and we asked them if it had burned down, if they were going to come back, and they said absolutely. An architectural masterpiece up there. Thank God that survived, Patrick.
And in fact, the fire sprinklers are still going on some of the houses around here.
Oh, my goodness. All right.
Patrick, can you tell us a little bit about the weather there where you are right now?
Well, it is cooling off, and there is still a mild wind, but it is not very strong. It is a gentle wind that, well, you're looking towards the southwest now, down the canyon. very gentle wind coming up the canyon, but not very strong. So the fire is still sticking very close to Highway 18, which is just above us, about 200 feet that direction.
All right, Patrick Healy, thank you very much. We are still surrounded by fire here in Southern California. It continues to burn. Here's the latest. 17 people have died after 2 more people were killed in San Bernardino County. And Michelle, remember we had the 2 elderly gentlemen who died of heart attacks. 2 more have died. Same reason, elderly people just couldn't take the stress and the excitement. More than 522,000 acres have burned. That's about 800 square miles, 3/4 of the area of Rhode Island. More than 10,000 firefighters, 11 now on the scene. More than 1,500 homes destroyed. Damage estimated at nearly $2 billion. And as Michelle pointed out, that's conservative.
Yes, that is absolutely right. And we have some mandatory evacuations to tell you about. Big Bear Valley, Seven Oaks, Angeles Oaks, Lake Arrowhead, Forest Falls, Barton Flats, Running Springs.
Okay, to Chuck Henry, very quickly. Chuck, have we still got you? You got 20 seconds.
Okay, we'll just let you know that tonight what we're going to do is we're going to check out that other edge of the fire that's burning near Running Springs right now. That's the one that's so close and is giving firefighters a big concern. And we'll be back at 11 with that.
All right, everybody, hang in there. NBC Nightly News with Tom Brokaw is next.
That's right, and we'll have all the latest at 11.
Good night.
The fuel has burned at that side. So it could be burning itself out, but I think a majority of the fire, the larger portion, is on the other side of that hillside now and moving in an easterly direction toward the 5 freeway.
All right, David, thanks for that report. We're going to go to our colleague, Joel Conable, who is also in the Stevenson Ranch area. Now, what side of the hill are you on, Joel? We know that David said that this fire was moving in an easterly direction. Are you closer to that?
I think we are. I'm not quite sure. I think we're on the other side of the hill, and I feel like we're to the west of where David is, but he might actually be to the northwest over here. We're in the Southern Oaks community right off Pico Canyon Boulevard. So when you get off the 5 freeway going northbound, you get off what's Lyons Boulevard, which turns to Pico Canyon if you go left, and that's where we are here. About 120 homes up in here, and you can see the new developments are what's happening behind me there. That hillside is now on fire. That is about, well, you can see the silhouettes of the firefighters standing on the hillside in front of it. That's about 100 yards from their position. That just lit up in the last 10 minutes or so. And this fire has moved close enough now that we can actually hear it. We can hear the crinkling of the branches as they burn. We can hear it from that location here, and we can hear it on the other side as well to my left, where there's a glow in the sky and flames burning as well. We're at the end of a cul-de-sac here. There's 2 fire trucks down here. Firefighters standing up on the hills there, not putting any water on this. Basically, they're just holding their lines, waiting to see where this fire burns and how close it gets to these houses. Their big concern are hot embers, which could fly into the rooftops of these homes here. Their other big concern is the fact that this fire could burn up this hillside here. You can see the silhouette of it. It's dark right now, and that would bring this fire within just a couple of feet of the homes. So right now we're at the end of this cul-de-sac in the Southern Oaks area, which is not far from Stevenson Ranch. Firefighters holding the line here. The firefighters you see behind me are from Beverly Hills and Santa Monica. Just an example of how cities from all over Southern California have moved up here to do structure protection. No mandatory evacuations, just voluntary evacuations at this point. But a dramatic sight behind me here where the hillside is burning, and we have 2 hillsides burning. We have one here behind me, we have another one over to my left, and then we have actually a third one over to my right. So we'll be watching this throughout the evening, and of course we'll let you know as this fire burns closer to these homes. But they're saying because they have such a good defensible space, they think the homes will be okay as long as the firefighters stay here.
Joel, we are talking about a sizable community out there. Development where most of the homes are stucco, have tile roofs. People out there certainly have to be aware. I mean, they're up against the mountains and they are in brush fire territory. Have you been hearing, were people surprised the fire got as close to the homes in Stevenson Ranch as it did?
Yeah, people actually are surprised. I did a couple interviews earlier, and I said to them, you've been watching this fire for how long now? And one lady told me for about 2 or 3 days. They've known the fire has been in their area. They've seen the glow over the mountains. I said, did you ever think this fire would burn so close to your home? And they said, no, we always saw the helicopters doing their low passes over the hillsides. We always thought it would stay on that side, and we always thought that there was enough of a defensible space all throughout this neighborhood that we wouldn't even see flames. And then sure enough, this afternoon at 2:30 in the afternoon when we get here, we saw flames over the hilltop, and they did have evacuations for part of the Southern Oaks community. So those people that I spoke to earlier were surprised by it. Some folks that I've talked about down here say they're not surprised that there's a fire right here. They're just surprised that it's so close to their homes. So I think I'd agree with your statement that and your question that they were saying that they just didn't expect the fire to burn so quickly and so close to their homes out here. Excuse me.
Okay, sorry for that, Joel. And I'm sure part of that had to do with the wind direction or the wind shift, because certainly we thought with the Santa Anas actually leveling off so early this afternoon that wouldn't be present a big problem for these fires spreading anyway. But as we have seen with this onshore flow, that has presented more problems, I think, than we expected.
Yeah, and they thought the onshore flow would actually help them because they thought the Santa Ana winds would be the problem, Pat. It turned out the Santa Ana winds actually helped firefighters up here in Stevenson Ranch because it blew it in one direction. Now the onshore winds are what they say are causing the flames to burn back this way towards communities. Right now, no wind pretty much at all. So I think that's good news for firefighters, and they're just watching the hillsides burn behind us here.
Okay, Joel Conable, live in the Stevenson Ranch. Thank you for that. I guess part of the reality of battling wildfires is that what you think will work is not necessarily going to work. Conditions you think will improve your firefighting efforts may in fact hamper them. Who knows?
And you know, they always say though, just this is what we anticipate, this is what we expect, but you never know because those winds could shift at any moment, and that is certainly what has happened here today. At any rate, we will be here. We're watching fires throughout Southern California, and our Fire Watch coverage continues in just a moment.
The spirits say, go to Smart and Final for Halloween.
You'll find everything you need to throw a great party, along with a monstrous selection of candy.
Get smart.
Smart and Final, the smaller, faster warehouse store.
When did the Kia Rio get such a comfortable interior? When did we back it with such a great warranty? When did we price it over $1,000 less than the competition? When did the Rio become such a great car? When you found out it's the most affordable four-door sedan in America. The Keep Your Wallet Fat Kia Rio.
Visit your Southern California Kia retailers. Hurry, offer ends soon.
Get smart.
Smart and Final has everything you need for your Halloween party, like Child's Play candy over 3 pounds, only $4.99, and pumpkins, 2 for $5. Save time, save money at Smart and Final, the smaller, faster warehouse store.
The 2003 Pontiac Grand Am SC has more power than Jetta GL, more torque, and better fuel efficiency. Our drivers wanted more. Get $5,500 total cash back on 2003 Grand Am 4-cylinder models, or choose 0% APR for 60 months on all remaining 2003 Grand Ams. See your Southern California Pontiac dealer.
Stay with KCAL 9 News for continuing coverage of the devastating wildfires.
You're looking at a live picture from Stevenson Ranch where the fire is burning there about several miles away from homes in the area. However, firefighters at this point are actually watching the fire. They seem to be to feel confident enough that it will not reach these homes. They're in structure protection mode, and however, if it gets closer, then they will attack this fire as fiercely as they have all afternoon since these fires broke out in this area. But right now they are pretty confident that they have this pretty much under control, and they're just watching at this hour to see if this fire moves even closer. But they are standing by at the ready to take it down. As you can probably tell from this picture, with the flames not as high as they were, the winds are pretty calm right now, so that's helping in their efforts.
One of the rare pieces of good news we've had in the last 48 hours. At least 17 people have now been killed in these fires across Southern California. More than 1,500 homes have been destroyed. We are talking acreage burned now more than 500,000, and there is a way for you to help.
That's right. This station has put together, along with the American Red Cross, a relief fund for you to get involved in to help people that are in dire need of your help in Southern California. And as you just heard Kerry mention how many people have died, and more than 40,000 homes are threatened at this hour. 1,500 homes have been destroyed. So we don't know exactly what the days will bring ahead, but right now, to help the people that have certainly suffered in this horrible disaster. In fact, the worst disaster we've heard in this state's history, according to Governor Gray Davis anyway. So if you could send your checks or tax deductible donation to what you see here on your screen.
It is a joint effort, the American Red Cross and the Southern California Fire Disaster Relief Fund. Post Office Box 1070 in Los Angeles 90028. As Pat mentioned, it is tax deductible, although that probably wouldn't matter at all to most people who are going to help out. They're going to help out. Also, one more thing, you can make a credit card donation, and to do that, just visit the Red Cross LA.org and designate it for the local fire relief.
And we thank you for your support. And of course, we will be giving you this information throughout the evening. So if you didn't catch it this time, we'll be putting it up for you again. And we know that our fellow brothers and sisters here in Southern California will appreciate our help. And we have to feel like that because everybody has to pitch in times like this. And we've seen so many people actually helping one another. Lots of goodwill out there, and we're glad to see that.
You can see flame, but that was the good news picture coming out of Stevenson Ranch. Not nearly as positive where Craig Figner is standing by live right now in Big Bear, where the last time we checked it with him about 20 minutes ago, the fire, Craig, you said was heading in your direction, what, about 5 miles out of Big Bear?
Well, let me correct that a little bit. We had a report that it was 5 miles outside of Big Bear, but that has since been corrected to 18 miles outside of Big Bear. I'm much happier with that number, to be quite frank, because we at about the noon hour were looking at a fire that was 20 miles outside of Big Bear. So if between noon and now it's just traveled 2 miles as opposed to 15 miles, that puts the fire more on track with what would be the expected travel speed for this fire. But still, even with that distance, the USDA Forest Service decided at about 10 o'clock this morning that it wanted people to consider leaving the community. A couple hours after that, it made the evacuation a mandatory one. And that having been said, a lot of people did pack up, did get out of town. There are still some people staying here, but the people we caught up with today said all they needed was the information they were getting from broadcast reports, and they were ready to hit the road. People in the community of Big Bear wasted no time getting out of town. With roughly 2 hours' notice, they packed up and hit the road. At the same time, this was that monster fire devastating Sky Forest.
I've heard the fire department personnel talk about if there's ever a fire that hits right around Lake Arrowhead and Crestline, and it's just like you know what, it's a 50-50 chance.
All over town, stores are closed and hotels have canceled bookings. Highway 18 is a slow-crawling parking lot. For the most part, nobody seems to be questioning this mandatory evacuation.
We'll go. We'll get out of here. We got too much to worry about, this one and the other one, so yeah, definitely. We'll be out of here. Great. We're not that crazy.
Everyone has been watching this disaster spread. This was the fire at the noon hour when it was roughly 20 miles from the city of Big Bear. Back here live, this is the sign posted on the inside door of the Starbucks coffee here just as you enter Big Bear. Anybody who's come up to this community for snowboarding or for skiing or just to enjoy a day in the mountains, certainly you've probably stopped by this particular coffee shop before. There are other businesses which are closed. Village Pizza here was quick to lock up its doors today. There's a gas station there and a market on the other side of the street on Village Drive. They have remained open, but if you go up Village Drive, it's dark. Even the hotels, many of them have canceled their reservations, which they had for tonight, and told the hotel guests who were there that it's just time to leave and that they are not doing business. But again, there are still people who are staying here. I talked with one guy a couple of hours ago who drove by, and he said, well, you know, I just finished remodeling my house a couple of years ago. I got a fire suit. I got plenty of stuff to hose the house down with. I reminded him that I've seen some incredible devastation in the area near Crestline, Rim Forest, Sky Forest. He said, well, yeah, I know it can get pretty bad, but he thought he was safe. That is an opinion probably not shared by the majority, if not all, firefighters. And we've seen today just what this fire can do, how quickly it can travel. Again, there are a number of fire agencies here that are mobilizing. There's one fire engine there. You can't see it. I didn't catch what city it was from. We've had Ontario here. We've seen Rancho Cucamonga, San Bernardino. Colton, I think, had some presence here. They've been mobilizing in the community of Big Bear, even though it could be some time before the fire actually reaches here. But they are here as a matter of being prepared, being on guard in case the worst does happen. I'm Craig Figner reporting live, KCAL 9 News.
You know, Craig, when you were talking about those businesses up there, yes, a lot of us are familiar with those businesses, and they depend so much on tourists coming up to Big Bear. This is the impending ski season. You have to think about what could happen to that particular community, because they depend so much on outsiders, if you will, or tourists coming up to visit.
Well, yeah, very much so. I think the last count that I heard was that there were about 15,000 full-time residents in Big Bear, people who are here year-round. Then there are a lot of other people who own homes here who come up for part of the year or come up for the weekends. But the lifeblood of this community is the ski season, the people who come up and spend money at the ski resorts. And we had a really rough ski season, as you remember, December, January, February, March. They had this off and on snow, so they were struggling there, didn't quite do the business they wanted. They did okay, but certainly if this happens and we end up with a lot of rain. We know what rain does after we've had wildfires. Often there are other problems associated like landslides. So this all together, I mean, there's no good news in this.
Okay, Craig Figner, live up at Big Bear. Yeah, this is just disaster A. We got a rainy season. We know what follows. Mudslide. Disaster
February.
B, closing the roadways and the hillsides, stripped bare. It is the consequences are just can be devastating.
We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with more Fire Watch coverage after this.
Monday, as Southern California wildfires reach their most critical and dangerous stage, Southland viewers turn to KCAL-9 News. LA's largest television news organization brought you complete, uninterrupted coverage. From the ground, from the air, with up-to-the-minute information when you needed it most.
The main fire is below me
As wildfires continue to pose a threat, count on KCAL-9 News. There when you need to know.
Fire continues to flare up.
Tomatoes still attached to the vine. Come on, give me a break. Who do these taste sweet tomatoes think they are?
Nature's sweet tomatoes taste so homegrown, other tomatoes are feeling a bit threatened. Nature's sweet tomatoes. They taste homegrown because they ripen on the vine.
Hey, barbecue boy, it's time for a new kind of barbecue, Pizzone style. Pizza Hut's new honey barbecue chicken pizzone. Barbecue seasoned white meat chicken with a sweet and tangy honey barbecue dipping sauce. Just $5.99. Get the new honey barbecue chicken pizzone or any of our tasty pizzone recipes. Just $5.99 or $2.99 when you buy a large pizza at menu price. Come on, gather around the good stuff.
Get great online-only deals when you order at pizzahut.com.
Why did we give the Kia Sedona a standard V6 engine and a 6-speaker CD stereo? Why did we give it a 10-year warranty and 5 years roadside assistance? Why did we design it to get the government's highest safety rating? Why did we price it so low and give you $1,000 cash back? Why did we do all this?
Visit your Southern California Kia retailers. Hurry, offer ends soon.
And welcome back, everyone. We are looking at live pictures from Stevenson Ranch, and as ominous as that picture looks, actually it's a much better situation. This is a fire that now appears to be burning northeasterly away from Stevenson Ranch. The blaze was checked by firefighters literally within 100 feet or so of the homes earlier today.
And right now at this hour they are standing by watching these flames, but they are not fiercely attacking this fire. You can see some of them just standing on the hill there, and one firefighter is walking down. They're watching to see what happens, but they feel pretty confident that they can knock these flames down before they reach homes. We know they are several miles away from homes in this area, I believe new homes that are built very fire resistant, so they're not too particularly concerned at this point. And because of the wind situation, perfect. Henry DiCarlo, I see you stepping in that shot, if you will. Come back, sir. Our meteorologist, Henry DiCarlo.
Who's trying to sneak on into this show? You like that?
Yes, I do, Henry.
That's how I get on the big show. I just barge right on in. Yeah, you know what? My mom told me, you want something, you got to fight for it. So here I am. Hey, we're looking at obviously some improving conditions. We still have some tense moments ahead of us, but the winds have calmed down, and all throughout the day I felt that as soon as the sun went down, we would start to see the winds taper off, and we're seeing that right now. That's obviously helping things. Now, the next 24 hours still have a couple of things to keep an eye on. Let's go back to the computer and take a look at what's in store for us as far as our current conditions that we have. Now, this is our Skyview Doppler. We're talking about clear conditions, obviously, aside from the smoke and the haze. But if we can go to my computer, I'd appreciate it. I'll give you an idea of what's going on. There we go. Right now, as far as areas being affected by fires, the two that we're looking at, Big Bear, current temperature 66, winds are calm, humidity at 19%, and the humidity is on the rise. Stevenson Ranch right now 74, winds calm there as well, humidity at 28%, also on the rise. So we are looking at improving conditions. Now, just because we talk about calm winds doesn't mean that we can't see winds pick up around those fire zones. We've obviously have heard a lot about that over the last couple of days. Now, our flow has gone from onshore. We did have that strong offshore flow. Now, earlier today, we had some problems. We kept talking about the winds. They were shifting back and forth. Very tricky. It was very tough for the firefighters. That was because we had, at the surface, a light onshore flow below 1,000 feet. Above 1,000 feet, we still had that dominating offshore flow. And because of that, the winds were pretty much in a transition period. And that's why we saw those shifty conditions. Now that the offshore flow has pretty much died off, we are getting to much better conditions over the next 24 hours. I do have one concern, and you'll see that coming up. As far as the next couple of days, tonight, increasing humidity, that's great. Calmer winds, obviously, that is very good news. Now, tomorrow we get cooler, and the humidities, as I mentioned, continue to go up, but we will see some west winds in some of the higher elevations. San Bernardino County down in through San Diego, I think definitely looking at some stronger winds maybe tomorrow night. I hope I'm wrong. I think I'm the only one that's been talking about stronger winds for the mountains tomorrow night. I hope I'm wrong about that, but I see that setting up as a possible scenario. Also on Thursday, a deeper marine layer. That means cooler temperatures will continue, and winds should pick up through the mountain areas as well. Quick look at the satellite. A couple of improving features here. Notice the cloud coverage beginning to pull off towards the east. So this is that area of high pressure as it moves eastward. That's why the winds have relaxed. Now we're getting more to an onshore flow. But as you look down to the south, this is not marine layer. This is not cloud coverage. This is the smoke and the haze being picked up on the satellite. The marine layer is still off to the north, but it will make its way southward overnight. We'll wake up to cooler temperatures tomorrow, wake up to a few more clouds, and really we are seeing a significant cool down as we head into Thursday and Friday. Look at Friday. I've got a chance of even a mountain drizzle. That would be nice. Might be a long shot, but that would be nice because Saturday and Sunday, I think the mountains are in store for some strong winds, not Santa Ana's, but strong winds in the higher elevations. Hopefully we'll make some progress by the weekend, guys. So it's kind of a mixed bag. Things are looking better at some points, but we still have some winds to contend with, I think, beginning tomorrow night and through parts of the weekend. Back to you two for now.
Henry, could I ask you a quick question?
Sure.
As we look at these pictures from Stevenson Ranch? Simi Valley is about 25 miles from the coast. Lake Arrowhead, probably 75, 80, something like that. The marine layer moving in and the higher humidity, is it going to be able to make it that far inland enough to really do the firefighters any good?
Well, that's a good point because it will for Simi Valley. It'll take a little bit longer, probably more towards tomorrow night before it makes a bigger jump for, say, Big Bear, Lake Arrowhead. However, that airflow aloft will create the humidities to go up, so that's good news. We're starting to see higher humidities. The temperature in Big Bear is going to drop down into the 30s tonight. So we are talking about a huge drop in temperatures. It's going to cool down quite a bit. Obviously, that's going to help the atmosphere a little bit. Tomorrow, we'll see those humidities continue to be on the rise, but a little bit slower for the mountain communities. But with stronger winds late in the afternoon, that's going to help at least the humidities go up. Obviously, the winds aren't going to help with firefighters by tomorrow night. That's just my opinion. I could be wrong. I hope I am wrong about those westerly winds tomorrow night.
Well, you know, hopefully, Henry, they can get out there like they have been and start attacking this fire in the early morning hours. And we're just hoping, above all hope, that they get those things pretty much died down before those winds pick up tomorrow.
Right, because we're catching a break. The winds usually typically die down at night, and then it's usually in the midday hours when the winds pick up. We get that heating. The heating rises. It creates a little instability in the atmosphere, and that's when we get that well, not compressional heating because we're not talking about Santa Ana winds, but we are talking about more of a airflow, a wind flow that picks up midday because of the heat that rises during the daytime hours.
So looking at the crystal ball, looking at a few, several days, a week, I know you call it the weather model. I call it the crystal ball. Henry, even though the winds are going to be picking up, do you see any Santa Ana winds again in the immediate future?
I don't see Santa Ana winds within the next 5 to 7 days. That setup's not going to happen. We have a trough that's developing. We have low pressure that's moving in. It's a low pressure system that's coming in from the Canadian Rockies. So it's not going to bring us a lot of moisture because the moisture has already been squeezed out. It's been sitting over land. It's not coming in off the coast. It's already come up from off the coast. It's sitting over the Canadian Rockies. So as it pulls down, it brings us cooler air, but not moisture, unfortunately, because we could definitely use some rain. But with that setup that stays with us through the better part of next week, we are not going to see high pressure build into the Great Basin. That's when we see Santa Ana's. That scenario is not happening for the next week,
but
at least.
Maybe drizzle. Thursday.
Maybe a drizzle. That might be a long shot, but I'm looking for a little silver lining here, and I think cooler temperatures and maybe a little drizzle will be good for everybody. It's going to feel like fall come Friday. Halloween, it's going to feel like fall, and hopefully lives are back to normal as much as we can be.
Okay. You give us something to wish for.
He has so much information, doesn't he? Yeah.
We'll be back after this.
They have told people, obviously, to get out of here. People have, and here in Running Springs, it is really deserted. There's not a resident to be found.
And that's exactly the type of situation where it's very dangerous to try to set a backfire to try to stop it in any way. Like you said, there's really nothing they can do.
Right, Kathy. I mean, there is nothing. And one person described it here, a San Bernardino County Fire Battalion chief. He said, this is like someone lifted off a rock on a mountain, and we're now looking down into the core of the earth. That's how he described it. And he said they're going to be rewriting the history books, and they're going to be rewriting the fire behavior textbooks, because they have not, any of these men and women, they've not seen anything this dynamic and this fluid. Right now, guys, I'd say Running Springs is certainly in the path of danger and fire, and I don't know what's going to stop this from continuing on to Big Bear and the Big Bear Lake area.
Well, Stephan, let me ask you this, just to reiterate one of the things you just said a moment ago. You were basically talking about the fact that this fire had moved a couple of miles in an hour, which if you try to compare that down to Simi Valley yesterday, it was moving a mile over the span of 10 hours, so obviously moving very quickly. You also mentioned that it was moving in the direction of Big Bear Lake. So are we looking at the possibility of this thing just continuing basically up the 18, or am I getting my my directions wrong?
Yeah, I think out the 18 to the east. Again, from the best I can tell here on the ground, and you guys probably have a lot more information than me, you're looking at the map here. It would be to the east, right there. If you look at the Running Springs, that's where we are. The Green Valley Lake area is about probably where I'm looking off right now, and the fire seems to be moving to the east toward Big Bear. Oh. I could be off by a few degrees or whatever, but it's moving, and by my estimation, it is just barreling through this extremely dry forest land. We can look out and easily see all the dead vegetation in the trees, and the best way to describe what the plumes of smoke look like, we're so close, it looks like F-14s and F-18s have just dropped bombs. And that's no exaggeration. That's the type of thickness, the mushroom cloud type activity that we're seeing just north right now of Running Springs.
How threatening is it to you right now? How is your situation?
We got pretty close, but we're not being stupid, and you can't predict fire. And the last thing we want to do as reporters, I know everybody with ABC7 and all of us around here trying to cover this, we don't want to get in the way of these firefighters, but we feel like this is our duty. This is our public service. This is why.
All right.
Close. We've been close, but been able to stay away and out of harm's way.
So, Stephan, one of the things we're talking about is wind. You're talking to the direction that the fire is moving and how quickly it is. We know that fire can move against the wind. Right. Is it going with the wind here, and how heavy are the winds? Johnny Mountain was telling us earlier the possibility of 25-mile-per-hour winds, especially down in some of the canyons and valleys. Is it blowing the direction of Big Bear, or is it moving against the wind at this point?
As I look out, Philip, it's blowing toward the direction of Big Bear, and really
blowing with the wind.
With the wind, and really, as you know, as you get closer to those fire lines, and that fire is making its own weather, and the tornadic winds that can develop, those winds go any which way they want, and just because the prevailing wind is maybe west to east, it can change on a dime. And at least right now, as I look out, just since I've been on with you, it's gone from about my 11 o'clock position to now creeping into my 1 o'clock position, and I haven't moved. And that's just since we've been talking.
Are you still seeing black smoke?
Yeah, I mean, there are times when you look through and you look toward the fire, and the smoke, you cannot see daylight. It's as dark as night. And we always throw all of these cliches around as news people. You know, it looks like a moonscape and all of that, but it really does. I was out on a freshly burned patch, and you're walking, and it's like you're leaving footprints on the moon. That's the consistency of the ash and
that was certainly the way it was at the Simi Valley fire.
Yeah, and Philip, Philip, I don't mean to interrupt you, but yesterday I was out at the Simi Valley fire, and they were able to get such a great concentrated effort from the air, and look what they made, how much progress they made. Here, it's anything but the case.
So now, describe your position as it relates to the 18.
Right now, we're just off, and how's this for irony? I mean, we're in an area, I think, that usually most people pull off to put snow chains on their tires. I mean, and you've got this blistering fire and inferno burning, less than a half a mile from here. But this is just off the 18. I think the exact intersection we're at is I guess they call this through here, Running Springs, the Hilltop Boulevard and Hollymont, and the pictures and the smoke that we're seeing, it's truly, it defies description, really. I can't even do it justice.
Well, Stefan, as we keep you on the phone here, I'm told that we have our Big Bear camera that we can actually look at. I don't want to wrap you up just yet, but apparently we're looking at Crestline, and apparently from our Big Bear camera, you can actually see the amount of smoke. It is just intense. And while you are on the 18, you probably can't get a real good idea of or maybe you can, just to answer me either way,
sure,
the length of the fire line. But this Big Bear camera is showing us the amount of smoke. I mean, have you heard anything? What are we talking about as far as the actual fire line? Or are we still talking about spot fires that are burning all on their own?
I think, Philip, you're looking at a fire line of, I don't know, I would guess maybe a mile, 2 miles long. And again, I can only give you, obviously, just what's right in front of me. But I know that we've talked to the firefighters, and they've said, these fires are obviously churning up the ash, and these little mini bombs of fire are spewing out up to a mile ahead of the actual fire line, and that's obviously of extreme danger. Right now, it looks like what's burning is obviously San Bernardino National Forest is on fire, and again, the general direction is with this wall of flame that, I mean, if you can really imagine a 300-foot tall flame, but that's what these firefighters say they're seeing, and that is moving in the general direction of Big Bear right now.
Are you seeing any firefighters, or when was the last time you saw some?
Yeah, they're driving by right now, Kathy. I mean, there are CDF crews. Obviously, they're getting resources from all over. And, we try to keep an eye on them. They're the professionals in this, and if they start to get their gear on and they start to get a little panic, and maybe they wouldn't call it panic, but maybe concern, that's when we kind of start freaking out, because if they're concerned enough, we're not the firefighting professionals, but they're all over the 118 or the 18 right now, and it seems like they have enough people, but they can't do anything about it. A lot of people, frankly, guys, are just standing around.
Let me ask you this. We've talked so much about the bark beetle. In the area that you're in, do you clearly see a number of the damaged trees, A, and B, have you seen fire affect any of them, to kind of give us a description as to what happens? You talked about the 300-foot flames that you've periodically seen, but, have you seen what happens when those go off?
Oh, yeah, Philip, I mean, you can hear it. When we first got here again, the fire had moved, by my estimation, maybe 2 miles, in an hour or so. But when we first got here and those flames were 2 miles away, you could hear it rumbling. It was like a river that was off in the distance, and you could see the dead trees that were just really igniting. I mean, they almost explode, for lack of a better term. And off in the distance now, I mean, the fire, it looks like the smoke is coming maybe a little bit more toward us now, and just everywhere you look, it seems like at least every third tree is brown and infestated by the bark beetle.
As we look at a picture from our Big Bear camera, you could pretty much see the number of dead trees in the area, and it just... have you talked to many firefighters? Is there a level of frustration? You said there's nothing they can do, because they just kind of stand around. And it's not, we want to emphasize, we're not talking about standing around not doing anything because they don't want to do anything.
Right,
we're talking about the futility of their efforts at some point.
I know they're frustrated, Philip. I mean, you've been out on the fire lines, and not only that, but how about the men and women that haven't had a break, a real break, to go home and take a hot shower in a week. And you know, from what we're seeing, when will this end? You know, I mean, that's the question that many of these people up here are questioning. You know, there's so much stuff to burn. They have no idea at this point when they can get a handle on it. Right. Amazing to see.
Stephen Tubbs, nothing like a radio reporter to paint a picture for you when you can't see exactly what's happening in that area. Very descriptive. Not what we want to hear, but thank you. We really get a good idea of what's happening in your area. We're looking at Big Bear right now. This was a great fear of a lot of people that the fire would creep into this area. We saw it as a long shot earlier in the week, but now we can see the smoke. So it is becoming a reality. We want to bring in now Deanne Berry from Big Bear City Fire to give us a little bit of a clearer picture of what's going on in your area. Deanne?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Well, I'd like to tell you that we do have heavy smoke in the Big Bear area. The winds are blowing and they are increasing and expected to become more erratic today. I've gotten that report. But the smoke hopefully will lessen some so that we can get some aircraft in. That's what the Forest Service has explained to me. And the fire has extreme growth potential for today.
Oh, Deanne, that's just, it almost just breaks your heart and your stomach drops to hear that. So we've just been talking with Stephen Tubbs of ABC Radio, who was describing his vantage point of the fire potentially moving in the direction of Lake Big Bear or the Big Bear area. Is that what you're hearing, that it's coming your way as well?
Well, that's what we're anticipating. We certainly hope that it does not, but that is what we're bracing for. We have a mandatory evacuation. Our town is pretty vacant. Most of the residents have left. If they have not, we'd like to encourage them to go. It's now time. I hope that they heed this warning. It is a mandatory evacuation.
Do you have and this is, you know, it's hard to gauge this, some of the gauging from yesterday coming from the Simi Valley fire, but do you, for lack of a better term, do you have a miles per hour that this fire is moving? I mean, we've had one description of basically, you know, a couple of miles in an hour.
Well, unfortunately, you know, I don't have that information. I'm headed to a briefing shortly, but the fire information is mostly down in the Lake Arrowhead Running Springs area, and I haven't received that yet.
People who were in Big Bear, where are they headed? Where have people been?
We're sending them off Highway 18 down into the Lucerne Valley area and off Highway 38 into the Redlands area.
Is that more likely the direction they need to go now, head off to the 38? Because if they go down the 18, head towards Running Springs, it seems like that's the direction the fire's coming.
Well, if they head 18, they can't head on 18 west. That would head towards Running Springs. But if they head 18 east, which is where we're directing them, that will drop them out into Lucerne.
All right. Well,
boy, Deanne, boy, thank you very much, but gracious, the things that she said as they prepare for the worst, almost, because like you said, and like she just said, how do you stop it?
Yeah, so frustrating for firefighters and for the homeowners, the people who live in these gorgeous areas. We should tell you that you may have felt this to add insult to injury. We've had a 2.8 earthquake in the Simi Valley area. We're not sure exactly where. I don't have any more information on it right now. Relatively small quake, enough to shake up your nerves as if you needed that right now, but that's the situation. So if you felt it, we wanted to pass that along to you.
Okay, well, we talked with Deanne Berry a little bit about people evacuating the area of Big Bear as they go 18 east, either hop on the 38 and out or continue up north on the 18. We want to bring in Vera Jimenez now to give a more complete picture of our traffic situation, not only up in the mountains, I guess, but just overall, huh, Vera?
Right, Philip. We spoke to the PIO, the Public Information Officer from Hesperia earlier this morning, and she said that there hadn't been any construction and there wasn't any construction on surface streets impeding the way out as people try to evacuate the parts that have been asked to evacuate in the southern Hesperia area. But there is some construction work along the 15, and as you know, especially on the northbound side of the 15, most of the highway is a two-lane highway through most of those stretches, and traffic does get really crowded, and as they're going to be asking people to leave the last thing you want to be is out of Orange County or LA County and trying to head out of town to Vegas as a little bit of relief, because things will just get a little bit worse. Most of the construction on the I-15 is taking place north of Hesperia between Victorville and Baker, and then north of Baker. That's where most of the construction work is taking place. But you know, those highways, those lanes get really packed with the big construction crews that go. Here is where things are really taking place right now. The fire, the 18, the 38, the 330, the 173 in the Big Bear area, Lake Arrowhead, and these highways have already been closed. They are open for people trying to leave town, but if you're trying to get up the mountain, you're not going to get up the mountain. Hesperia is right here, and if we switch to the next map, you'll see, you'll probably be able to get a better vantage point. Hesperia isn't too far away from the 15, and people, here we go, now we're looking at it towards the bottom of your screen. People will have to take the 15 and maybe either head northbound out of town or southbound, and most of that construction will be taking place between Victorville and Barstow, and then north of there into the Baker area. So again, just want to give you a little warning. Don't take the 15. Don't go near it if you don't have to, especially as they try to evacuate those communities. In the meantime, though, I do want to let you know, back in LA, taking a look at the traffic, haven't given you a traffic update because we've been looking at things that, you know, at this point are more significant, but I do want to let you know that the 10 heading through downtown LA is much tougher than it normally is. It's on the eastbound side where it's the toughest, between PCH, Pacific Coast Highway, all the way into downtown LA. You're pretty much not going to catch a break this morning, folks. It's pretty much bumper to bumper. Here's a look at the north and southbound sides of the I-5. There was an earlier jam up on the southbound side of the I-5 right around Firestone Boulevard that really jammed things up, but as you can see, they managed to get everything out of the way, and now both directions are actually starting to flow a little bit better, but again, it is after 9 o'clock in the morning, and so things are starting to improve there. The ride into downtown LA on the northbound side of the 110, the southbound 101, and the south I-5 also continue to be very tough. And that's it for me now. Philip, Kathy, back over to you.
All right, thanks a lot there, Vera. We want to join Gene Martin, resident of Hesperia, on the phone now. And Gene, you work in Big Bear Lake?
Yes.
But live in Hesperia, so you probably just got all kinds of emotions going through you right now.
Sure do. I just spent all day yesterday evacuating my office and my staff, and I'm part of mutual aid up there, and we worked hard to get everybody out of there, but I can't take the heavy smoke up there, so I had to leave. I have a breathing problem, and I came back down to Hesperia, got up this morning, and it's the same conditions out here right now, so we got some pretty troubled times up there in Big Bear right now, but it's all pretty organized. Everybody's doing their part, and feel the community is somewhat safe. The fire's still quite a ways away, but there's like everybody's reporting, a lot of dead trees in the area. So that's the main concern for most people up there, is if those fires get into those trees, what damage that could do. So it's a pretty scary situation right now.
It certainly is. We're looking at the live picture right now of all the smoke.
You can see the dead trees in it. Yeah.
You can see, I mean, there's it's just dotted. It's 50% or more. Everywhere you look, a tree that's dead.
Well, I've been up there 23 years, and I've not seen anything like this before. It's, I guess the last big fire in that area was in 1970, and there was quite a bit of damage done there, but they dodged the bullet on that one. Big Bear dodged the bullet on that one, so everything's okay. It's been going on. Everybody was kind of knowing this was going to happen one day. I mean, it's inevitable. They can't get the trees out of there fast enough, and
it's so expensive.
Yeah.
And it's so expensive to get the trees out of there. The worst of it is not in the town itself. It's in the forest surrounding the area up there. And, you know, I've been managing the lake there for 23 years, and every year you go out on the lake and you look up around the surrounding mountains, and all you can see is more trees dying. And there's no way to get them out of there. I mean, there's not enough interest in getting the wood out of there from local woodcutters, and I don't know if they could even handle that size of a job anyway. I know they reduced the price of permits to cut the wood to try to get the public to go up and take more wood out of it, but I don't think that's even put a small dent in it. It just seems to be getting worse and worse, and I just hope this fire is not the answer to it.
Yeah. In the months leading up to this fire, did you do anything to prepare your home, your business, your thoughts mentally in case something like this happened, in case of the worst case scenario?
Oh, yes. Like I said, I'm with Mountain Mutual Aid in Big Bear, and we've been planning this type of scenario for a long time, and that's why I think the evacuation, I was part of the evacuation efforts yesterday, and I felt very comfortable the way things were going. I mean, it was orderly. People were able to get off the mountain. It took a while. The traffic was only moving a couple miles an hour, but it was steady. When I left at about 7 o'clock last night, it took me about an hour and a half to go down 18 the back way to Lucerne Valley. And the traffic is just, it's moving, but it was packed up. I'm sure it's a lot lighter today than it was yesterday, but those efforts and our planning for this has shown pretty good results so far. I mean, once that fire, if it does reach Big Bear, it's going to take a lot more than our mutual aid in Big Bear to handle this. It's the other resources that are in the area. I've seen fire companies from everywhere. Last night when I left, there was probably close to 50 or 60 fire trucks lined up on the boulevard at the Bear City or Bear Lake Fire Department. The same out in Bear City. It seems pretty orderly so far. The town is a ghost town now. There's nobody up there except for law enforcement and mutual aid and the firefighters, and I feel pretty comfortable about Big Bear being safe, but it all depends on this weather and where this fire goes from here.
Gene, you know, with the risk as far as what's being faced in this community up there, and you having worked so hard to make plans to get people out, what do you say to the people who, despite all of your efforts to get out, stay?
There's not really time for argument in those cases, you know.
Well, if you had a chance to talk to them right now, if they're watching television, what would you say? Because really and truly, it sounds like, Gene, we can't emphasize. Just look at this picture right here from our Big Bear camera. If the fire were to get into something like that, there is nothing that will stop it. What could you say if you had a chance right now to tell people, you know, after all the work that you've done to try to make it a plan to get out of there?
Well, I could just tell anybody that which is more important to you, your life or your property. I mean, I looked at it in a way that I'm facing an evacuation right now in Hesperia, and I'm trying to weigh the consequences if I stay. I don't know at this point, but if anybody's still left up in Big Bear, I would suggest that they leave town as soon as possible and let the fire crews take care of this. There are some folks that are staying. I have a few employees that are actually staying and going to protect their house as best as possible, and I wish them the best. But if it comes down to it, they need to have an escape route to get out of there as soon as possible if the fire does get too close to them. And don't take the chance. Make sure you have an escape route already planned so you can get out of there. Because if it's moving as fast as I've seen it being moved on TV, they need to consider getting out of there as soon as possible.
And that's exactly it. I think in a normal situation, if we were to see this, you might think, oh, the fire, it's still far away. We're just seeing some smoke. But every day we wake up, we see the same thing, this fire moving so quickly. And I think it makes all of us realize, even though we know it deep down, just how dangerous a fire is to deal with.
I'm afraid for anybody who's up there, to tell you the truth, because a lot of my friends are in that area. So.
Are you okay? It sounds like you're having some trouble. Gene, if you need to go get some water and take care.
No, I'm fine. I'm
just,
okay? You know, it chokes me up a little bit.
I understand.
It's a community I've lived in for a long time.
I'm so sorry. I know. And we've heard these stories from so many people. And if there's any comfort in it, it's that so many people feel the exact same way you do.
Oh,
and
I'm sure of that. Yeah, I'm sure of that.
There's comfort in numbers. So you take care. And thanks for your work. And thank you for supplying information for us here today.
Sure, anytime. Thank you.
Thank you. Gene Martin from Hesperia.
What a tough story.
It's hard to listen to these stories. Here's another one. We're going to try to get on the phone. We'll see if we have them. Bruce Reynolds, who is in Hesperia, and they're getting ready to evacuate. They're ordered to do so at 7 this morning. The fire, at last check, was 2 to 3 miles from their home. Are you with us, Bruce?
Yes, I am.
What is happening there? Can you paint a picture for us?
The fire is moving pretty fast. It's pretty windy out here, so I mean it's kicking it up pretty good. You can see it from the roof of our house, so everybody around us is backing up. We're almost the last couple of people on the street to leave, actually. So,
Bruce, which direction is it coming from for you? Because we know that it's also burning in Running Springs, heading in the direction of Big Bear Lake, and you're further west of there. So, is it coming up from the south or?
It's coming up from the south towards Silverwood area, and it's coming straight because we're on the outskirts, like down on the other side of Ranchero, south of Ranchero.
Okay,
so,
Silverwood area. We're looking at a map. Can you help us out a little bit here?
Yeah. Silverwood is right on the south side of 138. We're on the north side of 138.
Oh, okay.
Right above.
Well, I think we're getting a picture of it if you're saying that's the south side of the 138.
Yeah.
In the sense that now, from your perspective, I mean, and are people telling you, are you hearing this is looking like it's going to skirt the south edge of Hesperia and continue on east?
Yes, it actually looks like it's going to come south and keep going towards probably the Marietas and stuff out there.
Because the wind is blowing west to east, in your opinion, right?
Yes.
Now, Bruce, we understand you're getting ready to evacuate. What's your timeline? What's your plan?
Actually, we got all of our stuff. We took our trailer and we packed up some pictures and some stuff that means to us and put it in there. And we put the camper, we have a camper for the RV, so we put that on the truck and we're going to head out of here probably about 10, 15 minutes. So
you're talking about packing up your life. How long did it take you to do that?
Probably about 2 hours this morning. We woke up about 6 o'clock and it's just solid smoke. You couldn't see anything, so we figured. And our friends live up in Oak Hill, so they called us and said, oh, we're on immediate evacuation. So you guys will probably be next because they're maybe 5, 10 miles from us. So.
Did you get much sleep last night? I would imagine.
Actually, I didn't. It was kind of smoky, so it's kind of hard to sleep with all the smoke and it's hard to breathe and stuff. So,
Bruce, when you hear something like the stats that are coming out up there, 50,000 homes threatened, 80,000 outbuildings, 2,000 businesses, is there any way to describe what that's like for somebody that lives in a community that's basically talking about wiping out their entire community if this thing gets out of hand even further?
I mean, you need to get out. I mean, they're doing their job, but the winds and the weather, it's kind of hard to stop it. They're just trying to protect the homes and everything. So, I mean, you got to get out. You can't just say, oh, well, I'm going to try and save the house. I mean, I'd rather have my life than a home. I mean, the insurance and stuff covers the houses and all that stuff, so.
Right, and I would think that anyone who had any idea that they might try to save their home after watching the firefighters lose battle after battle because there's just nothing they can do, those ideas, I think, had to be put aside long ago.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I would rather have my life than a house, so it's not that big of a deal to me. I mean, just get your stuff that means a lot to you and get out. I mean,
well, Bruce, you did tell us you wanted to get out of here in 10 to 15 minutes, so we don't want to keep you from going ahead and moving out for your safety. But we just wanted to thank you for talking with us. That's Bruce Reynolds. He's a resident of Hesperia, part of the area of Hesperia that is being evacuated south of Ranchero Road. He did mention that the fire is moving west to east, and we've heard people talking. We've had Stephen Tubbs of ABC Radio said that he was in Running Springs and that fire was burning there. So a fire line that's several miles long. It is 9:17. It looks like we've got Brian Jenkins standing by. Not quite sure where he is. He was earlier in the Simi Valley fire.
We are still there. We're on the north end here in Stevenson Ranch, and it's been kind of touch and go here. Take a look at the hillside behind me. You can see right now there have been a few areas here that have erupted into flame again, but it's been on again, off again. Very difficult for residents who've been watching here, hoping for the best, and then they see the fire come over, and then it's, oh no, let's get ready to go, and then everything dies down to virtually nothing. We've got some tape of them watching earlier today, and this whole hillside was in flames, and then it went away like there was nothing there. And that's been kind of difficult for residents, some of whom packed up and gotten out. They come back when the firefighters say, well, it's okay. And there's been a, on and off, on again, off again kind of thing for those folks. And some say it's been very difficult. Nonetheless, they do applaud the firefighters who've been on top of this, keeping the fire at bay in the hills behind their homes and letting it burn very slowly. Again, though, residents packing up, going out, and then today coming back in and unpacking. And that's been frustrating for some of them.
And I came in last night for take all this stuff, and now I coming back. now we are safety, almost.
So you loaded up for nothing, eh?
Yeah.
And it's been kind of a roller coaster. Do we stay? Do we go? Everybody's talking. Nobody knows exactly what's going on. Where exactly is it? It looks like it's right over your mountain, but you're told it's a couple ridges over. And do we send the kids to school? We ended up trying to keep it really normal. Sent the kids to school. I guess it was yesterday. But we packed the night before. We're ready. Made reservations.
And that's the status of things here at Stevenson Ranch so far. The Simi Valley, the Simi fire, as it's been called, some 98,000 acres, some $2.7 million worth of damage. At this point, they say it's roughly 25% contained, and they don't expect full containment until a week from today. Reporting live here in Stevenson Ranch, Brian Jenkins, ABC7 Eyewitness News. Back to you.
Brian, thank you very much. And when you talk about containment, we've got to reiterate, if we can't ask you a real quick question about containment being one thing, spot fires that start up again, and just because they might have it contained by next week doesn't mean that it's going to be out.
That's correct. And we've seen that in several of these fires. We saw it especially yesterday over in the Twin Lakes area, where you had, it looked like one area of the fire was out, and then poof, the wind might pick up just a hair, and you've got these little spot fires popping up everywhere. They had an army of water-dropping helicopters working that area on that very issue, and we'll probably get some of that today, maybe when this little of the smoke clears up. But you can hear the choppers moving in already. Usually daybreak is the time when they move in and try to get these areas behind the homes as quickly as they can. So we'll probably see some of that as the morning progresses. But again, you're right, that spot fire issue is very important. Right now, though, they're getting a lot of help from Mother Nature. You got cool air, hardly any wind, and that's just what the firefighters needed.
Yeah, we continue to see that ash raining down. We were saying earlier it kind of looked like snowfall. Certainly isn't. We can see it coming down continuously. All right, thanks a lot, Brian. We should mention I talked about that earthquake that we had earlier. I actually have an exact location now, 2 miles northwest of Simi Valley. So it's a 2.8.
Yeah.
Not very big, but if your nerves are rattled already.
Well, we've been talking with any number of people up at the old fire, this burning in the San Bernardino National Forest. We've told you about voluntary and mandatory evacuations in the city of Hesperia. The voluntary north of Ranchero Road, the mandatory south of Ranchero Road. We are also trying to get an idea as to describe with the direction and what this was happening as far as the fire moving along. The city of Hesperia has a web page, and we pulled it up here to kind of give you an idea as to what they're talking about and what they're believing the fire path is as you take a look at this. We've mentioned a lot about the highways and freeways and everything, and this is giving you a pretty good description here. Yeah, it's kind of a cool website to look up where you can see how the fire has moved. Ominous, as well, but it just gives you an idea of the fire line. And when we're talking about some of these areas, you can just get an idea exactly in proximity to the different freeways where the fire line is. We've been talking about the Hesperia area in particular today and some of the evacuation centers, and I'm looking for this right here, evacuation sites.
And we have a list for you. I just wanted to mention just a few of them. Sultana High School is full. Hesperia High School, we learned just a moment ago, that's full. There is one at Apple Valley High School and Victor Valley College. That's on Bear Valley Road.
But basically, one of the things that we were talking about is that, especially with one of the gentlemen we were talking with on the phone, was that the south of Ranchero Road in the southern part of Hesperia is the mandatory evacuation area. And again, the fire is basically moving west to east, but they're also concerned that it might pop up north a little bit, a little further into Hesperia, but west to east, the concern there as it moves down the 18 freeway is that it very possibly could get into the Lake Big Bear, or the Big Bear Lake area. And again, just the numbers are staggering when you talk about what could possibly be affected. And one of the biggest parts is that with the bark beetle and the damage to all those trees, there's just really so little that firefighters can do. The wind is blowing right now. 50,000 homes are threatened with the path of this fire. And you're seeing also, just as it looks like they moved up the screen a little bit, the Lake Arrowhead area. One of the spokespeople up there said the potential from the U.S. Forest Service, this potential is catastrophic.
Yeah, you hate to hear that described in those terms. If you're watching this and you'd like to see this map on your own on the internet, it's www.cityofhesperia.us. So you can log on, and there's a lot of useful information, not just that map, but they have other information there. It's their city website. Very helpful, and probably other cities have similar sites.
Let's get Wendy Birch in now. She is in Big Bear to give us a, maybe, Wendy, have you had a chance to talk with anybody as far as give us an idea as to the miles per hour that this fire might be burning, or any kind of more information that you have?
We've got a lot of information to pass on, not as specific as you're asking right now, because it is a watch and see game. A lot of the fire department incident commanders have been meeting. They just wrapped up from a meeting about an hour ago. We're here at the Big Bear Lake Fire Department. It's a headquarters station here. Big Bear Lake and Big Bear City are using this as a staging area. There's about 225 firefighters that report to these areas, and many of them are on the line, but this is the place where they come back, they get a little something to eat, and they'll go back out. All throughout the day, we'll be seeing, dozens and dozens of fire trucks here in this area. Last night, they did get some backup support from 3 other strike teams. When the evacuations were ordered, they knew that more people needed to come on in. So they had strike teams from Orange County, Riverside, and San Bernardino that came and came here to help them. Now, one of the interesting things that we've been finding out is, and we've been talking about it all morning, really, it's been about the bark beetles. And I think a lot of people are wondering, did these critters just come up all of a sudden? I was just told by a bark beetle expert, actually, that bark beetles have always been in this area. It's not something new. It's just that with these drought conditions, the bark beetles have just created a whole new sort of problem. And joining me now, I found an expert on bark beetles. This is Captain Corey Scranton. He is with Big Bear City. Corey, thanks so much for joining us. We have some visual aids here, so step on in for a moment. We actually have some bark beetles to show you guys. Corey, we've been talking about them, but why don't you show us? These guys are the guys that attack the treetops. These are the awful critters, right?
These particular beetles here are what they call Ips beetles. It has a long scientific name, but basically these guys hit the smaller diameter, maybe 4 inches and below.
Can you dump those guys out?
Sure.
So those are the guys, and then these are the guys that attack the tree trunks. These are the western pine beetles, right? We'll put these guys out right here. So that, ooh, don't look too good.
There's probably 7 or 8 beetles that affect our area here. These two are 2 of the main culprits, the problems that we're having right now.
Now, as Corey was telling me earlier, when we don't have drought conditions, beetles will try to go into trees, but the trees have enough moisture inside that they'll create this little sap. So this is from a healthy tree. Now, when we have drought conditions, the beetles burrow their way in. And Corey, tell me about these holes. Tell me what I'm seeing here.
Oh, these galleries here are created by the beetles as they eat the cambium layer of the tree, which is the nutrition part of the tree that carries water and nutrients from the
That's okay. Guys honking, going by here, thanking these firefighters that are out here. So again, they tunnel in through here. They tunnel in through these holes, and then this is the larva, right? This creates all of the...
Yeah, basically, they take the cambium layer, which has a nutrient-rich part of the tree. It's only maybe a 1/16 of an inch thick. They live off that nutrition, lay their eggs in these galleries. The babies hatch and make full-grown beetles.
So it really kills the tree from the bottom up, right?
Basically, it kills the tree because if you were to take, say, a chainsaw and go all the way around a tree, cut that cambium layer that's so thin, eventually the tree will die, and that's what the beetles do. They actually cut a hole, or I should say a groove, all the way around the tree. And the other thing they do is they exude a chemical called a blue stain, and the blue stain is really what causes the big problem.
Thanks for that. I appreciate that. We'll be talking more about these, and they told us we could keep the beetles for the rest of the afternoon. So thank the firefighters for that. Now, Corey, you guys just got off the line. I know these guys behind you. These are your guys, right, from Big Bear City?
Yeah, these guys, I work with most of them, and yeah, they've been here. We were on the west side the last 4 days. 4 days in a row, you guys have been on that fire line. Yeah.
Has it been by the Crestline area? Where specifically?
Yeah, Crestline, close to Lake Arrowhead.
Wendy.
What is it like on that line?
Wendy?
2 of the days we were doing backfiring operations, and it was pretty hot.
Hold on one second, Corey. Yeah, can I hear you back there? Do you have a question for us out here?
Before Corey goes, about the bark beetle question that so many people, we talked with one guy a minute ago. There's really nothing they could have done prior to this. Has the fire department basically just been sitting here on pins and needles waiting on this, I don't know, I described it earlier, 800-pound gorilla to get up from the table? I mean, we've just moved into an area that's going to burn.
Yeah, you know what? You really hit on something. In fact, I just spoke to the fire chief from Big Bear up here, and he said for the past year they have been planning for a day just like this, knowing that these little beetles that I'm holding in my hand have just wreaked havoc throughout this area. So in some of the communities that we saw, like San Bernardino City, for those folks that live down in that residence area, you know, they were surprised that fire came over. But for the folks that live up here in the Big Bear area, they knew that a forest fire like this was a real likely possibility. And Corey, just reiterate for me, you guys have been planning for this for quite a while.
Yes, the community, the governmental agencies, and have had contingency plans and things ready to set in motion whenever they needed to. They've done a great job. Law enforcement, fire, utilities, everybody's been working real hard. Hopefully not the eventuality of this happening, but it's close here. Hopefully we can make it not come this way if we.
Better to be prepared. Now, I know you were on the line, right back to that. I know that you were on the line trying to save some structures. Some of those couldn't be saved. You were in the Crestline area where we know 27 homes went down.
Yeah, we were out there supporting a firing operation, doing structure protection. Whatever they needed us to do, we were doing.
Okay. Well, Corey, we know that you guys are just kind of on a holding pattern right now. You'll be back out on the line after 4 straight days. How long have you had to rest?
We actually got to go home last night because we live here locally. Got maybe 5 hours of sleep.
But you bring up something. You live here locally. You've been fighting these fires around the area, but you and a lot of these guys have to be worried about your own homes at the same time.
Yeah, in fact, this morning I got up at 2:30 and prepped my house because my family, everybody's gone. All my animals, wife, everybody's gone. So I just did some prep work.
Yeah. And speaking of prep work, and Corey, we're going to let you go because I know the guys are kind of staging there. Yeah, they're telling Corey's got to go. Thank you. I'll make sure the beetles get back into the station. Talking about that prep work, as they wait and as they watch and, shall we say, worry about where this fire is going to go, a lot of the work that these guys will be doing around here, these structure protection guys, they will be going house to house. They'll be looking at areas where they can, in fact, maybe cut back some debris or cut back some things to make sure to protect these structures. Now, a lot of the residents here, of course, maintain that all year long. But since these guys are kind of waiting and hoping that that fire stays over that ridge, they're going to do what they can here to protect the homes that are out on that perimeter. They are constantly in touch with incident commanders from the U.S. Forest Service and from all the guys on the line to find out which way this is going. And we're going to keep a close eye. You can see the American flag flying right over there. If Martin can grab that for me. It actually goes up and it goes down, but you see these guys staging right here, right now. They've been waiting around for about an hour trying to get some instructions, and it looks like that, in fact, is the case. Tell you what, we're going to wander on over there, see what we can figure out. You guys can come back to us at any time. We'll stay wired and on, and we'll send it back to you for now, and I'll go check out and see what they're talking about.
All right. Thanks a lot, Wendy, and thanks for the demonstration. It's hard to imagine that all of this has come down to one little tiny bug. When you look at that bark beetle, it is
and a lack of rain.
Yeah, and a lack of rain, of course, but yeah, that was so amazing. We're going to switch fires now. We want to update you on the Simi Valley fire, specifically the situation in Stevenson Ranch, and that is where Brian Jenkins joins us now live. He's talking to some residents out there. Brian?
Yes, we are. It's been a roller coaster ride for residents over here in Stevenson Ranch. What they've been watching is this fire up in the hills, and as they've been watching it erupt and then go away, that's been really difficult for some of the residents. And let me ask you, David and Shauna Bruger, and they got the family here, what's this been like for you folks?
It's been a bit of a roller coaster ride, not knowing what was happening. We've been seeing flames for a couple of days now, and, you know, coming and evacuating Shawnee yesterday afternoon was a little bit stressful.
I would imagine. And then you come back and the firefighters say, well, it's okay, they let you back in.
They let us in, I came in late last night and looked around and made sure everything was okay. Lots of activity, lots of fire around, and we're happy to be back in the house today.
Now, Shauna, let me ask you, you mentioned this is kind of surreal, the fact that you look around and you see the Halloween decorations up.
Well, it is surreal. We're standing here and ashes are falling on us. The sky's cloudy from smoke, and I'm just looking at my neighbor's Halloween decorations, and it's just the contrast, you know, of normal life and what's been going on around us.
Let me ask the both of you how you dealt with this with the children. I mean, I know you didn't want to panic them, but at the same time they had to know this was serious.
Well, yeah, it's serious to a certain extent for them. We just kept telling them that we think the house is going to be okay and that the firemen are up there doing their job and taking care of it, and that it's going to be okay.
And how'd they react to that?
They were good. They were good with it. They've been great throughout the whole thing.
Maybe you had to do some difficult explanations with them watching the fire on the side of the hill here. You guys were up there just a few minutes ago.
They're kind of fascinated with it, and with all the fire department personnel around here and giving them hats, and you know, they've reassured the children a lot as well. So I'm not sure they understand the gravity of the whole situation.
Right. Now, the problem that you folks may have is that everybody's got a hat here and they all say chief on it.
Yeah, we have 3 chiefs.
And 2 Indians. We know who they are.
Yeah.
Well, thanks a lot for sharing with us. Appreciate it. Glad your home survived, and you guys seem to be in pretty good shape.
Thank you.
All right. So that's part of the human drama that takes place here in Stevenson Ranch. Again, everyone just watching, waiting for as this thing burns itself out on the side of the hill little by little. They've seen the flare-ups and they've seen the firefighters calm, and it has calmed a lot of the residents here. So that is probably part of the good part of this. There are a couple of areas near here, a historic area called Mentryville that came very close last night, but they escaped the flames. There's also, you may remember Old Glory, the big oak tree that some environmentalists were trying to save months ago, where the guy was in the tree for several months. Well, that tree survived intact. The flames came close to both of those areas, but again, they survived, as has this community. There's about some 300 homes in this entire subdivision here in Stevenson Ranch. And again, a close call for a lot of folks, but they're still here, and the fire does not seem to be moving toward the homes. In fact, the air is calm. You can see the ashes floating down here. You can get a good idea of the fact that there's little wind just by the fact that they're falling. So this is all a good thing for firefighters, a good thing for residents, and we're just right now in wait-and-see mode. Reporting live here in Stevenson Ranch, Brian Jenkins, ABC7 Eyewitness News. Back to you.
All right, Brian Jenkins, thank you. This is Giovanna Lara. I have relieved Kathy Vara, and Jean Gleason joins me now, also relieving Philip Palmer. They have been here since 4 o'clock this morning covering these terrible fires. We're going to move on now and discuss the falling ash from the wildfires that has continued to be a concern for residents here in the Southland. And on the line, we have Adam Ortega from the Metropolitan Water District. And you have reassuring news for our viewers, Adam.
Yes, we
Don?
do. It comes on a couple of fronts. The fires did destroy the power grid that pumps water into Southern California from Northern California, but the system has been reconfigured so that we're now taking 100% of our water from the Colorado River. The other piece of good news is that Southern California residents over the summer were being urged to conserve water. The media was with us in putting out the message. That means that despite the drought, we've been able to keep our reservoirs full. And in fact, that is where much of the water that you see the airplanes and the helicopters spreading over these fires is coming from. Diamond Valley Lake, which is full, Lake Skinner, which is full. So the residents and everybody in Southern California really deserve a pat on the back for conserving water, allowing us to store water, even in the midst of a drought.
Is there any effect at all in terms of increased usage during firestorms like this? Now, obviously, this is unprecedented, but do you see, because of the firefighting efforts, an increase in the amount of water drawn from your reservoirs?
Well, obviously, there is an increase of water that's being scooped out of these reservoirs that ordinarily would stay in place. On the other hand, the region is well prepared because the region has done a good job this summer in conserving water. All those people along the coast that have been tearing out lawns or putting in drought-tolerant plants or reprogramming their sprinklers have really added to the water that's available in those reservoirs, especially given the circumstances that we're in right now.
Okay, Adnan Ortega from the Metropolitan Water District, thank you so much for joining us. Let's switch live now, back up to Big Bear. Wendy Birch is up there. Apparently there is a news briefing going on in Big Bear about the situation in terms of the firefighting efforts to keep this huge fire out of the community of Big Bear, which is the largest of all the mountain communities up there, as you remember.
Hi, everybody.
There she is.
You know, if you guys can hear me, this is Wendy right over here. We are over hearing a meeting that these guys are having right now. Updated information on what's going on. Let me see if I can sneak in and grab this gentleman right over here.
I don't have the
I'm just going to let you guys listen in.
For your strike team, I'd like to get those.
Sir, can we ask you a real quick question, too? You told me that some fires have jumped the line. We've got some viewers that are watching, trying to figure out where things are. Can you just say the updated information that you have?
I don't have any valid updated information at this time. We know it jumped the line in several places, but as far as accuracy of where that is, I really don't know. We haven't been given that kind of information yet.
You've been telling these guys to get out there because you've seen too many houses go down. What was it that you just told these guys about getting out there and keeping the fight going?
We want to do our best to save homes. We're tired of losing homes. Yeah. Well, we're not going to get anybody hurt, but we're going to do our best to save as many as we possibly can at the same time.
What are these guys going to be doing right now? What are you telling them to go and do?
They're going to be staging up the street here. Mm-hmm. A couple of our units are going to go up and look at the area where we're going to be putting our units for the actual firefight if necessary. We're going to look at what's defensible, what isn't defensible.
Okay. And the latest from this, how fast do you think this fire might be moving to this area where we are?
Completely unknown. Completely unknown.
That's got to be frustrating, not knowing those variables and just kind of waiting and seeing.
I've been doing this for 30 years. I've never seen fire behavior like this, ever.
What do you think makes it so erratic this time around?
That's a good question. There's a lot of factors. We have a lot of dead trees. We have winds that aren't acting the way they normally act. Just a lot of different factors all piled together.
Okay. Thank you for your time. I know you've got to get back to work. Good luck, you guys. Thank you very much. They're just going over the strike teams right now, checking in everybody, and we're going to send it back to you guys as these guys get done what they need to get done out here so they can get near those structures and try to protect whatever they can as the fire appears to be inching its way closer to Big Bear.
Okay, Wendy, thank you very much. Wendy Birch, right in the middle of a briefing of that fire department strike team. I couldn't tell exactly what agency those firefighters were from. It looked like they may be San Bernardino County fighters that are based basically in the Big Bear area and have been staged there to prepare for whatever happens in terms of the advance of the fire. And as you heard Wendy and the firefighter she was talking to discuss that it has crossed a line, this enormous fire, the old fire that is really getting old in terms of people's psyches here. We're getting tired of it, but it's crossed a line and is moving closer to Big Bear. How close, he couldn't tell us, and we don't know quite yet either. You can see in the pictures that we're showing you near Big Bear that there is a fire line and a lot of smoke, but it's hard to tell given the winds that are blowing from the west whether that smoke is maybe a mile or two in advance of the flames or the flames are right underneath the smoke. It's very difficult to tell in these smoky conditions, but needless to say, Big Bear is a spot right now. Well, we can see some flames just down from that fire break coming up the hill. That's not a good sight to see.
And we have information, Gene, and reports that in San Bernardino County, 4 people have died in the merged Grand Prix Old and Padua fire that, as you were saying, has spread across more than 102,000 acres and now burned 625 structures.
Because the fire has just been burning so fast, so furiously, it's just gotten so big there that now folks in Big Bear are having to make their way down.
We also want to point out, and Trish, we will be leaving you in just a moment to check on some other areas, but we do want to point out that there is an evacuation center at Hesperia High School, but there's also another evacuation center in Victorville.
Yeah, Victor Valley College is where
for those of you
who
have been ordered to evacuate from Hesperia, that might be a place that you want to go to, because as Tricia was reporting even early this morning that the evacuation center at Hesperia High School was pretty full. Tricia, we'll get back to you in a moment. We want to check in once again with Rod Bernstein to find out what's happening in the Stevenson Ranch area. Rod?
Steve, Tony and Lisa, or Tony and Gene, I should say, things really haven't changed here. Still a little bit of smoke and fire on the hillside. Firefighters are going to be content to allow that just to burn itself out. We've yet to see a water drop here in the Stevenson Ranch area. This is the end of Greenbrier Drive, a cul-de-sac, and there's just dozens of media units here, satellite trucks, a lot of people. We're starting to see some of the people who have mandatorily evacuated out yesterday come home. Neighbors, it's more like a party atmosphere than anything else, despite the fact that it's still burning on the hillside. It is no threat to the homes. Nonetheless, there's firefighters, Ventura County, Beverly Hills, Santa Monica, Culver City, even as far away as Marin County that are standing by just in case. But again, the good news is there has been no threat to the homes, at least at this hour, and they don't expect that. We do have an update, though. Saugus Unified School District, the Saugus Unified School District is closed today. Just got word that they decided to cancel classes, and which is probably a good thing because a lot of folks may have evacuated their home. It'd be a little difficult to send the kids off to school. That's the Saugus Unified School District out here in Canyon Country, Santa Clarita area, is closed. All classes canceled in the Saugus Unified School District. Tony, Gene, back to you.
All right, Rod, thank you very much. In fact, a number of school districts are closed today, stretching almost the width and breadth and length of these fires all the way from the Mexican border to Ventura. A number of school districts have been closed. If you have any doubt about whether or not your particular school district is in operation, you should probably call the district to make sure that that your child is in fact going or not going to class.
Tricia, we can see the breeze is still blowing there in Hesperia. How are you doing? Again, you've got your mask on, you've got your goggles on. It seems to be growing more serious there.
Yes, Gene, we're keeping a close eye on this. We just got done moving a couple of the news vehicles to get them in position so that if we have to leave quickly, we can. The wind continues to be erratic. You can see how much thicker the smoke has become out here. The flames continue to advance towards us. This is because the wind is blowing from the south to the north. We're keeping an eye on a couple of other ridges around us because we see some smoke increasing in that direction. So we're keeping see if we see some flames advancing on that side as well. But the wind just kind of will die down. The activity with the fire do the same thing.
Well, in fact, Tricia, we've just received some information here regarding exactly what's happening with the weather. We've had some pretty big changes occurring in the weather right here in Southern California. You know, we were experiencing those offshore flows and Santa Ana winds, and now there has been a bit of a shift, a major transition. In fact, today and tomorrow we're expecting it to continue, as well as a large trough of low pressure moves down the coast, and that could actually be good news for firefighters. They need the relief.
So, but meantime, when you look at these pictures out of Hesperia, and also we had a live picture from Skyfox and Crestline, over Crestline, it's gusting up there in the mountains. And again, it's a very tenuous situation there. I know that, again, Lake Arrowhead is a point of concern, and all along what is it, the highway of the, what is it, the Rim of the World Highway, all those mountain communities have been evacuated, and you've got all these folks, 80,000 people being displaced. Tricia, can you maybe pan the camera around and then show us exactly, is that the one front of flames that we're
Some of
manning?
the hot spots that we were just looking at seem to have died down right now, but the wind is definitely picking up. And as you were talking, it was a different sort of wind, but it is still a wind, and it's still the sort of wind that can help this fire spread. It can still carry embers, even though it does feel much cooler and much more humid out here than in days past. There are still strong gusts of wind, and they can still carry an ember just as good as any other wind could.
Okay, Trish, we want to interrupt you for just a moment. We'll get right back to you if we can, but we want to go to Trace Gallagher, Scripps Ranch in the San Diego area. Trace, what can you tell us?
Yeah, Tony and Gene, I got to tell you, this is Stevenson Ranch here. This is the hardest hit area by the Cedar Fire. Some 300 to 400 homes lost here. People are going to begin returning to their homes later on this afternoon, and this is what they will see: devastation from neighborhood to neighborhood. This is the worst part hit area of the entire Cedar Fire, which is still burning out of control. If you look up the street, you see it house after house. The chimneys are still standing. The houses are rubble. It's the same across the street and down. But there is a shining example. If you look down here, there is but one house still standing. It belongs to the Hummel family, and there's a funny story that goes along with it. Actually, it's a great story, because when they were leaving in the midst of the flames on Sunday morning at 11 o'clock, when all the homes up around them were up in flames, they didn't know the status of their house. They started calling on the phone. Couldn't get through, couldn't get through. They decided to send a fax. Still couldn't get through. After that, they took the fax off, they wrote a note on it and sent it through one more time. It finally got through, and it is still sitting on their fax machine. The note was, "God bless this house and the firefighters who protect it." The Hummel family, of course, a lot of faith. They think they will use this house now to support the rest of their community and the rest of the rebuilding, which stands to be vast. This isn't the only area. The Cedar Fire is not done yet. You see the burned out remnants here. It's the same case up in Julian and Cuyamaca. Cuyamaca, which is a small mountain town, they're saying nearly 90% destroyed. Upwards of 200 to 300 homes up there. Now Julian, which is a quaint mountain town here in San Diego County, known for the apple harvest and its annual apple festival, also their world famous apple cider. Firefighters early this morning decided to take a stand to see if they could save the town of Julian, and in fact, they did save the town. It is a huge victory in what has been some devastating losses over the past 4 or 5 days here in San Diego County. But finally, just like in Los Angeles, the weather is cooperating here in San Diego. We're getting that onshore flow. We woke up very early this morning and there was a blanket of fog covering the San Diego Basin, which means that moisture is in the air, and that will help firefighters get a handle on these blazes, which have done some devastating damage over the past 4 days. Tony and Gene, back to you.
All right, Trace, thank you very much.
It's an interesting story that he tells us about the fax being able to go through, because SBC Communications is reporting some 600 towers down. So again, some telephone service and obviously the fax lines service has been interrupted there.
But the toll in San Diego has just been devastating. 10 deaths so far, at least that's the count at this point. There probably are more, and 960 homes destroyed, a number of communities evacuated. But again, the good news from there is that Julian, a community that was evacuated in the last day or two, has been saved. But again, so many homes destroyed up there.
Cuyamaca, though, 90%
90% of that town is gone. Meanwhile, we're checking back in at Stevenson Ranch right now, and even though we're watching these flames burn here, Rod Bernstein, we do expect those flames to burn themselves out. Stevenson Ranch is in good shape.
Yeah, it really is. And you know, any other day when you saw a fire in the hills like that, you would see a lot of people upset, not least of which would be the firefighters doing anything and everything they could to put that out. But today, this is something that they're going to just allow to burn off, because they know that by burning that heavy fuel that you see up there that's still burning, that somewhere down the line, when they have another red flag day with high temperatures and strong winds, that could be a disaster for this neighborhood. Not so today. Cool temperatures, lots of moisture in the air. The fire's not running. It's not causing any threat to these homes here. And it's been like all morning long since sunrise. It's been kind of like a festival or party atmosphere. So much anxiety. Yesterday, when the flames were racing towards this section of Stevenson Ranch, we're actually on Greenbrier Drive. A lot of people evacuated. Today, some of the people are coming back. Their neighbors are helping them unload their cars. Other neighbors are standing around watching, making sure the firefighters have coffee and restrooms and showers if they want them. You know, here's something that you don't think about. Look at all the ash. As we look down, you can see every time a car goes by, you have a cloud of ash that comes up. And what that means for all of these homeowners is once the fire is out, they still have to contend with ash blowing off of the mountains. So it's going to take a while to clean up this mess. We actually have like an ash shower now. I know at our home, every time we clean up, about 2 hours later, the ash is right back. So we're going to wait just a little bit before we'll win that battle. Here in Stevenson Ranch, though, good news. Haven't heard anything about releasing units yet. I talked to one fire captain who said he was frustrated, even though structure protection is so important they're really anxious to get out and get in front of the fire and make sure that they're saving people's homes. But they're going to stick here until all of this is burned out completely. Still no water drops from LA County, LA City, principally because they're dropping water now where it's needed the most. And here they're going to just be content to let that burn off, because next year at this time, they don't want to have to face a wildland fire here in Stevenson Ranch. We're going to stick it out, and we'll be right back to you.
All right, Rod, and certainly more than just cleaning up ash. We are looking at least $2 billion in damage as a result of the wildfires in Southern California.
Already the costliest fire season in California history. We will continue our live coverage of the fires burning around Southern California from the Mexican border to Ventura County when we come back.
Go back to Doug and Carrie's first date.
I will leave you.
Good, go.
I'm serious. I'm not coming back.
Tonight at 7 on Fox 11.
Hello. Ranchero, south of Mesquite. So those are the areas that are now new evacuations that we wanted to get to you right away.
We have a person on the phone, Linda Gamel. She is with the Lucerne Valley Market, where apparently a lot of folks who are being affected by the evacuation are gathering. Linda, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Tell us what's happening there.
Well, it's starting about noon yesterday. It seemed like first thing in the morning there was a voluntary evacuation in Big Bear, and then just within a couple hours, it feels like, it may have been a little more than that, it became mandatory. And we had already sort of been talking about what we would do if that's happened, because we're at the bottom of the mountain on the desert side, at the only route that is now open to Big Bear. And at noon, it just got wild with people coming down just bumper to bumper on Highway 18. They came into our parking lot with their campers and their horse trailers and their dogs, and then they kind of spread out through our little community. It's only a very small rural desert community with very little facility but our own store and a couple of gas stations and a high school. And the Red Cross, for some reason, has declined to use the high school for a evacuation center, so people are just kind of milling around the town and trying to do the best they can and get directions out of here and go where they're trying to go. And our store was swamped yesterday.
Hey, Linda, have you been told of this new evacuation that was just ordered?
I was just writing them down as I heard them. I'd sort of heard them. Yes, there's a talk radio station here in Victorville that is trying to keep everybody totally up to date on all that. And plus we have a few employees that live in Hesperia, so we're very concerned about what's happening to them.
You know, Linda, the prospect of that beautiful area burning down has got to be just so overwhelming and horrible to you. Tell me what your thoughts are there.
Oh, it just breaks your heart. You think of the beauty up there that was and maybe can still be saved to some degree, but you see these people out here and they just come in with, they're lost, and it just feels awful because their lives have been shattered for now, and hopefully it's only temporary, hopefully.
All right, Linda, we want to thank you so much for joining us by phone. Now we want to go to Sherry Sylvester over in Stevenson Ranch, specifically Southern Oaks community there, right in Pico Canyon. You've got a major flare-up. Apparently her mic is probably off right now. Give her a second here. Maybe turn it on.
It's on. Can you hear me now? You got it? No, it's on.
Yeah.
Now you can hear it. Good. Okay. Yeah. Every time we've thought there was good news in this fire and that everything had calmed down, died down, the winds pick up, and everything shifts around. And as you can see, there's another flare up on the hill here. And as David pans over, you can see just how close this is to the homes here at the end of this cul-de-sac. We're on Greensbrier. And the firefighters are standing by. They've been watching everything very closely. There are a lot of residents out here today, too, and they're also keeping an eye on things to see what's going to happen. And can you come over and talk to me really quickly?
Sure.
I've got a resident here with me. Give me your name.
My name's Pat Rowan.
Pat. And Pat was here last night. He lives, we'll kind of get a little walk around here. The ridge right behind your home was on fire last night, right?
Yes, it was. The flames are about 40 feet high last night.
And tell me what the last 24 hours of your life has been like.
I think the last 24 hours have been just watching the firefighters do their job. They explained to us what was going to happen when the flames came over the hill, what to expect when it got to the bottom, and they were right on.
And you said you did have a little fire tornado behind your house.
We did. We saw one of those fire tornadoes behind our house, and it makes a very eerie noise when it goes up.
Now, when that ridge caught fire last night, was that sudden also, the way these little flare-ups have been today?
No, it was more expected because it came over the top, and then it worked its way down. And then when it got to the bottom, it rapidly goes up, and that's the scary part.
So you evacuated last night, right? Tell me a little bit about that.
Well, they came by in mid-afternoon and told us that we needed to get out within, 15 minutes. So we left, and then we watched on the news, and they said they were letting people back in. But when we came back in, the flames were still 40 feet high behind our house, so we were kind of surprised at that time.
Yeah, and you said that the hotel, they let you stay free at the hotel last night.
Yeah, last night we made a reservation at a hotel, and when we checked out at 11:30 last night, they just told us that there was no charge.
Now, when you look over my shoulder here, and David will pan over and show that, what goes through your mind when you see these flare-ups like this?
Well, I'm just glad it's going the other way. It's intense, and I can even feel the heat from that here. So I just hope there aren't any homes on the other side of that ridge.
We have been able to feel the heat, and we've been hearing a lot of snap, crackle, pop this morning. Even though these fires seem like they're far away, they're really not too far on this hill. And I guess the question is, what's going to happen as it slowly burns down the hill?
The firefighters said when it comes down the hill, it goes very slow. When it hits the bottom is when it'll pick up if it has any fuel left. But they're watching it because they want it to burn out, because these hills haven't burned in maybe 50 years.
Now, have you been interacting with the other residents, the other neighbors today, and what's been kind of the general mood or feeling in the neighborhood back here?
I think everybody's just relieved that nothing happened to our homes, but we're also very grateful when they decided to build these homes. They did it with the right materials. They laid out the neighborhood properly with fire abatement areas, some pushbacks where they do the green sides on the hills. So the firefighters were actually very happy with what we did.
And we saw some of the kids in the neighborhood coming through with fire hats today. Did you see those guys? They have their little fire helmets.
Yeah, the Santa Monica Fire Department was handing out the fire hats.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the little kids were really scared yesterday when everybody had to leave, so it's probably a good thing.
And do you feel a lot more calm today? It seems very calm back here in this cul-de-sac.
I think everybody's calm because of how professional everybody was yesterday. We had fire departments from a lot of different neighboring counties, cities, states, and they worked together in a real team, and it was really amazing how they pulled it off.
All right.
And when we left, they assured us that everything would be okay.
Now, do you plan to stay today? How long are you going to be hanging here?
I'm not going to go to work today. I'm going to work from home and just watch and make sure everything's okay.
Yeah, so all the guys at work know that you're in this area and that you've got a good excuse not to be in the office today.
Absolutely, but I'm sure my customers will still call and want me to do things for them. So
I saw your wife. She has 2 cell phones, one in each hip pocket. She's like ready for the double draw.
She's ready, and she likes the action. So.
Yeah. And tell me a little bit about the interaction with the fire crews back here. It seems like, I don't want to say it's like a block party, that would be too casual, but it seems that everyone is very friendly and helpful and cordial. There's like a very nice teamwork effort going on back here.
Yeah, there is a lot of teamwork, and when we were getting ready to leave, they offered to help us pack our cars if we needed help moving anything. We obviously offered them anything in the house if they needed food or they needed to use the restroom or whatever. And we all left, and they told us to leave our doors unlocked and that they would just take care of everything. So.
All right, that's great. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. All right. And we're looking at this flare-up as this ridge continues to burn. We have a lot of smoke and a lot of flame, and it seems like it's shooting up quite a bit higher than it was. Now, this same area burned quite extensively in the middle of the night. We came out here about 3 o'clock this morning, and there was quite a bit more fire, and then the fires had died down for quite a long time. There is some air support this morning, so we can tell you that there will be some airdrops over the area if there's enough visibility for those choppers to get through.
And Sherry, as we look at this, just to give the folks at home again a good sense of exactly where this is from Southern Oaks, that's due south, is that right? The flames?
This is due south, right?
This is due south of Stevenson Ranch. We're in the Southern Oaks subdivision.
Right.
And this is Greensbrier Drive.
So
this is my neighbor helping me out.
Yeah, no.
Directionally challenged.
Yeah, absolutely understandable, especially when you get all those mountains around you. It's very understandable. We want to remind you,
you're going over which direction, though? What is over on the other side of that ridge?
On the other side of that ridge is a subdivision called Sunset Point, and I'm not sure how close it is, but it's right over that ridge.
Oh, right over the ridge.
Yeah, there's a number of homes. I think there may be 200 or 250 homes over there.
Now, we dropped down this morning. We were driving down there. It's very thick. The smoke is very thick down at the bottom. What have you witnessed this morning driving back up into the area?
When I came in last night, I think visibility was only a few hundred yards, and it was mostly like ash. It looked like snow. And the smoke, because the air was heavy last night, was staying low to the ground. It made it very difficult. But it also kept the fires down, which was good.
How's your house smell these days?
The house doesn't smell at all inside. Luckily, we're pretty well insulated.
Oh, that's amazing. These structures are, the firefighters have said that these structures are ideal to them in terms of being able to protect them. And you yourself said you have a perimeter, a wall back behind your home.
Yeah, behind our house we have a block wall, and then behind that we have a drainage basin that's concrete that's probably 60 feet to the hillside. And then there's probably 100 feet of the hillside that's maintained and watered, so it's green and didn't burn at all.
Boy, those flames are really leaping up in the middle there. How far would you estimate, how far do you think that is from this house right here on the corner, your neighbors?
That's probably about 400 yards behind the home. But I think those flames are probably 70 feet tall.
Yeah, those are really high.
And we can definitely feel the heat from here right now.
Yeah, we can feel the heat. The temperature has gone up significantly just in the last 10 minutes or so.
Definitely. This is what the fire department told us was going to happen, though. They said that was going to burn and they were going to let it until it goes over the ridge, and then if they need to, they'll put water support on it. But they want to burn all this out, and they're going to come back and burn out some of the areas that didn't burn so that we don't have this problem in the near future.
So they've been keeping you very, very well apprised of the danger. They'll tell you when it's time to clear out.
Yeah, they would. And right now they said there's probably no reason that we'll have to move out again unless something changes, like the wind switches drastically and gets very violent. But they've been really good telling us what's going to happen, what to expect, and they also tell us what could happen if something changed. So we're pretty much kept appraised.
What have you gotten out of your home so far when you had to decide what to take with you?
We just took important papers, a few photo albums, a couple of changes of clothes. I guess I worried more about things that were important to my daughter. She's a kid, her whole life is in her room, so we just thought, well, we'll find out what's important, we'll take those things, and most everything can be replaced. You can't replace your family and some of your mementos from your parents and things, but other than that, everything's good.
We were talking about, we were trying to estimate just how close the flames are to the house a minute ago. As you see this V, as this comes closer to the ground, what do you think?
I think I'm glad I don't have a home down in that canyon.
Yeah, but what about this house right here on the corner?
I don't think he's in any danger because there's a catch basin behind him and it's maintained hillside behind him, and the wind's blowing the other way, so I don't think it's going to be a problem.
Now, does every home here have a little basin behind it and a stone wall? I mean, tell me a little bit about the structures that make this neighborhood a little bit different.
What's interesting about this neighborhood, everybody has obviously a fireproof roof. All the eaves are actually stuccoed underneath, and the homes are stucco. There's a block wall behind each house, and then there's an area that's irrigated and watered behind the homes so that there's a buffer between the hillside and the backyard.
All right, and look, I don't know, David, if you can pan to the right, there's some flare-ups on up the hill, too. It looks like it's getting to be an active fire zone. The battalion chief just arrived. It looks like there are some more firefighters coming out to the scene. So we'll have to keep you updated on this as it progresses. We certainly will give you any updated information that we can get. For now, I'm Sherry Sylvester reporting live. Back to you.
All right, Sherry, thank you so much. We want to remind you, just as we've passed the top of the hour, that you are watching special extended coverage of the Channel 4 News. And, of course, we're right on top of all the fires burning in the Southland.
I'm Kelly Mack along with Chris Shaw. Well, Governor Davis is calling the Southern California wildfires a total disaster.
That's right. Firefighters continue to work to the point of exhaustion to stop these wildfires still raging across Southern California. Let's give you the latest. At least 16 people have died. 567,000 acres have burned. I believe that was updated not too long ago. It is pushing 600,000 acres. That's a area roughly the size of Rhode Island, 890 square miles. 11,000 firefighters battling the flames. More than 1,600 homes lost. So far, the cost of this fire disaster, more than $2 billion.
There are many fires burning in Southern California. This is a map of some of the larger ones. In San Diego County, the wildfires have burned about 320,000 acres. Further north, in San Bernardino County is where the Old Fire and the Grand Prix Fire merged into one massive fire that is now threatening the Lake Arrowhead area and the mountain communities there. And the Simi Valley Fire expanded to more than 100,000 acres, and there are flames right now above the area of Stevenson Ranch.
Let's go live to Helen Kumari, who is live in Moore Park near the blaze burning in Simi Valley, but it's also, as I understand, Helen, one of the incident command areas for the entire fire that is pushing against Stevenson Ranch right now.
Good morning, Chris and Kelly. We are at the Arroyo Vista Community Park, which is right across the street from Moore Park High School, and this is the incident command post. This is where they've been launching all the firefighters, all the troops, if you will, to fight this fire that started in Valverde on Friday, then came to Simi Valley and is now back in Stevenson Ranch. Now, this so far, we understand, has burned 99,000 acres. 1,350 firefighters are assigned to this, including 6 air tankers dropping retardant today and 9 helicopters dropping water. The plan for today is to get the ground ready to set backfires. Now, joining us now live is Bernie Panetta, and Bernie is with the U.S. Forest Service, and you flew down from Washington State for this fire. Can you show us this map? This is a fire progression map. Can you explain to us how quickly this fire has moved? Now, again, we talked about how it started on Friday and then it moved so quickly. Show us this and explain to us what these colors mean.
You bet. This is our port of origin here. Again, Simi Valley, the community of Simi Valley.
That and is burning through all those what were once lush forests and are now burned out and taking houses, many houses as it goes. And we can't really give you numbers because nobody's in there. It's too dangerous for even firefighters to be there.
Right. We're going to talk now to Ed Osorio from LA County Fire as you look at live pictures from the Stevenson Ranch fire. Ed Osorio, can you give us an update?
Yes, I can tell you right now that the fire is actually burning very slow. We've had a decrease in temperatures. Winds are at about 2 to 3 miles an hour, which are actually good for us. And the humidity has actually increased a little bit, which is actually slowing the fire down as well. Right now, we don't have any structures being threatened. We still have strike teams in the area of Stevenson's Ranch and Santa Clarita, just in case we get that onshore wind that we're expecting later on this afternoon, and fan the flames and start throwing embers around. We have several strike teams in place for structure protection.
That's certainly good news. Now tell me, is there any word on containment? Yesterday it was 5%. Do you have anything more than that?
Yes, as of this morning's planning meeting, they're calling it 35% contained. This fire has charred over 99,000 acres.
So when you say 35% contained, some of your backfires actually help the containment situation, do they not? Because it burns out the fuel.
Most definitely. Some of the flames we were seeing yesterday on last night's footage was actually part of the firing knot operation that we had. We were removing some fuel between some of the homes in the Stevenson's Ranch area and the front of the fire so that we can actually get an upper hand on this fire. The conditions were ideal, and we went ahead and did that. We had several resources allocated to that area, and we wouldn't have done that if it weren't safe to do so.
Can you give us an update on the evacuations that may be underway and also any new evacuation centers?
Well, as of right now, there are no new evacuations. There are still voluntary evacuations for the areas of Stevenson's Ranch, south of Poe Parkway, Southern Oaks housing tract, and the Sunset Point housing tract. And at this point, it is mostly to keep the residents out so that we can have the streets pretty much to ourselves and allow our fire engines to get in and out as quickly as possible.
Now, we heard that the old Glory Oak, which caused so much commotion a year ago, is in the path of the fire and may not survive. Do you have any word on that?
You know, I have not received any word on it just yet. My understanding, it is somewhere in the area of the Southern Oaks community. Nothing yet on whether it's been damaged or not at this point, but I can tell you that our crews were working on constructing fire lines from about Pico Canyon Road to the 5 freeway last night, and from what I understand, they've been very successful. Unfortunately, the progress is slow due to the steep terrain.
Indeed it is. Okay, thank you. Ed Osorio from the LA County Fire Department, thank you very much for joining us and bringing us up to date on the Stevenson fire. The best news, 35% now contained. Maybe we're seeing some, if not the end, at least the beginning of the end of this fire. And the other good thing that Mr. Osorio just told us, is that no structures currently threatened. That'd be the first time in 2 days that we have seen that situation in terms of the Simi fire.
That is positive news, and also no new voluntary evacuations for that area. And he also talked about the weather conditions, that the fire is burning slow, that there is a little bit more humidity out there, and the winds are only 2 to 3 miles an hour at this point.
Let's go out to Garth Kemp, who is on continuing duty out in the Staples parking lot. Garth, always doing a great job out there. And what we're encouraging people to do is grab their checkbooks and come down and see Garth. You explain the rest, Garth.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're doing, Gene. And look what I found out here. Mark and Brian from 95.5 KLOS out here for an important day. You guys are rare to make appearances, but when you do, it's usually for a great cause. Good morning to you. Start with Brian first, because he's been standing here in the sun. I know he's like...
I'm light complected.
Hey, you had a guy already come out. This is an important thing for you guys.
Yeah.
I mean, when you get involved in something, your syndicated show, but you came out, you already had a guy drop a huge check off.
It was great, $1,000 from a listener, but also what was pretty encouraging, we had a semi pull up, an 18-wheeler, and the trucker, I mean, you had to kind of reach up to get the check. But the Red Cross helped him a couple of years back with some family emergency he had, he said, and so he just wanted to donate $500. Pulled his whole rig in here. In fact, we had to widen the cone so he could get it through. It's awfully cool.
And if he can pull his rig in here, you can get your Toyota or your Honda or whatever you're driving in. Going to be down here until 6 o'clock tonight. We're in parking lot 3 of the Staples Center, right across from the big blue and yellow tent of the Cirque du Soleil. The Red Cross encourages cash, check, or credit card, whatever you can give, and the money stays right here in Southern California, and it goes directly to these people that have been burned out of their homes. Helps them provide rent, some clothes for right now. These issues are important, and so if you've been watching Channel 7 and seeing this devastation take place, you felt bad, but now you can actually do something.
And if you can't make it down here before 6 o'clock today, there's a number you can call. I'm sure you guys are putting out the number.
Up too, they can send it. Hey, you guys are syndicated up and down the coast and all around the United States. You've been getting calls, you've been finding out all week?
Arizona, got a call from Arizona that they can see the smoke from LA from where they are.
Yeah, that's the wind change now going that way.
And very encouraging too, we broadcast in Portland, Oregon, and have been for years. We were just bombarded with phone calls, them wanting to know where they can send the money, what they can do to help out. So it's very encouraging.
Cool. Well, I know you guys have had a long morning. I'm going to let you all get going. Thanks for coming out.
Garth.
It's rare when you guys come out. Well, buddies, you miss me at work or no?
No, not at all.
I thought so. Anyway.
You used to work there?
See, it just goes like that. Anyway, Mark and Brian out here. We'll meet some other people from KLOS and 790 KABC's out here. But people, if we go over, if you can shoot just behind the American Red Cross truck over there, that's where we were a few minutes ago. People are just coming by and dropping money off in droves this morning. It's really starting to pick up. It's an important thing. We talk about it. This, is not something that you just take lightly. I mean, this is something that's affecting everybody. Everybody knows somebody. I know Mark lives in an area where the fires are by. I don't want to say where the area is, but we were talking about how they came close to his house, and now he's just really putting up with the ash like most of us are. One of them lives over towards the basin side of things. No place is immune to this, whether it's the air quality or the fires going on, but with so many people being displaced from their homes, we really, really, really could use your help. We're going to be out here. I'm going to stay here all day. I'll do whatever I need to do to get your money out here, right at the Staples Center at Olympic and Figueroa. I'll do whatever I have to do to get your money. So come on down here, donate. It's a great way to feel really good, and of course help the people that we've been seeing. They're just so devastated. Back to you guys.
Don't say that too much, Garth. People may make you jump through hoops.
That's all right. I'll do whatever. You got it.
It sounded like Garth was pining for his old radio job, didn't it?
It sounds like. Maybe he's not happy with it.
No pining.
All right, we have a live picture from Stevenson Ranch where the fire continues to burn, but slowly and away from the homes that are there that were threatened yesterday and later last night and early this morning, but now are burning away from those homes. Good news there. This is Southern Oaks Road. Is that what I just? Southern Oaks Road in Stevenson Ranch, to pinpoint it exactly. And the folks there breathing a sigh of relief because they did not lose houses in Stevenson Ranch. It was close for a while, but all the houses were saved by very good work by the LA County Fire Strike teams and the other fire departments that are helping out there.
Elsewhere, though, many families, hundreds of families, have been displaced. And on the line now, we have David Mazer with the U.S. Postal Service to fill us in on how you're handling what to do with all the mail.
Well, most of it's starting to get delivered starting today. Even in the last couple of days, we're doing whatever we can. The challenging conditions due to the fire, of course, the unhealthful air quality and excess roads. But we're making considerable progress. Even in some of the burned out areas where we're allowed to get in now, we're making deliveries. We expect a trend of continued improvement this week, and so if you in a place where your mail hasn't been delivered, or because your mailbox is burned, or your house, why you can go to your local post office and pick up your mail there. And in certain places, like in San Diego City, we've set up temporary mail pickup locations, and we'll probably be doing that up in the mountain areas as well.
Now, in areas that have burned through and some homes are gone and some homes are still there, your mail carriers, letter carriers, will go into those areas when they're open and deliver to the homes that are still there. What happens to the folks that have lost their homes? Where do they go?
They go to their local post office, and that's where they'll pick up their mail. And if that post office by any chance is closed, there'll be a notice there as to which neighboring post office they can pick up their mail.
You mentioned the temporary mail pickup locations. Are there any in Los Angeles that we should inform our viewers about?
No, those are right now in San Diego City.
Okay.
Fortunately, we don't have those problems in Los Angeles City. And even up in Simi Valley and Ojai and Santa Paula, we're doing the best we can to deliver behind where the fires are.
Worst case scenario, though, you're holding the mail if you can't get the mail to these families.
If you're a family that your home is burned or your mailbox is burned, we have your mail. Don't panic. Just come down to the local post office, and if you're concerned, call 1-800-ASK-USPS, and they'll give you directions.
Now, it seems to me that, you know, we've been telling people that because of the ash and smoke in the air that it's wise to stay indoors, but your letter carriers can't stay indoors. They have to be outside, and they're in the worst of it if they're in the fire area. So what precautions are they taking to try to keep their respiratory problems down? They have masks and things like that?
Yes, they do if they request it. And if it's too bad for, if the unhealthful air quality is so bad, the carrier has permission to come back in.
And in that case, the letters would be held?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. You know, and viewers can call that number you gave us, 1-800-ASK-USPS, to find out
your local post office or where your mail is being held.
All right, very good. Thank you, David Mazur with the U.S. Postal Service. Thanks for talking with us.
Sure.
And on the subject of all of that ash and soot in the air, let's bring in Dr. Ed Lauder, who's an ER physician at the Northridge Hospital. He's standing by live in our newsroom. Let's sort of go over these points that people should keep in mind, Dr. Lauder, if you don't mind, in terms of being out in this sooty and very unhealthful air. What are the best things people can do if they have to be out in it?
Well, as I said on an earlier interview, if you have to be out in the worst part of it, you probably want to wear eye protection and some type of dust mask. And so I went by one of the fire stations near my home this morning to see what they were actually issued. And they have basically a hobbyist mask for doing sanding that meets with NIOSH N95 standards. And it has a nose clip on it, and also two straps that allow you to make it fit closely to your face. And that's basically what they say they're using out on these fire lines. They're not using a contained breathing apparatus like they use in building fires. So I feel like if that's good enough for them, it's probably good enough for most of us.
And where can you pick up a mask like that?
You know, I don't know. It'll take out the larger particulate matter. I don't know how small a size it'll go down to. Now, you can get HEPA masks that take out microorganisms, so they have very fine filters, but if you're doing a lot of physical activity, you might find that it's harder to breathe through it.
Dr. Lauder, can you pick up a mask like the one that you just showed us at like a Home Depot or a place like that?
Yes, I actually got this out of my garage. I used to do a lot of fiberglass work when I was building an airplane, and I had a whole stack of these, and they're about, I think, about 50 cents a piece. They're very inexpensive.
And how about people that, say, for example, do not go down or do not have time to go down to their local hardware store or whatever, and they put like a handkerchief and they put a little moisture on it? Does that have any effect at all on smoke and soot particles?
You know, I don't really know specifically. I haven't had a chance to research that. Certainly the cool part feels good on your face. I don't know how effective a filter it is because it doesn't really fit tightly underneath your chin here. I think the main thing would be if you have to be in it to have something like this. Now, obviously, a lot of us aren't driving around L.A. with those type masks when we have to go to our jobs and go to our homes. And if you're driving around, you might want to put your air conditioner in the car on recirculate mode, and if you can do that at home, do the same thing. And people who are sensitive to these conditions, if you have one of these home portable filters, air filters, some of those have HEPA filters in them, and that may be beneficial.
Now, you were talking about eye protection. What sorts of eye protection would you recommend if you're out in a very sooty area close to the fires?
I would get a set of goggles, just like you would get at one of the local hardware stores. It would keep some of the debris that's being blown around from getting into your eyes, and it may cause a corneal abrasion if there's enough debris, and it's just the eye irritation itself. And you might want to use some over-the-counter artificial tears to soothe those membranes. Now, the other thing, a lot of us wear contact lenses, and if you're a contact lens wearer, you might want to take those out if you're in a really heavily polluted area, because it may be more irritating.
That's a very good point for people that wear contact lenses, because the irritation of this type of material in the air is probably the worst you could get, other than a sandstorm.
That's correct.
Now, tell us about your hospital. Are there larger than normal entries of people into your emergency room who are having respiratory problems these days?
Well, it's varied. I called there this morning, and they weren't showing any increased census with this type of patient. A couple days ago, they were seeing a lot more patients, but I think it's variable.
Okay, now tell us again, review for us exactly why this air quality is harmful for people. I mean, people with asthma, people with other types of lung disease should stay out of the areas, of course, with the most soot and debris, but for the rest of us, why is this harmful?
Well, I think in general, it's kind of like it makes good sense not to breathe this stuff. Obviously, our body has natural mechanisms to help get rid of some of this debris that we breathe in through coughing and through the way our mucus is produced and gotten rid of that traps some of these particles. Some of the smaller particles will go all the way down to the air sacs. And if you were to look at anybody who lives in a metropolitan area where there's a lot of pollution, if you were to do an autopsy and look at their lungs, you would see deposits that have accumulated over a lifetime. Now, fortunately, this is only going to be affecting us for a few days, and we're adapted to handle these things unless we have underlying health problems.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Ed Lauder, who's an emergency room physician. Thank you for joining us once again. We had you on a couple of days ago when these fires were roaring on Monday, and here they are back continuing to roar 2 days later. It used to be that these major fire cycles would last a couple of days, maybe 3 at the most, and then you'd be in the sort of cleanup mode after that. But right. These have gone on for almost a week now, and there seems to be no let-up in sight. At least we are getting a change in the weather, but the fires continue to burn because the material that they're burning through is so dry. As you talked about earlier, the conditions in the Southland were ripe for a fire like this, and this is why it's so difficult for firefighters to get a handle on those fires out there. We're going to check in with Wendy Birch, who is on the ground in Big Bear. Wendy.
Hi, yes, I'm...
Maybe we're not going to check in with Wendy exactly right now because we're obviously having a transmission problem, but Wendy is up at Big Bear, and that community, as we followed it all day yesterday, evacuated. Now only firefighters and a few important people that are still there, or those who have refused to evacuate. I would imagine that's not very many are there, and the fire is much closer. This is a picture of the fire burning through the trees. You can see all the brown pine trees. Probably at least a half of the trees you see in this forest are already dead before the fire gets there because of the bark beetle infestations that have decimated these forests all over Southern California, not just up there at Arrowhead and Big Bear, but as I mentioned, down in the Cleveland National Forest, which is in San Diego County, also under threat, the community of Julian, and the largest community now under threat in our area at Big Bear and Lake Arrowhead. And you can see that the fire skips around. We don't have a definite front here. That's because a lot of it is burning down underneath the trees and the bushes and the pine needles underneath and the dead wood that has fallen off of these dead trees. And then it spots and moves on and spots and moves on. It's very random. At some point, if the wind picks up, and you can see that the wind seems to be blowing, I would only guess by the way that smoke plume is going, probably 5 knots, 6 knots. 6-7 miles an hour. And I mean, that's fast enough when you're dealing with a moving fire, but not enough to give it a definite front, if you will.
Right, and you see all the homes that are, you know, in the middle of all of those trees. You see several cabins, and they are clearly threatened by these fires because they are so random. Moments a little while ago, we saw Eileen Frere show us a home in Lake Arrowhead go up in flames, and as you said you were watching, it went up completely in a matter of 10 minutes.
Yeah, it was really less than, she was right, it was less than 10 minutes, but I put my watch on it when she started talking to us, and it was a matter of like 2 minutes before it was fully involved, and then 10 minutes it was gone. Now, in looking at this cabin up there in the middle of the trees, the danger there, of course, is that there is no clearance at all around that cabin of the trees. You know, there are trees right up to it, and the folks that live at that cabin or use it on the weekends love that situation, I'm sure. Shady, cool in the summertime, beautiful place. But when you have a fire like this, a wildfire, if you have vegetation, particularly trees, that close to your house, it is almost an impossibility. And we are looking in this view, and we're going to get to Brian Jenkins in just a moment, but we're looking at this view. And let's go to the other view, if you would. We'll get to Brian in just a second, if you don't mind. Switch back, if you wouldn't mind, to the Big Bear fire quickly. And widen out, if you would. You're going to see Big Bear Lake just over the hill. We saw just a corner of it there, and that shows you how close this fire has now gotten. Yesterday it was about 9-10 miles. Now it's a matter of 2 miles, 3 miles at the most, burning just over the hill, and of course uphill to the top, and then down would put it right there at the lake. So the Big Bear fire is definitely closing in on the community of Big Bear.
And we're going to go ahead and go over to Brian Jenkins at the Stevenson Ranch, or the Simi Valley fire in Stevenson Ranch. He is on the ground there, and there is some relief, some good news, positive news for residents there, because we're learning that there is 35% containment there, and the weather conditions are favorable at this point, and no structures are threatened right now. Brian, is there anything else you can tell us?
Yeah, our viewers right now are looking at this big swath of flame at the crest of this hill. We're right above this development in Stevenson Ranch. And I want to say it does look worse than it actually is, because behind all that smoke and flame, or rather in front of it from our perspective, there's about a 200-yard area. It's a wash combined with some greenery area that the fire cannot move past. So the firefighters are kind of keeping an eye on that and waiting for this to just burn itself out. But again, it's been a fascinating thing for folks who live in this area, because they sit just a couple of 100 yards away watching this, waiting to see if it's going to advance their way. It has not and won't likely do so, but there is the possibility of more wind, and that has been something that firefighters continue to keep an eye on. Now, the breeze has picked up here, and that's why you saw me wearing these crazy-looking goggles, but for a reason, because it's blowing a lot of this ash around, gets in your eyes. That's a problem in itself, especially for some of the firefighters who I see have had to begin donning some of this equipment. However, right now you don't have these swirling, burning embers that usually accompanies this situation, where you got the swirling flames like that. Right now, just a lot of smoke, a lot of ash, but it seems to be burning straight up, so there's not enough wind to make it much of a problem just yet. But again, we'll just have to wait and see. Reporting live here in Stevenson Ranch, Brian Jenkins, ABC 7 Eyewitness News. Back to you.
All right, Brian. What are people saying? I see some residents walking in the neighborhood there. What are they saying to you? Are they nervous? Are they just hanging on to see what will happen?
Well, you know, there's been a mix of feelings, actually. We talked to folks about some being nervous, some wondering whether they should pack up and get out, and at the same time, we've talked to people who packed up yesterday and left, and came back yesterday and are unpacking. We got a firefighter here. Let me ask you real quick, how concerned are you guys with what we're looking at right now?
Well, what's happening right now is the fire is backing down the hill, and as it backs down the hill, it's taking up the uphill fuel that it missed on its way down. So it's going to burn out these little canyons. It's going to be a flare-up, but I don't really think it's any concern for the homeowners. Of course, we have engines in here. We have aircraft in the air if they're needed. And it's not that big a concern at this moment.
Okay. Thank you very much, and I'm sorry we didn't get your name.
My name is John Foy.
And which agency are you with?
I'm with the Ventura County Fire Department, and I'm a public information officer for this incident.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
All right.
We'll look to you to keep us on top of this.
Sure
thing. So there you have the official word from firefighters here. Again, they're just watching this, making sure that it doesn't encroach any further on the homes. They do expect that it's going to move back into the hills, where it will hopefully burn itself out. And if we don't get a heavy wind, then that could mean very, very good news for the folks in Stevenson Ranch. Reporting live here, Brian Jenkins, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
All right, Brian, thank you very much, and thank John Foy. We've talked to him several times on our beeper phones over the last couple of days. Now we can put a face to the voice.
That's right.
John Foy, the Public Information Officer of the Ventura County Fire Department. Let's put up the graphic on our Simi Valley Fire, and we'll bring you all the information that we have on it. Fire slowing down. We've heard that from several different sources this morning. 35% now contained. No structures at the moment threatened, even though the pictures you just saw from Brian Jenkins' report, you can see the flames burning just above a couple of the communities in Stevenson Ranch, but they are burning out the areas that were not burned when the fire came down the hill. They're sort of back burning, and that's not bad for the firefighters. That just clears out all that brush and means there will be no threat to those structures for at least a couple of more years. And 100,000 acres burned all told in the Simi Valley Fire since it started over the weekend.
That includes Ventura County and LA County. And the firefighters we spoke to earlier also did say, the spokesman from the fire department, that there was some concern that later on the winds could pick up, and so they are watching that closely. We do have some new information I want to tell you about. New school closures. The Newhall School District, we are told all 9 elementary schools will be closed or are closed today, Wednesday. William S. Hart Union School District, all schools within the district closed today, and Little Light Preschool in Newhall, no school today. You may already know that information, but it's new to us here.
And we continue to cover the fires in Southern California, the fires that have burned in so many different places and affected so many different people. Carlos Granda is live at the moment. Where are you, Carlos?
I'm in Running Springs right now, Gene, and behind me, this is State Highway 18. It's getting a little bit smokier here since we've been here. We were here this morning, and now the smoke has started to move in a bit, but as you can see, not a single vehicle on this road, and that's pretty much the way it's been all morning. All you really see here are fire trucks or CHP officers or sheriff's deputies maybe going up and down patrolling the area, and they're actually watching out for looters. One of the reasons, obviously, is that this town, as you can see, pretty much evacuated. We're here at a gas station. Right next door, there's a restaurant, and there are signs on all these businesses saying that they are closed until further notice. All the people here have gone. So when that mandatory evacuation order came down, people here certainly heeded that warning and they left Running Springs. Pretty much the only ones left here are us, the media, and firefighters. Now, just down the road here on State Highway 18 is a staging center where we found a lot of firefighters, some of them waiting to go out to the fire, others just coming back in from the fire. And there you're seeing some videotape of one of those teams. It's a strike team, LA County 1136A. And they were telling me the story, what they went through this morning, and it's really an incredible story. They were out there fighting the fire when all of a sudden the weather conditions changed. The fire just started coming right at them. They were caught up in a firestorm, and as you can see there by their faces, you can see the way they look. They were exhausted when we ran into them this morning. They had been fighting this fire throughout the night and early morning, and we spoke to them, and they told us how it was to be caught up in this firestorm.
By about 7 o'clock, we saw the wind conditions start to change. We saw the fire become very erratic, and we saw fire conditions that we've never seen before. Flame lengths probably about 200 feet tall. It hit us all at once. We went from daylight to instant night and dark, and everything in between.
The intensity of what we went through, it's hard to describe. Once the fire came through, it turned black. It turned red, and then it was just super hot. And then after that, all the men did a good job on the crew. They went right to work, and they did what they were there for, to do the job. They protected the structures. So
how did you stay safe? I mean, it's all around you. I mean, what did you guys do just now?
We had taken precautionary measures. We had safety briefings. We were in the proper gear. And then we just stayed in, as a unit, each engine company stayed together, and on talking on headphones, keeping everybody together, and said, you know, don't panic. We're going to get through this, and that's the best we can do. On this one, though, it just seemed like it took longer than some of the ones we've been through. It just kept on coming.
And that is exactly what they were telling us. The flames just kept on coming. And off camera, they did tell us that one of them told me, we were just lucky. And I'm sure it was a bit of luck, but obviously skill. They knew what they were doing. They were prepared. They all reacted together, and they protected each other, and that's how they were able to survive this. And they tell us that it was just incredible to see all the flames around them. And what's even more incredible, these guys are truly brave guys. They're ready to go out there again. They're actually down there saying, we just can't be standing around here. We want to get out there again and do our job. They've been up here for 4 days, and they really want to be out there. And so that's what is truly amazing when you talk to these guys. They, to us, it sounds very frightening what they went through. Even they say they were frightened, but they want to get back out there and do their job. So that's truly amazing. Reporting live from Running Springs, I'm Carlos Granda, ABC 7 Eyewitness News. Back to you.
Carlos, give us an idea, since you're right in the middle of Running Springs, right where 330 and 18 come together up there in the mountains. Give us an idea of where the fire right now is burning, how far away, and if any of the homes around Running Springs, as far as you know, have been burned.
No, in Running Springs, it seems that everything is okay. It's away from Running Springs, actually heading a bit north and west of us where the actual fire is, and that's where these firefighters were at. It's, I would guess, I'm not exactly sure, they're not even sure, easily about 5 to 10 miles away from Running Springs, heading north and west, and that's where they were at when they say that the winds just shifted on them. It became its own firestorm. The fire was creating its own weather pattern, and it was just all around them, and that's when they really had to basically scramble for safety, but they all kept together and they all protected each other, and the fire went right through them, right around them, and they were able to stay safe. And then amazingly, that's when they started battling it. They didn't rest for a second. As soon as that was by them and they were somewhat out of danger, picked up their hoses, started defending the structures, and that's what's truly incredible what they did this morning.
Okay. Carlos Granda up there in Running Springs. He's got the Irish pub behind him. I don't know if you noticed that. Yeah. And they evacuated. That surprises me. That's really a surprise.
He was talking about the dedication of these firefighters, and we heard earlier Wendy was talking to the team of firefighters, and we heard the person she was talking to say, we're tired of losing these houses, and it must be so frustrating for them. And we have Wendy Birch on the ground there in Big Bear. Wendy.
Yeah, these guys are exhausted, but they are passionate. They don't want to see even one more house go up in flames. Right here at the Big Bear City Fire Department, there's a staging area here at Big Bear Lake. About 225 firefighters are using this as a staging area to come and go as they are dispatched to different areas. We want to bring you right back up. Here's Nick and the guys. They've said they talked to us. Nick, you guys have been on this line for how many days now?
Since Saturday.
Since Saturday. What sort of stuff have you been going through?
Worst possible that you can imagine.
What is it like on that line? I mean, just heat, flames. I know it's probably hard to put into words. We've seen the pictures, but no one can describe it quite like you guys that are fighting it.
The heat and the flames, they're bad, but it's the smoke and the cinders that really start getting to you.
Yeah.
It takes out your eyes, and it gets real hard to breathe. It's hard to explain unless you're in the middle of it.
Now, Nick, I know you guys were out on that line for the last 4 days. When did they release you?
We were released last night to come back up to Big Bear, and we were sent home to sleep and get a little bit of rest and report back at 7 o'clock this morning.
Wow, and you're back here for more. Just waiting, standing by. Let's move down here to Ryan. Ryan, I know that you guys were up on that Red Rock Rim area right around Rim of the World. You're doing a lot of backfires along that line, right?
I actually just got assigned to this unit this morning, so I've been stationed at the fire department on a medic ambulance for the last few days. So
how have people been? Have you seen a lot of people that are just stressed? Have you had to respond to a lot of people?
Not stressed for the most part. The community's evacuated pretty well, and everybody's pretty calm, evacuated and orderly. Okay. Oh yeah. So and mainly, like myself, I'm well rested, ready to go. I just want to get in there. That's why I'm here. So
you're ready to get out there and fight it. Tony, you've been a firefighter for how many years?
About 23.
Have you ever seen a fire like this one?
No. This is unprecedented with the type of fire behavior we're seeing out here. It's just incredible.
Now, what is it? Is it because of the erratic nature of the winds?
That's a little of that, plus what we have with the death of the bark beetle, what it's done to the trees up here. Just the dead fuel moistures are really big, and, it's, what can I say? It's just unprecedented what we're seeing.
We got quite an education a little earlier this morning for you watching our coverage, and we'll recap it a little bit later about these bark beetles. Bark beetles have always been in the area, but it's the drought conditions combined with the bark beetles that make this such a problem, correct?
Correct. We're dealing with, anywhere from a 4 to 7 year drought up here, and the trees are stressed. They're fighting for the moisture out of the ground. There's none around. And so you start getting the trees that are dying off. Next thing you know, we have this situation we're in with the bark beetles just running crazy.
What I've found from speaking to some of your chiefs, your division, your battalion chiefs, is that you guys have been actually preparing for a day like this, preparing for the worst case scenario, knowing that it would one day come.
Absolutely. It's I can't give you the time frame. I know it's been at least 6 months that they've been preparing for what's giving us the worst case scenario, and it looks like it's here.
Now, we went through a briefing a little bit earlier about what these guys are going to do. We'll come back to that in a minute, but we want to show you, and thanks, guys. We'll come back to you in just a little bit. Appreciate your time. What this town is like. Now, Big Bear was ordered under a voluntary evacuation yesterday around 8:30 in the morning. That turned into a mandatory evacuation about 2 hours later. About 15,000 people are full-time residents here in Big Bear, and really about 80% of them have cleared out of town. I was told by some of the folks from the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department that the only people left are those that just feel they want to fight it, and all those that they also said were a little stubborn, wanted to be here as long as they possibly could. But by and large, and we really feel from all of the images, especially that we've been showing, that people took things very, very seriously. Now, we're going to be here. We're going to keep bringing you updates all day. We've got a lot of other things to show you and some other things to talk about. But for right now, we're going to send it back to you guys in the studio.
Okay, Wendy, one question. Any idea from either the firefighters you're talking to or your own perspective how close the flames are to Big Bear?
Well, we'll show you over this ridge right here. The ridge, if you can see right over this flag, and thank goodness this flag's not flying anymore. It shows that the winds have died down a little bit. You know, that's about, we're told about 10 miles away. Now, there's 3 flanks of this old fire that we're talking about. The one flank is the one around the Crestline area that we've gone to a number of times. The other flank is where Eileen Ferrer has been reporting all day. That's the Arrowhead area that's in jeopardy. We're in what's called the third flank, about 10 miles from us. That's the area where you've got the Santa Ana River that runs down and comes in. When the fire started coming up that way, that's what got people really, really worried. And they're so worried about it, especially around the dam area here up at Big Bear. They say that's such a dry area. I want to show you one other thing too here. We've been talking about Phos-Chek the whole time. You know, we see those fixed wings go down with the Phos-Chek. This is Phos-Chek. The pink stuff right here. Phos-Chek is not only a fire retardant, it also has a chemical in it that helps in the rebuilding and reforestation of the forest. So being hit by Phos-Chek, that's what it looks like. So we'll send it back to you, and we'll keep getting as much more updated information as we can. We should tell you too, though, as I just caught in my mind, right here at the Big Bear Lake Fire Department, we have a number of the battalion chiefs that are meeting right there into a conference room trying to decide the best areas to send these guys. They want to send them out to do some defensible work right now, knowing that the fire is just up and over that ridge. They want to send them to some of the nearby structures and try to have them do some clearing to see if they can, in fact, protect some structures that might be in the direct line of fire, if, in fact, that fire comes up and over that ridge.
Okay, Wendy, thank you. We want to update you now on the latest numbers in the old fire. Now, we call that the old fire loosely because this is actually the fire that was the Grand Prix fire, the old fire, the Padua fire. They've all merged and become one fire. And these are the numbers. 50,000 homes are threatened right now, 80,000 outbuildings threatened, 520 homes destroyed, a potential loss of $10 billion. The numbers are really staggering. And yesterday we heard Governor Davis say that this could be the worst disaster to hit our state. Yeah, worst disaster of any kind. And we're talking about all those earthquakes, including the Northridge quake in '94, which caused so much devastation and cost so much to rebuild. But this one probably tops even that disaster. And so we're looking at an unprecedented event. And we're talking about, in this case, a huge fire. But now we're talking about 4 or 5 other huge fires, all burning at once. And this fire was 3 that merged together. Down in San Diego County, they have 2 huge fires that merged together. And so, you know, this is really an unprecedented event, even for disaster-prone Southern California. That's right. Well, we are going to check in on Stevenson Ranch one more time. Brian Jenkins is on the ground. Brian, has the situation changed there?
Well, just slightly, but it's amazing to see how such a small change in a wind can make can change what we've seen all morning on this hill. Take a look at how the fire is burning now. Now, half an hour ago, that fire was coming down and a pretty good wall of flame was coming down the hill. We've had just a small shift in the breeze here, maybe 2 to 3 miles per hour, but look what it's done. It's pushed the flames back up where there's already that area that's already burned. So this is what firefighters had expected. It's probably what's going to be going on for much of the day. And residents like Skylar Bacon, who is with me here, have been watching all this on pins and needles. I would imagine quite a roller coaster for you.
Yes, it has been. I mean, for the last couple of days, we've been just kind of on alert. All the neighbors have been really pulling together, and we've just kind of really, as a neighborhood, have stuck together and just kind of watched everything as this, really transpired.
Now, you raise an interesting issue. Home insurance has become an issue in this area, and I would imagine this is going to make it even more tougher again.
I think it's going to be really difficult, especially if people are currently either changing homeowners insurance or they don't have it now. But probably most of the residents do have it. We did run into an incident where our homeowners insurance actually has doubled since we've moved in here.
Wow, interesting for folks in here, and I think there's some 300 homes in this in this
about
area.
300 homes in this development here. Yeah.
Okay. Now, do you have kids? Or
yes, I do. I have
so
3 children.
Has it been difficult explaining what's going on to them and having to get them up and out and that kind of thing?
Well, our 2 smaller children, the babies are actually at my mother-in-law's home. Our son, who's 15, is with us. And so he's been keeping an eye out on everything. Very nervous for him, it has been. So we're just trying to keep him, relaxed and as calm as we can and just keep him informed on what's going on. Yeah.
And I would imagine firefighters being so calm as they have. I get this over and over from folks that they have kind of put you folks in a state
have
relax.
Definitely made us very relaxed. We've got a neighbor of ours, Jeff Hudson, who is a firefighter, and his wife has been kind of keeping us abreast and letting us know kind of what his thoughts are, and they've been coming through the neighborhood and letting all the families know, if we needed to evacuate, if it became mandatory for us to leave. But it has really made us all really comfortable. They have really pulled up and taken care of our neighborhood, and that's all we can do is just thank them. Yeah.
We'll let you do that.
Well, we will. But we just want to say to all the firefighters, thank you so very much. Yeah.
Well, thank you for sharing with us.
Thank you.
And that is the state of affairs here at Stevenson Ranch. We will, of course, keep you posted as the day progresses. Reporting live here, Brian Jenkins, ABC 7 Eyewitness News. Back to you.
Brian, you brought up the issue of insurance. It is a very serious situation. We have this information that all California homeowners insurers declared a moratorium on any new coverage in Ventura County, San Diego, and San Bernardino counties, and that would affect policies that are up for renewal this week or homes closing escrow. So it is a very serious situation for those people trying to obtain insurance.
And it's not unprecedented. We've known from past disasters like this that insurance companies even have pulled out of California because their stake was so high and their liabilities were so high after earthquakes and large fires like this one, the Oakland fire in 1992, I think it was, or 1991. And so the insurance companies, sometimes take such huge losses, they decide they can't write any more policies, and it becomes a problem for folks like that live in communities that are up close to the brush.
That's true. That's why a relief effort is so important, and we have ABC 7's relief effort underway outside the Staples Center, and Garth Kemp is there. Hey, Garth.
Hey, good morning, everybody. We are here right outside the Staples Center. Olympic and Fig is where you can find us. The Cirque du Soleil tent is right behind us, so that'll give you a little bit of an area for you to spot us. That's very easy thing to spot if you don't see the Staples Center, but we are just on the north side, west to north, about the north side of the Staples Center. Anyway, we are doing very well this morning so far, raising money. This is one of the positive things that's coming out, is people coming out, helping other people. With me right now, somebody who came down, Flo Rossi. Flo, you are from Los Feliz, but you also have to tell us why you came down. Tell us where your other place is.
Well, this morning I heard that my house was spared, and
it's in Arrowhead, correct?
In Arrowhead. And as soon as I heard that, I couldn't wait to run down here and give a donation. And I hope to give more, too. And I hope everyone will donate as much as they can because of the people that have lost their homes and they're coming back to rubble.
Now, you've been up there for how long, you were telling me?
We've had this home for 40 years.
Have you ever seen anything like this that was up there?
Never. We had a fire up there maybe 25 years ago, and we were there at the weekend. They told us to leave, and we left. But this is devastating. It's the worst I've ever seen.
Now, when did you find out that your house was okay? How did you find out?
Well, we were heard this morning. My daughter called me and said, the house is fine. And I had called the hotel, and I got word from the hotel. I had been calling the alarm company, and I've been calling everyone I could think, even the parish priest, but he wasn't even there. So I've been calling everyone to see how our house was doing, because we're not far from a rim. The rim goes right down.
And everything had just passed you right by, and that brought you to come out. Now, you have a receipt. It's very easy to donate.
Governor-elect Arnold Schwarzenegger, sorry to interrupt Garth Kemp and the woman who is explaining her situation in Lake Arrowhead, but the governor-elect is speaking in Washington, D.C. He's there trying to get aid for California. Let's listen in.
I don't see any of that. All I see is if it is from Senator Feinstein to Senator Box and all the rest of them, all opening up their arms and say, we want to work with you. We want to work together because we're all Californians. We all believe in California. California is the #1 priority to us, and we want to make this place shine again. You know, for the last 5 years it has gone down. We know that for the next 5 years it will go up. It will come back. We will make it again the greatest state in the greatest country in the world.
Senator Kennedy, what's the best advice you could give? Senator Kennedy, what's the best advice you could give for dealing with those pesky Democrats in Sacramento?
Oh, well, I think Governor Schwarzenegger is doing very well. And he's met with all of the members of the delegation, with the leadership here. And he's done that up in Sacramento. So he's doing very, very well.
I think the key thing is, I think everyone knows that I will have an administration that will reach out to all the people. As I said, I want to be the governor of all the people, the people's governor. That means Democrats and Republicans. In my administration, I put together now an administration, a team that will be Democrats and Republicans, not just Republicans. Because I believe that we have to take care of everyone, young, old, Democrats, Republicans, it doesn't matter. The people of California are upset about what has happened. Not only the Democrats, not only Republicans, everyone is upset at what happened in the last few years. And that's why they want to have change. And politics, as usual, has to die in order for California to succeed.
Last question. The Democrats I talked to said they enjoyed your meeting, but they wanted more meat out of it. They felt like it was just a meet and greet and they wanted more substance. Is that going to come in the future?
Well, I'm not complaining about it. If they didn't want to put my meat out there, that's fine with me. I mean, they wanted to keep it casual, but I'm not complaining. We had very good meetings.
Will we have more substantive meetings in the future?
I will be back many times. I didn't want to say exactly the line, I'll be back, but I mean, but I will be back many more times, believe me. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Governor-elect Arnold Schwarzenegger meeting there with Senator Ted Kennedy, who is his uncle by marriage, if I figure this correctly. Right. And Arnold Schwarzenegger, a Republican, governor-elect of California, and Ted Kennedy, certainly a Democrat, but as he said, he wants to be governor for all the people, Republicans and Democrats alike. Now, we have more video that we just shot up in Hesperia. This huge old fire burns on so many different fronts. This is what it looked like in Hesperia just as the fire jumped the aqueduct. That's the California Aqueduct at Valley Summit Road. This video shot just about an hour ago, and you can see, or less than an hour ago, 40 minutes ago, and you can see the flames are quite intense as they come down the hill. That's a very windy area anyway. So we talk about how the winds have died down in many areas, but we're talking about Hesperia that's very close to Cajon Pass, and it gets very windy, and Bob Banfield is right there in Hesperia right now, and he can bring us up to date on the situation there. Bob.
Gene, it's very interesting. We're at Jenny and Banyan in the community of Hesperia. When you're coming up the 15 freeway, it really doesn't appear to be that much windy. Then you come down about 200 yards off the freeway, and we're part of the wind tunnel here situation. I wish I could have seen the tape that was shot just a few minutes ago about those flames. But homeowner Tony Reed was down in that area where the flames were getting around a couple of homes. He was checking on some people down there. Tony, what did you see?
I saw a house fire about 11 feet away, and 5 trucks went down to try to save a home down there.
Were they successful, or you couldn't stay around?
Well, I couldn't stay around because, you know, they wanted us to get out of that canyon.
Your home is just one street over?
Yeah, it's right behind here.
What's the situation there?
We're fine. Just smoke and ashes right now, but we're packed and ready to go if we have to.
You're packed and ready to go? Have you been told this is a mandatory evacuation?
Yes, I have.
So
but I'm going to try to fight as long as I can.
Tony, good luck. Take care of yourself.
Thank you.
Doug Johnson is with the Kern County Fire Agency. He's a public information officer here. Doug, you've been around here for, since Saturday, I understand?
Got here Friday,
yeah,
and I'm on the Grand Prix fire, which now this part of the fire used to be the old fire, and now it is part of the Grand Prix fire for management.
So when we're talking about which fire is which fire, this is for management purposes and knowing where your people are.
Right. You've got to manage resources. We have very few resources. They're being stretched very thin, so we want to make sure we do those in the most advantageous manner.
We didn't have the opportunity to see the shots from the helicopter of the fire. It is not too far away from here.
Half mile to a mile along the railroad tracks right now on the southeast side of this community of Oak Hills and Hesperia. We have a lot of structure protection in place. And there, as the other gentleman mentioned, there's a lot of homes that are mixed inside, right inside the brush. It makes it very difficult for us to fight fire under normal conditions.
This looks almost like a city here in Hesperia, you know, with the nice green lawns. It doesn't appear rural, but all around here, it is very much rural, and there's a lot of vegetation.
There's a lot of rural that was here to begin with, and as the city grows, of course, the newer construction comes in, and that helps us in a certain respect because of the tile roofs and the stucco siding and the nice greenery they put around their homes, so that helps us.
Doug, what would you estimate the wind velocity here as we're speaking now? It's gusting right now.
Well, right now it looks like we're probably 35 to 45 at times, so it's not good for us. We're not happy about it.
Do you have any idea how many fire units here? I know a number of strike teams.
There are dozens of strike teams from the Grand Prix fire, and there are a few strike teams from the old fire as well, because we're sharing resources right now for this community.
Are the firemen getting enough time off to get back to the camp at Glen Helen Park so they can eat? They're not living on bag lunches all the time, are they?
No, we try to get them 2 hot meals a day. Sometimes it doesn't happen every day, but we try to get them 5, 6, 7 hours of sleep, and it really depends on the type of day we're having. Today it might be one of those days you only get 5 hours sleep.
What would you think is going to happen here?
Well, this wind's going to blow the fire up and bump the edge of this community on the southeast side, and we're going to do everything possible to try and keep it from gobbling up houses and hurting people.
Doug Johnson, have you ever seen anything quite like this? You mentioned one other fire that you came down from Kern County to help out on.
Well, that was of course, the Malibu fires, but this certainly surpasses those, and not to diminish those fires, but they're all very similar, and it's really hard on us.
Doug, we're going to keep in touch with you throughout the day and see if we can help keep the public aware of what is happening here in the high desert, if that's okay.
Yeah, we appreciate that.
Fine. So that's pretty much the situation here. It is very, very windy. We noticed that Interstate 138, the road leading into Lake Silverwood, of course, is closed because we know that some of the fire is burning up into that area. I was surprised, Gene, to hear that it had jumped over the aqueduct, but it's moving in this direction, and as the homeowner said, just right over the hill, down in the valley, maybe less than a half mile away, there's a lot of flames, and it's soon going to be here. We'll do our best to bring you pictures throughout the day. I'm Bob Banfield reporting live from the high desert community of Hesperia.
Okay, Bob, thank you. We see that wind definitely picking up behind you. We are going to shift gears now and go back to Washington, D.C., where John North is live. John.
Governor-elect here just saw been making the runs here on Capitol Hill. He came here as a get-acquainted to Washington, and it took on a critical mission of trying to get the fire victims. His first meeting was with the Federal Emergency Management Agency, or FEMA. His guide has been California Congressman David Dreyer. They met on Capitol Hill with the head of FEMA asking for one-stop relief centers. Fire victims will be able to get loans, emergency relief, and grants alike from one location. FEMA has promised to get most of those centers up and running this weekend. His celebrity status may give him added clout, along with the decisive victory in the recall election. Unlike California's Democratic legislature, the Republicans are in the majority here on Capitol Hill.
Anyone and everyone I've talked to today has guaranteed me they will do everything they can to help us in California, which is the great thing. I mean, I'm, even though it's very sad of what's going on in California, but at the same time, there's a happy moment also when you come here and you ask for help and people open up their arms and says, we're there with you. We're going to help California. So that has been the message in all my meetings this morning.
And as you saw a few minutes ago, he met with his uncle-in-law, Senator Ted Kennedy, one of the most liberal voices in the Senate, in fact, on the Hill. He has other meetings this afternoon with a couple of cabinet secretaries. But again, the Get Acquainted mission, the attempt to get some equal money for California for its tax dollars, taken on an added importance with the fires in California. And so he's been getting some promises. He got some help from the House Speaker, Dennis Hastert, promised to help make California whole again. So the governor-elect is now being tested in a way that he didn't anticipate even before he's sworn in. Live from Washington, D.C., I'm John North, ABC7 Eyewitness News. Back to you.
All right, John. Crisis by fire, I would say, for the governor-elect now in Washington, trying to get as much as he can for the folks that have suffered here. Now, you saw that John North's picture was breaking up a little bit there, and keep in mind there is another fire of sorts, really the biggest fire we know of. It's called the Sun. That was interference from a solar storm that's going on in the sun, and the solar flares have released huge amounts of energy, and they're interrupting satellite transmissions all over the country. There's one Japanese communication satellite that was knocked out totally. And the worst part of the solar storm is in effect right now, about this time, and it will diminish after that, but just thought folks might want to know that.
That's interesting, Gene. We're going to give you a picture now of Las Vegas, and you will see that it is smoky and hazy there on the Las Vegas Strip. It is amazing to think that the smoke and debris has traveled about 120 miles away downwind of us. This happened, of course, since the wind shifted. We're now in a normal pattern. The winds coming in, or westerly onshore winds coming in, which are normal for California and for this time of year.
Yeah, usually in the Santa Ana winds that would blow down towards the coast. Right. That has shifted around totally, and now Las Vegas, unfortunately, downwind a long way, about 120 miles or so.
Amazing.
But all the smoke that's generating in Southern California now heading east and affecting Las Vegas in that way. Unbelievable. They know what smog is like now.
That's right. And also we heard from Mark and Brian earlier, who were out there with Garth, who said one of their viewers from Arizona could see the smoke and the flames.
Yeah, when you have fires of this magnitude and smoke generated in huge quantities, it's got to go someplace sooner or later. And when the wind starts blowing to the east, it's going to go east. All
right. Well, right now we have Omar Morales joining us. He has some insurance information for us. Earlier we were talking about the moratorium on insurance policies. Omar, can you give us any more information?
We do understand that there is a moratorium, and that's pretty normal in these types of situations. They're generally short-lived, and it all depends on the fire and how it cooperates. So the sooner the flames die out and the dust settles, then we'll be able to tell how long that moratorium will last.
Now, moratorium is one thing, but policy costs are going to almost inevitably go up, are they not, after a loss like this for the insurance companies?
Time will tell. Right now, there's no estimate for the amount of dollars that will be lost in this fire. But once that is all tallied up, certainly insurers are going to go in and reassess the risk. That always happens after a big catastrophe like this.
Now, how about folks that are building or have built or have bought in brush areas that in past years after big fires like this have not been able to buy insurance, not necessarily because of moratoriums, but because insurance companies just won't sell it to them, so they have to go on the California Fair Plan. How much more prevalent do you think that will be after a fire catastrophe of this type?
Again, time will tell, but the Fair Plan exists for a reason, and that is to insure those homes that are such a high risk that the normal market will not insure them.
And how many folks, I don't know if you have the figures, but how many folks percentage-wise are on the Fair Plan now compared to normal homeowners insurance?
I don't have those figures right now.
How would you rate how insurance companies are handling the fires and handling their customers right now?
Well, they're definitely doing their part. The adjusters at last count had not yet been allowed in to go assess the damage, but there are mobile units. They have done their part. They're out cutting checks for additional living expenses, and they're doing as much as they can to communicate with their policyholders. And really that's the key in this situation, is the good communication from both sides.
And just to clear up, the California Homeowners Insurers declared a moratorium a few days ago, I think Monday. In this, just want to make sure this is true, on any new coverage in Ventura, San Diego, and San Bernardino counties. Is that correct?
That's right. In the areas affected, you cannot buy new coverage. But if you are a current policyholder or if you are up for renewal, there's no reason to panic. Your insurance is safe. And if you are in escrow, as you mentioned earlier, it's best to call your agent and just make sure that everything's okay. But like I said,
so
if you are...
The only people really affected by a moratorium are folks that are just now buying a house that their escrow has not closed, or they haven't entered escrow, or people that are about to buy a house.
Really, it's affecting people that don't have insurance and are trying to get a brand new policy. That's who's really going to be affected by this moratorium. Like I said, if you are in escrow, call your agent and make sure everything's still going well. But those people still should be able to get insurance.
And that moratorium is expected to be lifted by Friday, is the information I have. Is that going to change?
I do not have anything with regard to when the moratorium will be lifted.
Okay. Have you received, one last question, have you received any complaints from homeowners who lost their homes, who cannot get in touch with their insurance companies or are not being serviced the way they should be?
We have not, but our website, www.iinc.org, has a list of 800 numbers that consumers can look up their insurance company and call them from there. So we've done our part in terms of getting the message out, and we have not heard anything about people having trouble contacting their insurers.
All right, that is good news. Thank you, Omar Morales, for joining us.
Now let's, the picture you've been seeing over the shoulder of Omar Morales, who I've been talking to him, is from Stevenson Ranch, and our Brian Jenkins is there right now. It looks like flames have gotten a little closer to that one house at the end of the street, Brian.
Well, we talked about the quick change of the wind direction, and you see what it can do on that hillside. Just a wall of flames where before it was just smoldering. You know, residents have been watching this, looking with some concern, but they've gotten some words of calm, if you will, from firefighters. And with me now, John Foy with the Ventura County Fire Department. People look at this and they say, "Wow, this looks pretty bad." But put this in perspective.
Well, what this is just a small portion. It's going to run these hills, like I said earlier. It's going to back down the hills and run the slopes. What has happened is we've had a little bit of a wind change, and so now it's kicking the fire up. But we have engine companies in here. We have firefighters out there. They're in position to do what needs to be done. And we have this big concrete drainage here that is going to separate the fuel from the homes.
Right, now our viewers can't see that. That's about maybe 100 yards that runs behind these homes over here. So
right off the back of that engine there. It drops off. It's a concrete slope that comes back up to these homes.
And that helps you guys.
Oh yeah, it provides us a nice big wide fuel break in there that's probably 50 or 100 feet wide.
Okay, now the flip side of this burn off as we watch is that this takes away fuel from any potential burn in years to come, I would imagine.
Well, yeah, it's certainly going to reduce the fuel on that hillside for a long time, and it'll be grass and small fuels. A lot of the bigger trees will stay, they'll recover, and they'll be okay. So hopefully that'll be enough to hold the hillsides in when it starts to rain.
Right. That's another problem we may have to visit sometime in April of next year.
Exactly. That's what that's why we're concerned with when California, when we're stopping these brush fires, is we want to save the watershed as much as possible. But when we get a wind-driven event like this, you can't put people out in front of it. All you can do is go defensive, protect the structures, and do what you got to do. And that's kind of what we're doing here. We're a little bit defensive in that we're protecting the structures and not really attacking the fire. But that's the plan of attack right now.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Ford. We'll come back to you, I'm sure, during the course of the day.
Good.
So that's the state of things here. Again, looks worse than it is. They're letting this burn off. The wind has not picked up to the extent that it might create a problem for this community right now, but firefighters are on top of this as they have been over the last 24 hours. And again, we'll wait and see how this thing progresses. Reporting live here in Stevenson Ranch, Brian Jenkins, ABC 7 Eyewitness News. Back to you.
Okay, Brian, a couple of questions. First of all, John Foy is talking about going defensive, and that's the mode they've been in all this time. We've been watching flare-ups from time to time. Have you seen actually any of the firefighters having to put any water on any of those flames?
No, actually, they don't want to do that. What they want to do is let it burn itself out, so it takes away the fuel entirely. Now, if they were to go in and just drop water on this section and let it dry, then they'd have the same problem all over again in the event you had some hot spot pickup somewhere else. So what they want to do is let this burn off as completely as they can. Now, of course, as it winds its way all the way to the bottom, what you can't see is behind that house on the end, there are a couple of fire trucks stationed there. They've got hoses all set up. They are going to be wetting that down. But again, there's a gully that runs there, and the fire literally just runs out of fuel. So the only problem they may have is if that wind really kicks up and ignites a little piece in the yards in back of, or in the trees in back of these houses, then they're prepared to put a quick douse on that. But otherwise, they want this fuel gone, and it reduces the threat not only now, but as Mr. Foy said, in the next year or two, because you won't have all of that growth that's been there for so long.
Okay, Brian Jenkins, thank you very much. John Foy from the Ventura County Fire Department. We appreciate it very much. The other major fire that's burning right now in Southern California, this one, the one up, of course, at Big Bear, Running Springs, Arrowhead area, and the third one, the most destructive so far in California, is the Cedar Fire, burning now almost to the outskirts of Julian, California.
That's right. That is in San Diego County, and we have Bob Lawrence on the line, I believe. He is in Julian, where firefighters are trying so hard to save that very important and historical town in San Diego County. Bob Lawrence, are you with us?
I'm with you. Can you hear me now?
Yes, there you are. What does it look like
there we
now?
go.
That's the town museum behind you, I think.
Yes, it was a not a small army. In fact, it was a huge army of firefighters that rolled into this town last night with one thing on their mind, determined to save downtown Julian. Look behind me now. This is actually an improvement over what was happening last night. That entire hillside just behind it was ablaze. And again, firefighters from all over, from Contra Costa County, Palm Springs, everywhere, came in here with one thing in mind, to save downtown Julian. If ever there was a vision of hell on earth, the fire cresting toward Julian overnight was it. And it was into that inferno firefighters rushed in to try and push the fire away from downtown Julian by lighting backfires and hoping the winds would hold.
You know, you can go either way. You know, winds are we're just battling the winds.
By first light, the wind shifted to the east as weary firefighters took up positions at Kentwood in the Pines. By daybreak, fire crews moved into the nearby community to see which houses could be defensible and which houses might not be. Tree limbs were pushed back, sawed off, and gotten out of the way. And in some cases, homes were sprayed with foam, but only some would fare better than others.
This is a house that we could possibly save. The one behind us, it's up here in the trees. It's on the other side of the road, on the side that the fire's coming. We're writing that one off.
Some could be saved. Others were left to the fire's wrath. Only time to attack the ones they could save, reel the hose up, and then move on to the next one. And a big problem, of course, is the winds, which have picked up dramatically here in Julian. You might see the tree blowing behind me. This is the strongest it's been even since Sunday when the Santa Anas started. So downtown Julian still saved. The historic district is still standing and still saved. Fire crews still standing by to make sure it'll stay that way. But of course, the winds, as you well know, up in Los Angeles can really play havoc. We're live in Julian for Eyewitness News. Bob
Okay,
Lawrence,
that's certainly good news, Bob, that the old part of Julian has been saved. The ridge over to your south that was burning last night, where else were the flames burning? On which side? If it was burning on the south, was it also burning on the west?
It was burning all over. In fact, Jeff, let me just kind of pan over here, Jeff, if you can. That ridge where you're looking at now, where the smoke is coming up, all the way to your screen right, all the way over, in fact, on Highway 79, if you're familiar with that, coming up to Julian, was all ablaze last night. Firefighters setting backfires, though, trying to meet the main body of the fire to try to get it out. They were somewhat successful. They kept the flames out of downtown Julian, but as you can well see, when the wind picked up again this morning, we got the fire all over again, and there were homes lost just east of the downtown area.
So what is under threat right now, Bob? The homes that are up along the highway towards Mount Laguna?
Well, actually, the Sunrise Highway was threatened for a time. This area behind us, it rolls into what's called Banner Grade. It's the road that goes down into the desert. There are a number of homes that are behind that ridge there, but as the wind has shifted back from the east, more now to the north, it may be blowing back on the part that was burning overnight. So that might be the good news, but that fire this morning in the area called Kentwood in the Pines, just east of the downtown area of Julian, a lot of those homes in there were lost.
So the area between Julian and Cuyamaca Lake, that area is there fire in there at that present time?
There was severe fire in there last night. A lot of Cuyamaca was lost. Much of it, though, thanks to a determined effort, was saved. Some of the historic structures there, the town restaurant, if you're familiar with that, the old fire station, the lodge was saved, but a lot of homes did go up last night. The firestorm ripped right through it.
And Bob, Julian being such a popular tourist spot for people wanting that well-known apple pie and the apple cider, are some of the businesses that were so popular, are they still standing?
They're all standing, but I can tell you it was very eerie to be here overnight. There's no power in the town at all. Power has been cut off because of the fires lower down on the hill through Ramona, and that supplies the power up here on the hill. So there's no power in the town. The place was deserted other than for firefighters, and it was a very eerie feeling to just be here overnight, watch the flames go, and just see the fire trucks, one after another, go into the fire to try to head it off from downtown.
So I would imagine there's a feeling that if Julian Julian stands and is saved, there's hope for the mountain communities of San Diego County.
There is hope. There's always hope. But again, no one likes this wind that has come up, and that's going to throw a wrench into everything. The winds had died down for the last day or so, and now they're back up. And that could take those embers, reignite them, push them further. So this afternoon could be a battle once again.
Okay, we're certainly not out of danger right now. Bob Lawrence from KGTV, our sister station in San Diego, thank you very much for that report from Julian. The town museum directly behind him, the main part of town just over his right shoulder.
Good to see it's still standing.
We are very, very pleased to hear that Julian has been spared, at least for now, and hope that some of these winds that are still a threat to Julian die down.
It is a lovely town, although we feel for the people who lost their homes there. We are going to come back to LA County and Lake Arrowhead, where Eileen Frere is on the ground. Eileen.
We're actually in Lake Arrowhead, and fire has reached Lake Arrowhead. You can see the flames behind me around that white crane structure. That is near a campground here in Lake Arrowhead, but in the foreground you can see that's a lumber yard, lots of lumber there. We have had water-dropping aircraft in the area. You might be able to hear them, and we might be able to see them here in a second through the smoke. They've been picking up water out of Lake Arrowhead to dump on this fire. Now, all of this smoke and this fire came over here from Cedar Glen, which is right next to us, just a couple miles away. We have some tape that we can show you. We just came back from there just a short while ago. That place, we saw at least 8 or 9 houses fully engulfed in flames. We had been there probably an hour earlier before that, and there was only one house that we saw on fire. That one was completely leveled when we got to that one. The 2 vehicles that had been parked outside, completely charred. Again, 8 or 9 houses that we saw. I'm sure it spread. It was moving very quickly in the wind. Also, the ambers we saw, you could see the fire line close to the Forest Lawn Scout Reservation. This is along the Hook Creek Road and Bridge Road area of Cedar Glen. Fast-moving flames, burning intensely, very, very hot. It had actually crossed over the Hook Creek Road onto the other side when we were there, and that is why we are seeing flames right now here in Lake Arrowhead. Again, we are seeing water-dropping aircraft here in Lake Arrowhead trying to fight this aggressively because, as we've been talking about all day today and as the fire started, half the trees here, more than half of the trees are dead as we're watching this aircraft here. More than half the trees in Lake Arrowhead here are dead because of the drought and because of the beetle infestation. So you can imagine an ember getting onto that dry wood, just taking off and burning or causing a lot of damage here in Lake Arrowhead. And all the houses that are in between here. Again, we've got fire. It has reached Lake Arrowhead. Back to you.
You say it's reached Lake Arrowhead. That Cedar Glen area is on the eastern side of the lake, as I make it by the map that we're looking at. How about the resort, which is more on the westerly side? Any word on the Lake Arrowhead resort there?
You know, we haven't heard anything about that yet. At this point, I just talked with a firefighter here who's sort of been watching it from our vantage point, and he says the direction that it's burning is going into a campground. Part of Lake Arrowhead. If we can get him nearby, he's kind of a ways over there. I can ask him if he's heard anything about them.
Okay, we may be losing a little bit of your signal there, Eileen, so what we'll let you do is go, and then we'll come back if you can get more information on exactly where it's burning. But it looks like the Cedar Glen area of Lake Arrowhead, the fire is there, eastern shore, and has burned through the Cedar Glen, Hook Creek Road areas of Cedar Glen, and now we're switching back over to another flare-up on the Simi Valley fire on the northern flank of that fire at Stevenson Ranch.
Yes, and if we're still looking at the same picture we were looking at earlier that Brian Jenkins brought us, we understand that firefighters there are not trying to put out those flames. They're trying to let them burn. They say that will use up the fuel in the area, and I guess we can tell that the flames are burning upright so that there's not too much wind there at this time, and that is their strategy. They're not attacking those flames. They're just letting them burn out, and in the meantime, we saw residents still there at their homes.
Yeah, just over the Santa Susana Mountains from where these pictures are being taken in Stevenson Ranch is Moore Park in Ventura County, and that was over close to where The fire was burning like 3 days ago. Leslie, what can you tell us from Moore Park?
Well, yeah, we are at the Incident Command Center, and I'm here with Bernie Pineda, who's a fire information officer. You were talking about a flare-up in Santa Clarita, I believe, and Bernie, you were saying that that's probably some back burning.
It's possible. We are prepared to do some of that today. That is our primary focus today, is in a lot of structural protection, anything that's out there of concern that we've identified as a priority in this case. So basically, it's anything that's in front of an unburned material that's coming toward, let's say it was the example of a home. We will go ahead and burn that off with the conditions being right. So you burn everything off that's in front of us towards the fire. When it gets there, you can only burn a tree once in this case. So that's kind of a defensive move as well.
Where is the fire moving now, and what is your main goal in terms of keeping it at bay? Where do you not want it to go?
Well, luckily from the Simi fire, the entire perimeter, we only have one area of concern that's of the far east end of it, which is just to the west of I-5 in Stevenson Ranch area. That's our primary concern. That's where most of our resources are at today. We have homes in there, a number of homes in there. Of course, Magic Mountain is over in that direction as well. So all of that is in play today in terms of defense. And so we're doing a lot of offensive things in order to make this thing work in terms of helping us. The weather is another factor. You know, we did get a little recovery in humidity from overnight. We'll probably lose some of that today in terms of percentages with some of the humidity going up. The winds are coming up a little bit as well. So we're kind of prepared for that. So we'll just have to play it out and be as offensive as we can.
And I know your resources are stretched pretty thinly. How are your firefighters doing?
You know, they're doing a bang-up job. They've been at it for a lot of hours, a lot of days. This particular fire alone started on Saturday, and of course, they didn't come in fresh. A lot of them came from other fires to battle this one. So it's kind of the clock is kind of a continuance for them. But they're coming all back here in the evening, and that's the most important part, is that they come back safely. So they're doing a bang-up job, but they're tired. But our hope is to get done with this thing before the weekend or by the weekend, if that.
So you have 35% containment right now. And how many firefighters out there?
We have about 1,200 out there in the field during the day. And of course, some of those are also in terms of support personnel, which is about a little under 200 people that are providing support here for those firefighters during the course of the day and the evening, because we are working 24/7.
Other than the weather, any obstacles that you can foresee?
Not enough hours in the day to get this thing done.
All right, thank you very much, Bernie Pineda, who is here at the Incident Command Post, telling us that it's 35% contained. There are 1,200 firefighters out there, but they are working. They're setting back fires. They have air support, doing everything they can to get this taken care of as soon as possible. Back to you.
All right, Leslie, thank you for that report. We are going to go now to Leo Stallworth, who is in San Bernardino in one of the evacuation centers. Leo, are you at the San Bernardino International Airport?
Yes, I am, and I'm inside of a hangar. This is the largest evacuation center and perhaps one of the largest in the Southland, and of course the largest in San Bernardino County. And there are evacuees here from Riverside County, San Bernardino County, Big Bear, Running Springs, Lake Arrowhead, and other spots throughout the Southland affected by this fire. And you see the large number of people in here. They have cots out here. Some of these folks have been here for several days. A lot of Red Cross workers here assisting these evacuees. There are about 2,000 people staying inside of this hangar, and the Red Cross tells me that they don't have enough folks. They don't have enough space for the folks that are still coming in here, so they're trying to create even more room, perhaps somewhere else. I don't know where that else will be, but we are here with one of the Red Cross officials, Jennifer Sewell. What's the situation? You've got about 2,000 people inside of this hangar here at the San Bernardino International Airport, and you say you still need more room.
Yes, Grace Chapel and some of the other churches have been so kind to open their doors and offer their facilities as a evacuation center. Pastor Moorhead has donated his church here on base, and also we have also opened up our second facility at the youth center across the street for those who have respiratory problems or need more attention. So our nursing staff is there on hand to help, and along with here at the main station.
So what is the demeanor of a lot of these folks here?
Well, for those who found out that they did lose their home, they're a bit frustrated. those who have not found out if they lost their home or not, who have not been allowed to go back into their homes. You know, they're still hopeful, and of course the children really don't know what's going on, and you know, we try and just help out the families the best we can.
You've got 2,000 people at this facility. Are more people pouring into this facility as we speak?
Yes. As of today, we just found out from one of our CEOs here on staff at the Red Cross that the Victorville facility is full, and that they're turning away people and having them come here to our evacuation center here.
Thank you very much. Giovanna, folks at the station, I don't know if you're trying to talk to me now or at some point, but I can't hear you, basically, is what I'm trying to say. So I'm just going to continue on. I've got a gentleman here who's here with his family from Running Springs. You want to come on in here, sir, and talk to us? And you guys what's your name, first of all?
My name is Don Bechtel, and this is my son, Christopher.
And you all have been here since when?
Since last night. We spent the first night in the church and then came here for the relief.
And of course you're concerned about whether or not your home is still there or not.
We haven't a clue, so I heard there's fires going there. But
your family was given the order to evacuate, and everybody kind of got out of there?
We got out of there night before last and spent the night down here in a church, and then we came here and found out about it.
So how tough has it been for you here? Of course.
Convenient. But other than that, they treat us very good here, so they got a good thing going here. It's great.
And we've got another family here. Thank you so much, sir. We've got another family here from Lake Arrowhead. Folks, you want to come on in here? And the whole community of Lake Arrowhead was evacuated, you along with them. You've been here how long, sir?
For here in this place?
In this place here, yes, sir.
I come Saturday night. And she's waiting for see what's going on over there in my house. I live in Crest Park, close to the high school for Highway 18. So I'm staying here, so see what's happening over there, okay? This is my family. Okay.
And you're just waiting to hear word on anything?
Well, I'm scared because I have important papers over there at my house. And my dog, I have a dog over there. And
you left your dog there?
Yeah, I left the dog over there. And very important documents for my family, you know, my pictures of my family, you know, that's what I got.
Well, good luck, sir. Good luck. Well, that's the situation here at this hangar at the San Bernardino International Airport. I'm Leo Starworth reporting live. Back to you in the studio.
Okay, Leo, thank you very much. And our hearts go out to all those folks, 2,000 of them just in that one evacuation center at the San Bernardino International Airport, which used to be Norton Air Force Base. Sid Garcia is up in the high desert area of, or near the high desert area of Hesperia, another community that was evacuated this morning because of the onslaught of this old fire. And Sid, what can you see from your vantage point?
We are right on Highway 138 near the summit, and behind me here, the bulldozers you see at the top of that ridge right there, I've done a pretty good job in just cutting a path and stopping the fire in its tracks. Flames were shooting up about 30 or 40 feet from our vantage point. That's about less than a mile, say 3/4 of a mile away from us. Everything you see there on your screen has been charred and burned. The good thing right now is that the winds have died down. A couple of MTA buses pulled up here not too long ago full of firefighters, and you've got strike teams going over there right now. But the threat, or the work I should say, is making sure that firefighters keep the flames on that side of Highway 138. I'm not sure exactly how far we are from Hesperia. I'm told at least just a few miles. And this is what they're trying to do, is keep these flames away from that municipality. You see a line of fire engines down there, CDF trucks, big red rigs over there as well, keeping an eye on things right now. But things were getting really exciting over here when the bulldozers started going down there and cutting a line in the brush up there as the flames were getting ready to go over the ridge. That's one problem. Marco, let's go over here. And on the other side of that ridge, you see some black smoke that appears to be coming our way as well over that ridge. We saw a couple of water-dropping helicopters earlier this morning in that area, but on the other side of that ridge, we are told that that's another fire that's coming in our direction. Again, right here off of Highway 138, just a few miles from Hesperia, firefighters are doing quick work. of just dousing what flames were there right now. And just the bulldozers are just simply doing their job. It's a simple science. Cut a line, like as if you're drawing a line in the sand, and the fire will stop right there. You've got a number of CDF, California Department of Forestry units making their way up the road here. It's just basically bringing in heavy machinery. And, well, here's one of the casualties, I guess. This rig here being towed out of here for repairs. This is the first time I've ever seen anything like this before, but it'll give you an idea. That one's from Madera County. It'll give you an idea what kind of punishment that these trucks are going through right now, just going up and down these hills trying to battle the fire. Again, you've got 3 dozers up at the top of that ridge doing what they can to cut a line there up in the brush to make sure the fire doesn't go anywhere. And right now, it seems to be working. You've got a couple of strike teams about a half a mile up the road. You can probably see them from here, just going in there and just digging out another path to make sure that the flames do not jump the highway here, and then because on the other side of the highway, it's just more dry brush. Reporting live near Hesperia, I'm Sid Garcia, ABC7 Eyewitness News. Gene, back to you.
Okay, Sid, I'll take it. We have Shaylee Judd on the line joining us from the U.S. Forest Service. Shaylee, you have some new information for us?
Yes, we have some new mandatory evacuations as of 9:30 a.m. in the high desert area where your reporter was reporting. And let me go ahead and run through them. Everything south of Mesquite Road to Highway 138 and Highway 173, including everything to and through Summit Valley. Everything east to the east of Santa Fe Avenue in Hesperia and west to Baldy Mesa. The evacuation includes both the east and west sides of I-15. And that is in conjunction with the Grand Prix fire. What happened this morning is they switched control over from everything west of Waterman Avenue to the Grand Prix fire. This was formerly considered part of the old fire.
Now we understand from some of the wire information we received that all of those fires kind of merge and they're now one fire.
Right. I believe it was either on Saturday or Sunday the Grand Prix fire and the old fire merged. Now this new division is just so that logistically they can get a better handle on things.
Okay. Any idea on what fronts or how close to the actual community of Hesperia the fire is burning?
You know, this is you're talking about 10 miles south that it's burning right now in and around the Lake Arrowhead, not Lake Arrowhead, although it is there, the Silverwood Lake area. As of 6 a.m. this morning, it had crowned in the trees, which is a point of concern for us because the fire moves faster after it has crowned in the trees and it makes it harder to fight.
Okay. And can you go over those mandatory evacuations for us one more time, because there's a lot of information there for our viewers.
Right. It's everything south of Mesquite Road to Highway 138, south to Highway 138, and Highway 173.
Okay.
It's including everything to and through Summit Valley.
Okay.
It's also everything east to the east of Santa Fe Avenue in Hesperia and west to Baldy Mesa. And then this evacuation area includes both the east and west sides of the I-15.
So this is a complicated evacuation order, but folks that live in that area know it all too well. So those parameters, anybody who was in those areas that we're talking about, primarily south of Mesquite and south of 138, they know that they should be out of there. Have you seen, or I know you're not in that location, but that's primarily a rural area, so you wouldn't expect a large concentration of people. It's mostly ranchettes and smaller homes in that area, I believe.
You're right. There is a rural area, but it also includes the Oak Hills community that was evacuated as of 3 a.m. this morning.
Oak Hills. Okay, good enough. All right, Shaylee Judd, thank you very much from the U.S. Forest Service, bringing us up to date on this latest evacuation order, and that is the area primarily south of Mesquite and Highway 138, Highway 173, Summit Valley. All of Summit Valley is now under an mandatory evacuation order.
And we have a Hesperia resident on the line with us, Marcia Launder. Marcia, have you evacuated? Have you received orders to evacuate?
No, we haven't. We're just voluntary right now. No one's come around, but we have things ready to go. 2 blocks down south is Ranchero, and our friends have been red tagged down there, so they're gone. But we're just waiting. It's so smoky here. It lightened up a little bit, but now it's getting real dark again. So I think it's a ways. I think they're just giving us plenty of time so that we can, you know, get out.
So you talk about the smoke, but you can't really see any flames.
No, we
over any
did
ridges.
take, my daughter and I, and my neighbor took a ride around to see if we could see anything, and we really couldn't. We just watched the news there, so it's still quite a ways from where we are, but as you know, watching the San Bernardino, that can sure flare up, and the wind is blowing here. So we're just kind of sitting around and ready to go when they tell us to.
Now, I would assume that it being in Hesperia down, not quite to the total flat, but close to the flats, you didn't expect brush fires that start way up in the mountains to come down into your community.
No, we certainly didn't. And the Santa Ana winds were blowing all the smoke down your way, so we could see some of the smoke way off in the ridge. But then last night it started getting smoky here, and because of the weather change in the wind. And then some friends of ours called us at 3 o'clock this morning and said, you know, the fire's coming your way, get ready. So I tried to drive around a little bit, but I couldn't see anything. It's really smoky. This morning it was dark. It was so smoky.
So you've essentially been preparing to leave since 3 o'clock this morning when you got that call.
Well, we're just, you know, precautions. Just my daughter came with her van, and we live in a cul-de-sac, and our neighbors are like family. So we're all, you know, they're helping, and we're just kind of sitting around seeing what this thing is going to do.
Have you loaded the van, and what have you put in, and which way do you have it pointed?
Well, we have a travel trailer that our neighbors are going to, you know, we're going to get that out if necessary. And, you know, the usual, the important papers, you kind of look around and see what's the most important. Old pictures that you can't replace, important documents, and, you know, just the little things and that are treasures to you, and load it up. It can all be replaced. It's the family that you got to get out. But so far, we're okay here, I think. After watching your report just now, I think because of the wind blowing the smoke this way, it looks worse. You know, it's just, it's a little nerve-wracking for all of us.
Oh, we can't imagine, Marcia. We can't.
They had a bad fire in 1979 before we were here that my neighbor Judy Borkman was telling us about, and it wiped out a lot of homes. So the wind in the desert can be dangerous with fires.
Indeed it can.
And unpredictable.
And it's so dry.
Yes.
Yeah, all
Thank
over.
You.
Thank you so much for talking to us and explaining your circumstance, and good luck to you. We'll wish you all the best of luck as the day goes along.
And we have another resident of the Cedar Glen area on the phone with us, Robin Hoffman. Robin, are you on the line?
Yeah, I'm here.
Robin, I understand that the home, I believe we're looking at it now. You believe this home that burned in Cedar Glen that Eileen Frere brought the pictures of?
Yeah, I recognize it as my home. Yeah, that's right.
When did you evacuate from that?
I actually came down to Los Angeles to work. I have a studio office here, and my friends in the area started caravanning down, I guess, around 5 p.m. Saturday night. And, yeah, I'm stunned. I'm just, this is an act of terrorism. I mean, it's working. I'm terrified. It's, you know, I feel for those that have decided to stay. I mean, it is a tragedy.
Well, the folks there, nobody has stayed in that area. Everybody is evacuated, and that's the fortunate part about it. But of course, it's a huge tragedy when you see, you know, your hopes and dreams and everything you've invested in a place like that go up in flames. Now, how long have you had that home?
I moved up there a year ago because I have a daughter who's with me and my husband, and we wanted to raise her in a very clean, magical, wonderful life.
Yeah.
And, it was a wonderful home and life.
Yeah.
So sorry, Robin.
Yeah,
I'm so sorry that you have to see this on television.
At least I know. So you guys are doing a great job reporting. And
well, yeah, we hate to bring the bad news to you, but unfortunately these fires frequently are bad news, and you know, that's That's just the nature of it. But, you know, were there other neighbors of yours in that area that you had any contact with?
Oh, well, we're very close-knit community, so yes, it's like family. You really get to know your neighbors well. My dog was left in the yard, and I was told yesterday that they did a sweep and saved and rescued 300 animals and took them to Victorville. And they said that they loaded up 20 cop cars and loaded them up and did a big rescue sweep. So that's good news.
That shows you, I think, you know, sort of the dedication of the police and the sheriff and the firefighters and the lengths to which they go to try to help folks, even though they might not be able to save all their homes from the fire. At least they go in and make sure everybody's out and make sure all those pets that might have been left behind are taken care of.
Robin, when you left, were you able to grab some important belongings? Okay.
Okay.
Robin, we don't have Robin.
Has left us, and but we have unfortunately seen something that is, you know, one of the things that we don't like to show, the fact that houses have burned down, and people down below who can't get word one way or another except through television whether or not their homes are still standing. Unfortunately, in this tragedy, Robin Hoffman's home did burn, and we're sorry for her, and our hearts go out to her.
It's a terrible picture to see on television. We have Micah Ullman on the ground. I believe you are in Stevenson Ranch, Micah, is that correct?
Yeah, I'm on the southern portion of Stevenson Ranch, and in fact, 4 or 5 medium-range Bell LA County helicopters just buzzed maybe a couple hundred feet overhead. What they're trying to do is hit the northern flank just over the hill where Brian Jenkins is. That's where the intensity of the flames are at this point. Those helicopters holding some 360 gallons of water, the medium-range jobs. They come in here and dump and do a lot of surveying as well. From our vantage point here, you have a lot of tactical decision making. These firefighters limited to structure protection at this point. They have moderate winds, they say, coming out of the west, and that's bad news. According to one of the firefighters I just spoke to, they'd rather see the winds coming from the east at this point. History teaches so many lessons in terms of how you position yourselves to fight fires in different areas, determined by topography, determined by weather conditions. They have said that fires in the past in this area, they've had a difficult time keeping them to the west of Interstate 5. As you know, Stevenson Ranch in the Santa Clarita area is butted right up against Interstate 5 to the west. So what they're hoping is to keep it to this side of Interstate 5. What they're doing at this point, structure protection, as I said. They've got their hoses lined up. They've got firefighters sitting and waiting. But to sort of describe the dynamic up here in the Stevenson Ranch area, this fire is reaching down in little pockets that aren't too intense. You maybe describe it as a boxer would give little jabs, nothing to hurt too badly, but little jabs, nothing large enough or intense enough for these firefighters to not be able to handle it. They come down 1, 2 at a time, they put them out. They like to let it burn as close to the house as they can. There's a green belt, as they call it, that runs behind so many of these homes that acts as a natural buffer. But these little pockets that just go in 1 at a time, relatively easy for firefighters to handle. Their concern, of course, the unpredictability of these westerly winds. If they kick up and you have 6, 7, 8, 10, 12, and on, much larger pockets that come down at once, then it poses a larger problem. But little jabs at this point, no knockout punches from this fire at this point, no roundhouses or uppercuts. These guys are basically handling the pockets as they come in 1 at a time, but it's a monotonous job because they keep coming and the wind keeps shifting in terms of intensity. And here come more helicopters. These things, as you can see one buzz overhead there, just a couple of 100 feet overhead. And again, what they're trying to do is hit this thing to the north. We've got a little foothill here. They say several hours at least before that thing makes its way south to this point. But their concern, one of their main concerns, is keeping it to the west of I-5. And as we say so many times, the history tells us they've had trouble in the past keeping it to the west. So we sit here and watch these helicopters buzz overhead. Voluntary evacuations. I talked to a firefighter a few minutes ago. They say, no, we're not going to lift that order. We want people to leave if they feel they need to. But if you put that mandatory evacuation into effect, what they have is a congestion problem, keeping the fire trucks from coming in and out and positioning themselves. We're told as media not to block the cul-de-sacs because they need to frequently move as the wind moves and their tactical decision-making changes as to where they want to sit and where they want to predict. It's a game of cat and mouse. It's a game of predictions. And it's a difficult one, but they seem to have a handle on this area at this point. No imminent danger. again, those small pockets coming in as the helicopters. Yeah, there's a shot of the sun. That can give you an indication of how thick this smoke is. I mean, this is really disgusting, to say the least. Covering this throughout the week, I haven't seen smoke this intense, but there it is. You can't even see the sun at this point, what would normally be a clear day here in the Santa Clarita Valley, and a sun so bright that we couldn't even put the camera on it or look it in the eyes, because of course it'd blind you. But at this point it looks like dusk here, and a lot of activity with residents concerned. They've got their home cameras out, they've got their masks out. Very difficult to breathe. And the ground here, the ash, it almost looks like a snow has fallen here, and when the wind kicks up, that ash goes perpendicular. It's disgusting, to say the least. So we'll sit here and watch, and as these firefighters continue to try and anticipate these little pockets that come down. But for the most part, they have a handle on them at this point, as they come one at a time, all day long, monotonously. Live in Stevenson Ranch, Micah Ullman reporting, ABC 7 Eyewitness News. Back to you.
Seems like an endless battle, Micah. Thank you for that report. We're going to update you now on the situation in Simi Valley. We have some numbers for you if we can bring those up. The fire is slowing down right now. Firefighters tell us the fire is 35% contained. That is very good news. No structures are threatened right now, and so far that Simi Valley fire has burned 100,000 acres in both Ventura County and LA County.
All these things, of course, are relative, but I think the Simi Valley fire is probably the closest to be if not contained, at least slowed down to some extent, manageable. Let's put that term on it. Simi Valley has careened from one side of the Santa Susana Mountains to the other 2 nights ago, threatening the homes up there in Indian Springs and Twin Lakes and down towards Chatsworth, now over the hill into Stevenson Ranch. But as Micah said, small little pockets coming down. And for the most part, firefighters, as we've seen from Brian Jenkins' reports, letting them burn because there is a green belt between the brush and the homes, and as long as they let it burn out, that allows that fuel, which could be the fuel of the next fire, to burn out, so that there will be nothing to burn for many years to come.
But firefighters are remaining watchful. They're very cautious because they are concerned about the winds later in the afternoon picking up.
And of course, the air tankers and those helicopters are still around, so if anything becomes unmanageable in this most manageable fire that we're looking at so far, if anything comes unmanageable, they can hit it real fast.
They'll swoop in, absolutely. We have Wendy Birch on the ground in Big Bear. Wendy.
Yes, here in Big Bear, up to 20,000 people have been evacuated and have left this area. Also, we know in this old fire, some 500 homes have been destroyed. Some 2 people have died. They were stress-related injuries, but there's always a story behind all those numbers, and we just found out about one of those deaths. The person that died was 70-year-old Chad Williams. Chad Williams was a retired fire chief from San Bernardino City. He was in Crestline trying to save his home from fire. His home was destroyed. He later suffered a heart attack and died at the hospital. His funeral services, we're told, are today, but unfortunately all the guys that meant so much to this man and wanted to be at his funeral service can't, because they're out fighting that line, that fire that you see behind us. We're going to show you the ridge. Well, it was the ridge. We can't even see it now because the smoke has been blowing our way and coming up over the hill here at Big Bear Lake. The winds are relatively calm, only about 5 to 6 miles. Right now they are blowing from the west, and that's actually a good sign for firefighters. However, the guys just received a page not too long ago. Pagers just like we all receive, giving updated information. Their page said wind gusts are expected to pick up this afternoon, especially above the elevation of 4,000 feet, most specifically on northeastern slopes. So these guys are ready. Now, about an hour ago, there were more than about 150 firefighters here. They were organizing to try to find out where to go to create the best defensible lines if, in fact, this fire moves into Big Bear. Right before they went out, we were able to talk to Battalion Chief from Battalion 124, Dennis Cunningham. Here's what he had to say about what their plans are for this afternoon. You guys are going out on the line. What are you going to do? You're inching your way closer to where the fire is burning, right?
What we're going to do at this time is go down to the Big Bear Dam. We're going to see if we can find a defensible position there. The fire may come over the top from either directly from the west of us or from the southwest. We don't know at this time. We're just going to do our best to stop it. We'll pull back from there to where we have a water source. But like I told you earlier, we're tired of losing structures on this fire. I've got good people here. I've got good teams here. We're going to do our best to stop this thing and not lose any more homes. We don't want to lose any homes up here.
And these guys that are out there doing this work today, right now, these are guys that have homes in this area as well.
Absolutely. I don't. I live in the valley. Yeah. But these are my friends, too. I know a lot of these guys, and we're all a family anyway. So we just do our best to help each other and the community. We want to do the best we can to stop this thing, at least in our area.
You said you've been fighting fires for 30 years, and you've never seen a fire move and behave quite like this.
That's true. Even the Panorama fire in 1980, you had Santa Ana conditions, but at least it was all going in one direction. You knew somewhat what you were dealing with, as bad as it was. With this, it is so erratic. It's just really different, really different. Makes it very difficult to keep a good plan. Your plans change constantly. You have to stay fluid with what's happening.
You said you're going down to that area by the dam. You said that's a wicked area down there. What makes it so bad?
There's no water, and the roads are inaccessible to fire apparatus.
Wow, so if the fire hits there, that's not a good sign for the folks at Big Bear.
That's not a good sign for that particular area. However, back from there a little ways where the roads are better and we have a water source, we can defend that much better.
Okay. If you're looking for a word to describe Dennis Cunningham and the guys from Battalion 124, they are determined not to see any more homes go up in flames. Now, we're going to stay here at the scene. We'll be speaking to more firefighters as they come back and forth, and we've also been able to speak to some residents who refuse to evacuate this area of Big Bear. We're live in Big Bear. Wendy Birch, ABC 7 Eyewitness News. Back to you guys.
All right, Wendy, thank you very much, and let's hope they have some success down there at the Big Bear Lake Dam, where the Big Bear Fire Department says it's going to make its stand to try to stop those flames from entering their community and burning more homes.
Right now, we're going to go back to Lake Arrowhead, where Eileen Frere is on the ground. Eileen, do you have any new information for us? Has the fire inched closer to you?
The fire continues to burn here. You can see it behind me, although they are aggressively fighting it with aircraft. You see one of the water-dropping aircraft there. It is actually getting water from Lake Arrowhead, which is right beside us, to dump water on the flames, which we can now see again right behind us. It's sort of on and off. They'll dump water on it. We'll see white smoke, and then in a few minutes, oh, actually, that's retardant that he's dropping. We'll see some white smoke, and then in a few minutes we see black smoke again, and we see the flames flare up. That's just the situation here. It is burning intensely here, especially in Cedar Glen, which is right beside us. We have, to put things into perspective here, we are on Mountains Community Hospital. This is the vantage point that we are watching all of this take place. Lake Arrowhead is over to our side here. If we can pan over, we see the aircraft going around there. We want to talk with Larry Backer, who is a resident. He's lived here for 25 years, also a retired firefighter. And while we were seeing the flames over on this side here, the direction that it's moving, you are saying it's actually good news?
It's good news because a few years ago it burned down in Deep Creek area, so the growth is not as thick down there. So.
And what are you still doing here?
Well, I have a security business, and I'm taking care of my customers' homes and making sure everything's okay with the homes. For them, they keep calling and checking in.
That's got to be a concern. I'm sure you're getting calls from people watching footage of the flames reaching Lake Arrowhead. What are people asking you?
How close it is, do they still have a home, how much danger.
Now, we were in Cedar Glen just probably an hour ago. We made a few trips back, and we saw some pretty intense flames. We saw at least 8 or 9 homes completely engulfed in flames. It had crossed over the street there. And close to Forest Lawn Scout Reservation as well, in the area of Hook Creek Road and Bridge Road. You were concerned. You came over to us to ask us the status, the reason why?
The reason why I have a few customers have homes right in the area, right at Hook Creek and Bridge, so which I'm sure it's in the path of the fire. And right above that is Cedar Ridge Estates, and I have major homes up there that we're concerned about. You
think the homes in Cedar Glen are pretty well gone, though?
In the Hook Creek area, yes, that's below Cedar Glen. Yeah, the way the path of the fire is going, they're gone.
What do you think of this? I mean, you haven't seen it this bad, being a retired firefighter and all?
This is the worst I've ever seen any fire. It's just, my first one was Panorama Fire 23 years ago, and Panorama does not even touch this.
I know you've been talking with some of your firefighter colleagues. Have you heard of any other structures in Lake Arrowhead that have been destroyed or damaged by fire?
Just in Rim Forest and Sky Forest.
Okay. I know Gene was asking us about Lake Arrowhead Resort, and at the time he asked, I didn't think there were any problems. What have you heard?
Well, the way the wind's going, blowing north, we can hope it just keeps going that way. If it goes that way, it goes down the Deep Creek area and You know, like I said, the growth is not as thick down there.
And that's also by the 173 and the 18 and one of the routes out of here.
The 173 towards Hesperia. Yes, that is one of the escape routes out of here.
Okay, so far the resort seems to be okay.
Yes, the resort's in Lake Arrowhead Village, and I believe there's no threat to that right now.
Okay. Being a former firefighter, what are you seeing here? How does it look to you at this point? I know we've got the aircraft in the air.
It just looks like it's going down towards Hesperia up a valley, to the valley and the canyons down there.
Think they're getting a handle on it?
I hope so. I've been hoping that since Sunday.
What have you been seeing? Because you've been going around to different areas checking on the houses. Have there been any problems with people who shouldn't be in the neighborhoods?
I've chased some people out of some private associations. They've turned around, they drive out really quick. There's people up here that don't belong.
And you also have a home here?
Yes, I do have a couple homes.
And what are they close to the fire? Where are they in relation to where it's burning right now?
One is just 900 yards down the road here. So in the North Shore, this is North Shore campgrounds. If it gets up to the campgrounds, my house is threatened.
You're prepared to leave, though, I'm sure?
Yes, I am.
Okay, what have you packed up?
Unfortunately, I've just packed up important papers and things I really need. I don't have a truck to pack up family antiques.
Okay, so just praying for the best.
I'm hoping for the best, yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Larry. I appreciate that. Again, that's the situation here in Lake Arrowhead. We have flames behind us. The wind is still with us, and we are watching the aircraft fight this with retardant and with water, trying to get a handle on this fire. Reporting live from Lake Arrowhead, Eileen Frere, ABC7 Eyewitness News. Back to you.
Eileen, I have a question. There were reports of looters in San Diego County. Is that what the gentleman you were talking to was referring to when he said there were people in Big Bear or Lake Arrowhead that didn't belong?
Yes. He had mentioned earlier that he owns a security company, and that is the reason why he's sticking around here, is to tour around the homes that are his customers and make sure people aren't in the area. He did see people who were here who shouldn't have been here as we watch this aircraft go overhead. He did say he saw some people, two people, in fact, last night, he said, dressed up as firefighters. They actually had the clothing, the Nomex gear, and the hoses with them, posing as firefighters in the area that he thought were there for other purposes, possibly to loot some of the homes here. So that's certainly a concern, and I know he's been getting a lot of calls, and I know a lot of people have been coming up to us and asking us about their homes when we were on our way in. What the situation is, are there people in the neighborhoods and that sort of thing. It's certainly a concern. I think a lot of the people that we talked with yesterday who were holding out past the mandatory evacuation were just waiting here. They were here because they were concerned that their homes might be looted, or it was basically peace of mind for them.
Thank you very much for a fine report up there at Lake Arrowhead. As we heard, the resort appears to be safe at Lake Arrowhead. Most of the damage, most of the homes that have been burned in the Lake Arrowhead area have been in the Cedar Glen area, which is on the eastern side, and then the fire is burning on the western side down towards Hesperia and Lake Silverwood. And then another element injected into all this, of course, those folks that want to take advantage of the chaos and the evacuations and are up into these areas looking to burglarize homes. Hopefully they're not able to do that, but her guest there that she was talking to was a security agent who was trying to prevent that from happening.
Indeed. Well, you are watching continuing coverage of these fires burning in the Southland, and we turn it over now to David Ono.
What rundown are we using?
You ready?
Helen Leyva.
And Helen Leyva.
Thank
Of course,
you.
I know your name, Helen. In fact,
Thank you
guys
very much. It's we have been covering this fire continuously, as you've known, and we are right now looking at a live picture, Lake Arrowhead. This has been a tremendous day for firefighters. At least 16 people dead from these fires burning in California. Nearly 2,000 homes destroyed. At last count, a total of 13 wildfires have spread over 5 counties, and that has left more than 600,000 acres charred. It has been a horrible few days for firefighters.
It is mind-boggling in many, many different directions, and we're going to slowly go through each one of these and get you caught up on the situation out there. First of all, here's where the fires are burning right now. Just west of Crestline, just east of Lake Arrowhead near Running Springs, and just south of Big Bear Lake. The fire is big, it is dangerous. We are watching the winds closely. The fire is still several miles away from Big Bear, but the lake and communities are threatened from 2 fronts. The flames could continue to go northeast from the Lake Arrowhead area, and it could come up from the Mentone area as well. That's an illustration, and you could see what is, if it moves in that direction, that's what's in its path, primarily on this map, Big Bear, and that is a major concern, and that's why we are out there watching this closely. Now, parts of Hesperia are under evacuation orders, and that is because this fire could head right over the mountain and to Hesperia and even possibly to Lucerne Valley. It's got quite a ways to go, but it is definitely a worry right now. See, that's what would happen if the winds shift in that direction. We're trying to give you various scenarios and show you what folks are concerned about.
And after a week of high-temperature Santa Ana winds that have fueled these wildfires across the Southland, these major weather changes bring cooler temperatures, of course, and the onshore winds to the region, higher humidity. But, of course, that also has a negative side, and that is it can add other flare-ups to these fires that were unexpected. And we are going to check in with Carlos Granda. He has been in the Running Springs area. Carlos, how's it going there?
Well, here in Running Springs, we've been here for several hours, and when we first got here, it was quite clear, but now you can be able to see behind me the haze, all the smoke that has been settling over this small town. And there you see, this is State Highway 18. This is pretty much the only thing we've been seeing all day long. Sheriff's deputies and fire trucks heading in one direction or the other. Basically, in the last 20 minutes, we've been seeing most of the vehicles heading west of us, heading toward the fire. And from what we've been seeing, the smoke is coming in our direction. So we have been slowly getting more smoke in our area. And right here, this is one of the areas that's been evacuated. This is the intersection of Hunsaker Way. The Cloud 9 Lodge, these homes here, everybody gone. As soon as that evacuation order came, the mandatory evacuation, this entire community did heed the warning. And pretty much the only ones left here are the media and some of the firefighters. Throughout the day, we have seen no residents here. No one has been allowed in this area. We have been seeing a lot of patrols because, as we've been talking about, there have been some incidents of looting. Yesterday when we were in Big Bear, some people were arrested is what we were told, and that's why the patrols have been out day and night looking throughout the area to see anybody that should not be here, and that's what they've been checking out. Now, we have also been talking to firefighters who were up there in the fire. It's just about, when we talked to them this morning, it was about 10 miles west of us, west of Running Springs, and this is an LA County strike crew, and it's strike crew 1136A. I want to get their number correctly because they were very brave this morning. They were really overcome by the flames. They say that the winds shifted, changed directions. It became pretty much its own weather pattern in there. And the flames came right over them. And for a while, they admit they were scared, but they were able to get together. And this is what they told me how it was for them this morning.
By about 7 o'clock, we saw the wind conditions start to change. We saw the fire become very erratic. And we saw fire conditions that we've never seen before. Flame lengths probably about 200 feet tall. It hit us all at once. We went from daylight to instead night and dark, and everything in between.
The intensity of what we went through, it's hard to describe. Once the fire came through, it turned black, it turned red, and then it was just super hot. And then after that, all the men did a good job on the crew. They went right to work, and they did what they were there for, to do the job. They protected the structures. So
how did you stay safe? I mean, it's all around you. I mean, what did you guys do?
Well, we had taken precautionary measures. We had safety briefings, and we were in the proper gear. And then we just stayed in, as a unit, each engine company stayed together. And I'm talking on headphones, keeping everybody together, and said, you know, don't panic. We're going to get through this, and that's the best we can do. On this one, though, it just seemed like it took longer than some of the ones we've been through. It just kept on coming.
Now, we've been up and down the 18, and everywhere we go, we find this. Convenience stores like this one, no gas. This one ran out of gas yesterday. It has been closed the entire morning since we've been here, and you can see behind me several businesses all shut down. The entire town of Running Springs, it appears everyone got out of here as soon as that evacuation order came down, and the only ones we've been seeing are basically some CDF fire trucks, communities from Sacramento. We saw some Sacramento fire trucks heading down towards the fire that way in the direction of the 18, where, as you can see, it's quite smoky, quite hazy, but we have not seen any flames nearby, and that's what the firefighters are saying, that's fortunately the weather has been quite cool this morning, and they've been able to keep it away from this area, but it is about 10 miles in that direction, and that's where we've been seeing some of the trucks. We've been talking to them as they come back, and they tell us how exhausting it is, how it's been all night fighting this, and they're still not sure what's going to happen, and that's their big concern. They're really not sure what to expect, and they're just all out here deployed in several areas waiting. and that's all they can do. That's all what we're doing, too. Reporting live from Running Springs, I'm Carlos Grande, ABC 7 Eyewitness News. Back to you.
Carlos, thank you very much. And we are going to check in Stevenson Ranch. And a lot of people went to bed last night wondering if Stevenson's Ranch would even be up this morning. It was a very close call last night, and we are going to check in with Brian Jenkins, where people have been keeping a very close eye on that particular area.
Brian, they have been keeping a close eye on these hills back here. You can see them smoldering now. All this smoke around here is a lot of swirling ash, and all of that is because the winds keep changing direction. One moment.
Hilly, there are lots of hills, there's lots of dry brush, there are lots of homes in and around that dry brush. It is a very scenic area, large mansions and that sort, a rocky area, and it would have to be a firefight from the air. And you never know what happens in those type of situations.
If it jumps the 5 freeway, I mean, it's over on the east side, closer to Valencia and Santa Clarita, and just a whole lot more neighborhoods.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. We're looking at a track that extends maybe 3 miles into the mountains, but it's surrounded by trees and shrubbery, and right next to it is a hillside where there is just dry grass.
All right, Jay Jackson, we thank you for that view there on the ground. We know you've got your hands full, and we'll get back to you as soon as we can get back to you. We can say that, according to the LA County Fire Department, they have sent a large contingent of firefighters up to Sagecrest Circle in Sunset Point subdivision of Stevenson Ranch. That's exactly where Jay is. That's exactly what we're looking at there. Those fire trucks coming in. And they're going to do the best that they can.
And you know, they've got their work cut out for them. We've seen several different departments driving by. It's not just the closest in firefighters. This is what mutual aid is all about. And today we need it. The number, again, closing in on 11,000 firefighters here in Southern California. And the good news, Ann, if there's any good news to be had in all of this, that the Northern California region remains pretty calm fire-wise, because that's where most of the additional influx of firefighters has come from. Although, yep, we're getting them from everywhere. Arizona, Nevada, New Mexico, Utah, Wyoming, Oregon, Washington State, the whole West.
We are indeed. And reminded of last year when there were so many fires in the Colorado and Wyoming areas. We, of course, send firefighters out in those situations when we can. David Goldstein now near Stevenson's Ranch. Let's find out how that's looking from your viewpoint, David.
You tell me. Well, you decide on when you want to get out of here, but you better have a trigger point because it's going to run this.
David Goldstein, are you able to hear us?
What do you figure? Yes. Okay. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
One of the battalion chiefs was coming up to us and saying, you better pick your point on when you're going to leave, and he figures 10 minutes, and it's coming up to this road here. So he was just warning us that at some point we're going to have to move out of here, and I'm certainly going to heed his call. But again, I just want to set the situation for you while we can do it. We're at Sunset Point, just off Stevenson Ranch. This fire has moved in from about 1.5 miles away about an hour ago to just a few hundred yards away from these homes. And I would say about half of the people in this area have evacuated. The other half said they're going to stick it out and wait to see if the fire department can put it out. And they are aggressively attacking it from the air. One of the choppers going overhead right now. But they have knocked it down considerably right in front of us. These flames were shooting up 30, 40 feet in the air just a couple of minutes ago.
David, where are you from where Jay Jackson was?
I believe I'm about 3 blocks away. It's the same development. It's a small development, certainly compared to the new Stevenson Ranch developments. Older, built in 1987. Some older homes, but no shake roofs around here.
Are you closer to the actual fire that's advancing than Jay was?
Hard to tell, Ann. This fire is sort of circling around this development, so the hillside around here is a jagged hillside, so it's hard to tell which street might be closer to where the fire is than another street.
And David, there's no doubt, I mean, this is now an area under a mandatory evacuation, yes?
Mandatory evacuation. About 45 minutes ago, they came through, the Sheriff's Department came through on their loudspeaker ordering everybody to leave, but not everyone has. You can see right over here, there's a couple of people here who are residents in the area that are coming out to take a look at how close this thing is. We can hear the fire department cutting down the trees in the backyard, John. I don't know if we can see it, but they're cutting down the brush in this backyard here because this is at the end of the cul-de-sac, this home, and certainly would be the first to be hit if the fire comes up the hillside.
All right, we just want to tell everybody, David, your picture now is on our right screen. Our left screen shows the picture from Jay Jackson's camera. So we're getting two different viewpoints on this fire near Stevenson Ranch. We've got firefighters in their trucks where Jay Jackson is, and your side we're seeing the yard and the smoke beyond it.
And David, is there any chance we see those kids not too far from you, the ones who didn't follow the rules, the request for the mandatory evacuation, any chance that you can get a hold of one of them and ask them what they're up to?
Sure, we can call them over here. Let me just...
They're making...
How long are you guys going to stay here? Do you have any idea? Are you going to...
We're staying until they make us leave.
Why not leave? We're live on CBS2 now. Why not leave?
I don't know, my dad says he wants to fight to the very end until the fire department says it's unsafe, and then once they say it's unsafe, then we're out of here.
And what is your dad doing to try to save the house?
We're watering everything down. We cleared the brush yesterday, so that's what he's doing.
I mean, most people would think it's a little crazy to stay so close. This fire is coming up. You watched it. You were out here last night when we were out here, watching it so far away, and now look how close it is.
Yeah, it's approaching fast, but I don't know. I don't know what to do.
David?
Just following my dad's orders.
David?
Go ahead, Ann.
I'd love to know their names and how old they are.
Sure, let me get your name. And how old are you?
My name's Scott. I'm 18.
And how old are you?
I'm Chris. I'm 14.
Any fear in your mind with this coming so close?
A little bit. I'm just scared of losing my house. That's about it.
You got to get over there and help your dad. Yeah. Save the house. Okay, guys. Good luck to you. Again, the fire, they're doing a great job on a knockdown of this fire. We saw some of it coming up, so it's sort of circling around this area. We're at a cul-de-sac around this valley, and earlier today, this is totally green. This is all fuel down here. Has not burned people who lived here since the beginning in '87. They said a fire hadn't come up this close since they lived here in '87. So this is old growth and vegetation here that's been here and been growing for quite a while.
One of those areas, though, fortunately, David, in which if I think I'm correct on this, the rules are such that you can't have shake shingle roofs, so that's going to be a little bit of a help. What do they have, ceramic tile, or what are you seeing, asphalt?
They have ceramic tile. We can swing it around. We're a little crude here on live TV, but let's show you. This is a ceramic tile. This is one of the homes that's closest to the hillside of where the fire would be coming up the hillside, indeed, if they don't knock it down. You can see this is Jerry over there to the right, and we were talking with Jerry earlier, and he is going to stick it out, he says, in his house.
Yeah, mighty impressive. These kids are staying as cool and as calm as they can, and you can understand that somebody doesn't want to leave their home, but you also know that these kinds of developments, there's usually only one way to get out. You know, all the little cul-de-sacs and things feed into one main street, and if you're, you know...
Jerry, we talked with you earlier. You're going to still stick it out? It's coming close to your house.
Yeah, we're going to stick it out here. We've got a pump in the pool, and we're pumping water down there, and they're doing a hell of a good job with the helicopters dropping right in here, and I think they're beating it down, so we're going to be okay.
And did your wife leave? Did she?
Yeah.
She left, and she took the cars, and they were all packed up, right?
Yeah, they're all gone. Everything's gone except my son and her son.
Now, the battalion chief told us we have about a 10-minute window to get out of here, and that was just 3 or 4 minutes ago. I'm sure he said the same thing to you here. You going to stay?
Yeah, we're going to stay. We're going to stay because we're running the big hose there out of the pool, and we're shooting down the side of the house. They cut down a couple of trees that were up close to the vents, so I think we're okay.
Jerry, best of luck to you.
Boy, scary,
one of the residents there, and then he is out there just hosing down his house.
You know, Dave, we're looking at the latest figures just coming in, and one of the things that the firefighters are saying is that this very fire, the Simi Valley fire right here in Ventura and LA counties, is about 1/3, 35% contained. Now, I just have to figure that figure is about an hour old, and already it's out of date. So we'll keep an eye on what's going on there. But now we do need to move to the other big fire, which is in the San Bernardino National Forest. And Ann, we've got some new problems this afternoon.
Well, we're looking at a home or a cabin of some kind burning, and this is an area. Hesperia is north of the Grand Prix fire, up along Highway 15, and they did do evacuations up there, and now we know why. Alex Calder, look at this fire burning that house. Alex Calder is up in News Chopper too. We will be trying to bring him in here on this, but this is his picture.
Cross, D-E-N-N-I-S.
Alex Calder, can you hear us yet?
Alex Calder, News Chopper 2.
This is in the city of Cedar Pines Park here. 2 on Freak 5, please. 2 on Freak 5. We're in the Cedar Pines Park area. This is just south of the city of Hesperia. And right now, there are several houses that are burning here. They appear to be mountainous type cabins here. That's one of them that you see burning. There is a firefighting helicopter in the area here, but he is just unable to get in here and drop water near he needs to. I'm going to pull wide here and see if we can show you some of the other houses, but there are several homes burning in this area right now. This is in, I'm going to look at my map book here because the name of the city here escapes me. Enchanted Village, I want to say. There are several little mountain communities here. Again, this is south of the city of Hesperia, north of the 18 Rim of the World Highway here. And unfortunately, right now the fire has moved into this area, and there are several cabins burning right here. Okay.
Alex?
Yes.
Do these look like they would be full-time residences, or are these more looking like little getaway cabins for the weekend in the wintertime?
Well, some of them, definitely from our perspective, are full-sized homes. There's no question about it.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, let me give you a little wider shot here, and I'll show you what's going on, because there are several that are burning right here. There's one that's burning back in there. Here's a home that is right here is very, very close. That unfortunately the fire is moving that way, and as I look out the window here, I see numerous others that are in the direct line of fire here. This is not a good situation here. Cedar Pines Park, as far as we can tell, there's the one that's burning the most intensely right now. Cedar Pines Park appears to be where this is, and this is a very small little community here. Several cabins and homes here that we see in the area, and you can see, unfortunately, some of those homes are burning right now. Now, we went down and took a look. This is actually, to some extent, is part of the same fire that our reporters have been telling you about that's headed towards the city of Hesperia. In fact, we were just down on the north side of Silverwood Lake along the 173 freeway, and there are several small trailers and houses down in that area that are getting very close to being threatened by flames at this hour as well. And I'm going to pull out here and show you yet another area here. And this is, let me see here, this is another area here where the fire is getting very, very close to some homes right here. That's going to be a very dangerous situation as the fire makes its way towards those right now. But definitely the worst area that we're seeing right now as I look out of the window here is right in here. This is burning intensely here. You can't see it. And definitely over in here is where we're seeing a lot of fire.
And Alex, the problem is we're seeing all of these flames in lots of different areas, telling us that embers have traveled on the wind and come down in new spots. And Ann, it's the phenomenon we talked about yesterday that has firefighters so concerned. Crowning, when fire flame leaps from treetop to treetop.
Left turn.
And there's really not a good way that the firefighters can get anything on it, because the things just move through the flames, just move through the tops of the trees, giving them nothing to work with.
That's why they fight so hard when they've got a highway. They try to hold the highway so that it doesn't get a chance to just zing across and run like wildfire, hence the phrase. Now, Alex, could you give us, back out a little bit and show us, we're assuming that this is not on the main fire line, that this is like sort of a spot fire, but look at it, it looks like the main fire line is making an arc up the right to the center top of the screen, so maybe this is like a little advance flare from that main fire. Is that what you'd call it?
Yeah, well, and what's interesting about it is that as the smoke you can see blowing left to right, that's blowing from south to north, but the fire is actually continuing to move to the south. So what's happening is the fire, in effect, is crawling away from where the smoke is blowing, which is very interesting here. But you can see, unfortunately, structures definitely being lost. Many others in the area here that are definitely being threatened. In fact, there's you can see a main road right there. This is definitely a bad situation up here in the mountains. Cedar Pines Park is where this is happening.
Mandatory evacuations from there earlier, so we are hoping that everyone got out. Unfortunately, we've heard from our own Craig Figner, who's in Big Bear. There is the rugged individualism that sometimes accompanies these mountain homes and their home owners, and so we don't know if everyone's been able to get out, but we do know that everyone was told to get away, and here's the exact reason why. The firefighters once again called it just as they were supposed to, and probably as they didn't want to.
Alex, this is, obviously we're still up in the mountains and the forest here. Is Hesperia a mountain forest town too? Pardon my ignorance. I know that it's well north on the 15, but I had always assumed that it was more down in the flats.
Well, it's interesting because what happens is once you make your way to points north of here, the terrain kind of levels out as far as an altitude thing goes. So Hesperia being to the north, it's in flatlands. If you think of that, the high desert areas, for example,
right.
Hesperia is the southern end of the high desert. So what happens is if you were to fly southbound over Hesperia, the next thing that you would encounter would be this forest basically on top of the Cajon Pass. That's the area that you see burning right now.
That's where we are then. And if you showed us on the wider shot that, that Hesperia would be then off to our left?
Yeah, well, we're looking, the camera is actually looking to the north right now.
Okay,
so
it
would be back behind all this smoke right here that you see.
I see. So Hesperia would be, if we kept going on the bottom of the screen, we kept going in that direction, that would be. So we're facing north.
That's correct. If you're making your way north through the Cajon Pass on the 15 freeway, Hesperia is one of the first communities that you encounter off of the right side or the east side of the freeway there along the 15.
We're in such a massive area in Southern California. We can live here all our lives and still not be absolutely sure exactly where some of the little cities are, because we don't go that way very often. So we'll try to express the geography for you as best we can as we go along.
And it's true that the folks who live in Hesperia, and it's such a proud city, they remind those of us who might not otherwise think of it so much, that when we talk about the high desert in Southern California, we're not always talking just about Palmdale, Lancaster, Rosemont, areas like that, but going way to the east, and Hesperia is a good city, and it's been a busy city lately. The city has been trying to keep its residents updated through its website and firefighting, and earlier today we heard from the city manager on evacuation plans. Let's keep this picture then from Alex Calder in News Chopper 2, and then come back and to the west. We'll stay on top of these burning homes, these cabins that are going up this afternoon, and go back then to the Running Springs area, part of the same fire, and check in with someone else.
Yeah, we've got Soraya Fidel there in the Running Springs area. They're trying to keep that fire from getting east of you in the Big Bear area. Soraya, how goes the battle?
Well, you know, it is very challenging. As we've been talking about this, it just has a mind of its own. It's so unpredictable. And to give you up-to-date information, which is what we've been so desperate for, I have Dennis Cross with the LA County Fire Department. Give us a sense of what is happening at this moment.
Well, what's happening is this fire is still well established in and around the community of Lake Arrowhead, up above Lake Silverwood, and is burning in heavy, thick, dry, dead timber.
What are you guys doing in an effort to keep it from coming out here to Running Springs or going other areas?
Well, in certain areas we can, where it's safe. We're backfiring and we're firing off areas that we know the fire is moving, and we'll take some of the steam out of it that way. Other areas, we're just getting crews and manpower out of its way. Our goal is kind of to guide it and direct it around a community as best we can. Unfortunately, as you can see, very little visibility. Our air show is grounded, and we rely on the copters and the aircraft to assist us. So we're hoping we get a break in the weather as far as the visibility and get some of this stuff back in the air. It's vital to our success.
So basically no water drops at this point. I mean, that must be incredibly frustrating for you guys.
Yeah, it is. The cooler temperatures make us optimistic. Unfortunately, the winds are sporadic. They're coming out of the southwest, blowing this in a northeasterly direction. That's why it puts the communities of Running Springs, Arrowhead, and Big Bear in its path. And what we're doing is we've got hundreds of fire engines up here on the mountain doing structure protection. The men and women on the line up here are doing an outstanding job, and people ought to know that a lot of these residences are being saved because of the outstanding work that's being accomplished on the hill.
This is #1 priority next to San Diego. Give me a sense of what that means. That means you guys have added resources. You said you added some of the aircraft yesterday. What has happened? Give us a sense of why this is #1 right now.
Well, it's a priority 1 fire, and probably along with the fire down in San Diego, which means that when resources are ordered, a lot of times they're given to the higher priority. A lot more communities and structures at risk on this fire than some other parts of the state, and it allows us to do is bring stuff in and start hitting the areas hard that are at most at risk. When this fire starts to become a 2 and 3 and 4, that's even better, because that means we're getting an upper hand on this fire and the conditions aren't quite as bad as they are now.
What locations have been hit? What areas have been, in terms of structural damage? Give us a sense of what people need to know.
Well, west of here, a lot of fire activity this morning in the Lake Silverwood area, up off the north of the 15 freeway. It found a lot of very dead, deep, dry canyons that have a lot of slope to them, and everything keeps sloping up towards the Lake Arrowhead, Big Bear communities. A lot of fire activity down there, a lot early this morning and in the wee hours this morning below the Running Springs area and Lake Arrowhead communities. So crews have been up and along these highways this morning, backfiring when they can. When that fire rolls through, and it has with some 70-mile-per-hour winds in front of it, they'll get in a safety zone. When that fire blows through, they'll jump back out and start hitting any hot spots they can. And an outstanding job is being done on this hill this morning.
All right, thank you. Appreciate that. Again, they're still working on this, trying to get the upper hand, and the weather conditions not working for them at this hour. Back to you in the studio.
Soraya, so what I'm hearing then is that there are no homes burned yet in the Lake Arrowhead area, no homes burned in Big Bear?
There are no homes burned in Lake Arrowhead area and Big Bear, as far as you know.
I haven't heard reports of homes, any homes thus far in the Big Bear community that are burning. I have heard of the fire spotting up in the north of Lake Arrowhead and finding its way into a big heavy fuel bed that possibly could carry it that direction. That's why there are over 100 plus fire engines in the communities of Running Springs and Big Bear right now.
Okay, so it looks like some kind of damage out there in the Lake Arrowhead area, but as of yet, nothing in Big Bear.
Soraya, thanks so much. We know that a lot of the firefighters in the area have been spending their nighttime, overnight hours in the Lake Arrowhead Resort. The innkeeper there has kept that open. Let's go back now to this live picture. This is outside Hesperia. We see this looks to be a fairly extensive home, and unless I'm looking at it from an odd angle, it appears
multi-story.
Yeah, to be at least a couple of stories tall. Alex Calder is over at a News Chopper 2, and as we stay in this general, and this is the very general area, we're going to move from where Soraya was. We'll stay on this picture. We're going to bring in Craig Figner, who's in Big Bear, and Craig, so we just heard from the firefighter, no homes then in the Big Bear, in the community of Big Bear, destroyed. That's good news.
Right, absolutely. I did hear that. Just to let me know, are we looking at a split screen here, which includes my live picture?
Correct. Okay. You're over on the right side.
Okay, good. Well, then I'll talk about what we're seeing, at least from my vantage point here. Some fire equipment, which is at the Big Bear Dam. This is the dam which makes Big Bear Lake. When we last left you, we had just gotten an update that this dam here, just below it, about 7 miles, is the fire that is in Running Springs. It is one of the what they call headers of the fire, one of 3 on this so-called old fire. And they were worried because the fire had jumped a dozer line and was moving this direction. Was about 7 miles out. That was nearly an hour ago now, as I look at my watch, that we got that report. And the firefighters had told us to pay very close attention to what they are doing here, because they're going to try and hold their ground here with this fire if it moves up through that canyon. And they had very real concern. They told us if we start seeing a lot of activity that it was time to get out. So once that happens, trust me, we will. But this fire, if it moves through here, they are going to, the fire will face a number of firefighters who are up in this community of Fawnskin, which is part of the Big Bear community. As we bring the camera over, you see all of these trees here. This is the other side looking over Big Bear Lake, and you can't see them, but there are numerous Orange County Fire Department fire engines and personnel all in this area, and they are going to remain there on standby if this fire moves through this area. Remarkable. We've also seen a much heavier, thicker smoke beginning to fill this area around the lake. This morning you could see, directly across and make out the trees on the other side. At this point, you almost can't do that. The smoke is becoming so thick. We are also noticing that the wind here is picking up. For the most part, the wind has been fairly constant at about 20 miles an hour, with gusts that seem to be much stronger. The temperature also feels like it is dropping. The air is very dry. I almost would guess that the humidity today is lower than it was yesterday. Certainly feels drier. So there is certainly a sense that firefighters are gearing up for what they are expecting to be a real firefight here. We certainly hope that does not happen, because if fire does move through this area, it almost seems a certainty that it would move through Big Bear without really much obstruction. There are a lot of trees, a lot of easy fuel here, and if they can cut the fire off before it gets to this dam, that seems like that's going to be critical to this firefight.
All right, Craig Figner, thanks very much. We're going to take a very brief timeout. We've got a live picture from Stevenson's Ranch right now, And as we look at it, we'll wait to hear from our control room if they want us to take a timeout. Otherwise, we'll stay with this live picture from Stevenson Ranch, where there's been now, of course, a mandatory evacuation and this advancing wall of flame.
10 minutes ago, David Goldstein said they'd just given you 10 minutes and they thought you might need to get out, David. How's it looking?
It's getting close. We're going to move back. John, we got to move back some more.
And so, David, don't
All right, we're live. We're going to
slow you down.
Move back a little bit.
Now we're looking at a situation where we've got the fire looks like it's just coming down the hill and into the backyard. And we saw bulldozers off here. We saw them trying to make a fire break, but we have seen a few water-dropping helicopters.
Help us out, please.
The smoke makes it pretty difficult to get in and hit these things. We had a mandatory evacuation on this street, but here comes a firefighter.
Water drop right overhead.
Perfect. What an aim.
And that shows you, by the way, how close it is to David Goldstein and company. And there's yet another helicopter.
Ooh.
Okay.
They're coming in tandem. David, you're okay where you are? I'm not certain that you can hear us.
Remember, he was talking to the family that said they were going to stay?
Yeah, well, the family that said they were going to stay are behind me right now. So.
They're still there then?
They're still here, but they're standing behind me away from the fire. They moved away from their house.
From their home?
Yes, the fire is whipped around. No homes yet. They're doing a great aerial assault, but we have probably moved back about 50 yards from where we were a little while ago, and we're probably going to move back some more. Scott, bring the cable around the other side. We're trying to make sure we can get out of here with our live signal.
David, can you tell us
the cable around the fire truck? It goes up the sidewalk, please.
Can you tell us the name of the street, David?
Yeah, we can. Hold on. We've got some cable tangled up here.
Because one of the tough things about doing live remote television is that you do have cables and power cables and camera cables, and you've got a dish coming up off the top of the truck that means moving the truck is tough.
Also
which doesn't come down easily.
What the firefighters are going through. Hey, so David, first of all, we want to make certain that you're safe.
These winds are picking up. I mean, you can see these trees blowing. Here comes a chopper coming overhead now, and it should be hitting this area. Well, it passed by through the smoke. But again, we're in the Sunset Point area just off Stevenson Ranch. We're on Sage Crest and Chicory Court. And these people were evacuated or asked to evacuate a couple of hours ago. Many of them did, some of them didn't. And there you see some people who are standing around still. And the fire came up the hillside. It moved a good mile and a half in the last hour or so, whipping up the hillside. And here we're going to try to watch one of the water dropping choppers. Right overhead.
David,
can't get much closer than that.
David, that looks like he's only about 100 feet above your head there.
Yeah, and we got hit with that too, so which I don't mind. Let them put the fire out, but that's how close we are.
Was that a water dropping helicopter? We didn't see fast check, David.
It was a water dropping helicopter.
That was one of those Firehawks, the civilian version of the Black Hawk, the helicopter that the military uses, capable of holding a couple thousand gallons. And look at how smoky, look at how it is. And here's a person walking with a
We're going to have to, it's burning behind us too.
That looks like one of the boys that David was talking to just a few minutes ago.
One of the boys.
Is that Chris?
Yeah, that is one of the boys taking his dog out now. And we're going to try to talk to him.
Dog knows nothing's wrong. Well, it just seems calm.
How was it up there? You said you were going to stay?
It's like hell. There's no homes burned yet, though.
And is your dad still there?
Yeah, he's still wired down, and my brother too.
How long is he going to stay?
About, I don't know, until it gets close.
And you decided to leave?
I'm mad. He needs to come.
What did you tell him?
I said, get out.
And he's staying and hosing down the house?
Yeah, he says, you go ahead and go.
And you couldn't talk him out of it?
No. He's there with my older son, Scotty.
And are the firefighters around him too?
Not yet. I think they're working at Joanne's house on the end.
We're going to have to move out of here, too. Thank you, John. Take a look at that one thing over there, and we are going to start moving back. Okay. We are going to start moving back. Scott, can you help us? Well, we're going to move back toward the live truck, please.
You know, the thing we have to remember is David can feel the heat. And Scott and his, or Chris, that was Chris, the older brother Scott is still back at that house with the dad. You know they can feel the heat because they're even farther up the block. That heat is terrifying, and now we're seeing the column of flame beginning to advance.
Which tells us that perhaps because the smoke is so thick right there and advancing so rapidly that some trees, perhaps in backyards, such as there are backyards,
must have
increasing, because the winds have certainly picked up in this area. And Byron Miranda, come on in for a second here. What do you have?
You know, I was just checking the two-view Doppler. The winds are now out of the south-southwest at about 12 to 15 miles per hour. That's not exactly in the fire zone. You're talking about winds 20 to 30.
Yeah. Okay. David Goldstein, you want to come back?
Okay. We move back a little bit. Hold on. We're going to start preparing our truck a little bit. You can feel the wind whipping around right now and feel the heat. Look at this. The flames are coming up behind this home here.
Yeah.
Again, that's the hillside. I don't believe the home is on fire. Again, this is sort of what we saw yesterday, where it appears the home is on fire, but I don't think it is.
Sagecrest and Chicory Court here in the Sunset Point subdivision, about 1,200 homes total. David saying that in this area, these homes built about 25 years ago. David, are there any civilians left where you are? We saw the boy and his mom.
And you can see some of the people are still here. Some people are still outside their homes. There's a gentleman right there outside his car. Everyone's sort of ready to leave, and they have their trunks packed, their cars packed. We can feel the wind swirling. We can feel the heat. It has gotten a lot hotter here in the past just few minutes, and it's hard to tell how close this fire is.
And we're looking at your picture.
The trees on fire. Okay.
It looks like
trees are coming up on fire here. We're going to have to start moving backwards. Scott, start moving backwards. Okay, we're going to keep moving back. We're going to keep a live picture. We'll keep a live picture. We feel a lot safer across the street here, so we're going to go back on this side. We're crossing Stagecrest. John, watch your back. There's an emergency vehicle behind you right there. We're going to move back, and the fire is circling around, and as soon as we can stop, we're right next to our truck here. Scott, where's your car? A couple of blocks away? Okay.
Downhill.
Okay, I'm just checking with the other photographer. Look at the fire right up here on the right, John. Right through the trees. So it's moving. It's moving. This development is sort of like a peninsula around the hillside here. And the fire is encircled around one side of it, but I feel safe because there is no fire on the other side. And you have to hope it jumps. John, look at this right here. Right here. We have to think about getting out of here. Scott, get your car up here. Okay, you can see the Scott, run and get your truck. Okay, we're going to get our other truck and prepare to get out of here, and we're just going to leave the live van here. But you can see the fire coming up the hillside around these homes, and we can feel. I'll tell you, it's coming too close, way too close than we wanted it to. But again, there are a lot of people, there are a lot of emergency vehicles here. We are not alone. The Sheriff's Department is here, plenty of firefighters.
This looks like hell is bearing down on this street, David.
It does, and it is the hillside. Here comes another helicopter, and hopefully they can do a dead hit there.
Now I'm seeing people beginning to leave again here.
Yeah,
maybe
there are
they
people
finally
getting in their cars and
finally
getting ready to
decided
leave.
it's time.
So much smoke next to you, David, and so close and so intense. This fire is only about 40, 50 yards away from where you are.
It's a little bit farther than that, Ken. It's deceptive just because of the way the camera zooms in, but it's too close.
Yeah.
To be honest with you, it's too close. We're waiting for our other van to come, and I'm thinking about we're going to have to get out of here. But you can see the wind swirling the flames, the black smoke. And here comes another one of the helicopters coming by, surveying the scene. And I don't know if we can see it, but I can see some people hosing down their homes. They're still here. And those homes right in front of you there, I can see, we can see the hoses right behind the houses. Deputy, what are you thinking? How long you going to stay?
What's that?
Are you staying for now?
Yeah, we're staying.
What are you telling the people?
Right now we're still doing mandatory evacuations, but people don't want to leave. They're not going to leave.
There's one of the water dropping helicopters coming close by, just talking to one of the LA County Sheriff's deputies. Deputy, thank you. There was a direct hit in that spot.
Be careful.
Okay, we are going to be careful. We're thinking about getting out of here, Deputy. Thank you. Look at the flames right behind this house, John. It's coming up to this house right here. Now we can really feel the heat directly in our face. And here comes another chopper from behind you. Hitting the fire to the right.
Photographers John Vincent and Scott Torrens bringing us these pictures. This is just amazing stuff with David Goldstein. John Vincent, Scott Torrens, two of the best in the business, and today you're seeing why. These folks are right on the front line of a war, and they're just as close as any of the soldiers are. The firefighters are there. They're there right alongside them with our David Goldstein. These are incredible pictures, Ann.
Unbelievable.
Way too close for comfort.
Yeah, you see the hoses in the backyards. We know that they've already been into these backyards and cut down the trees in the backyards that might draw the fire in.
Okay.
Now they're back there with hoses, and these water-dropping choppers are coming in at such low levels. It's
they are coming
astounding.
in, and the choppers are gearing up to come in.
Absolutely accurate drops on these things. You can just see.
Incredible, Ann. It's incredible how they could maneuver in this smoke and the dangers of coming in this hillside, and we're sort of in a canyon here, and they can have a dead hit.
David, you do have a row of houses behind the row that you're showing us. So is it possible that some of those homes may be actually on fire?
I don't think any of the homes are on fire. It just looks like the hillside. With me, well, John, stay on the fire there. But with me now is Brian Nicholson, right?
Yes.
With LA County Fire. Any homes hit at this point?
No, not at all. Not in this. This is the Sunset Point area. No, none homes have been immediately threatened at all.
Now, you told me about an hour ago, watch out, and you were right. This thing moved up rapidly, didn't it?
Yeah, the winds started picking up, as you saw, and the winds were pushing the fire in a southeasterly direction. And then within 10-15 minutes, as you can see, that spot fire that jumped a little ahead of itself, got right to the right behind this ridge here, behind this track, is where the fire started. And as you can see, our helicopters have been bombarding it, hitting it really hard. We've had we got several helicopters up. They're refilling right here at Magic Mountain. So we got our structural protection teams in place. We're doing a good job.
Just from the air is the only way you can do it? Now, here's the Sheriff's Department warning people to stay in their homes and not to go up near the fire. Those who haven't evacuated, which is a smart thing to do. Some people, as we saw earlier, were moving up to the hillside. It's burned right up to the hillside, right?
Yes, there's a ridge just right behind there, and that's where the fire is. It looks like it's a lot closer than it is, but that ridge is actually about a half-mile away, and it appears to have been coming down, but again, our helicopters did a very good job holding it in check, and as it's just continued to move in the direction as it is, it's more fuel for it to burn. It's going to eventually catch up to where the other burn is. Again, that was a spot fire that jumped a little ahead of itself. I'd like to touch on what the sheriffs were just doing now. We had a voluntary evacuation in place in several of the areas here in the Stevenson Ranch area. And what the sheriffs were doing, when that spot fire jumped up, they came out with their bullhorns and was asking everyone to leave. You know, again, it's just for their own safety. We want everyone to at least be prepared to go, and that goes for everyone else in the surrounding area here, especially in the Townsley Canyon area. We're asking all the residents there to just be prepared in case the fire does go into that direction. We don't want that to be a long time of them being able to get themselves out of the area.
Got it. Now, Brian, can you turn your radio down just a little bit, if you can, so we can hear you? This fire is coming up right behind this house here, but John, just to your left, there, you got it right there. We're going to probably see an attack right here. How did they hit it so precisely?
Well, our helicopters are very good at what they're doing. As you can see here, this is one of our Firehawks. The maneuverability of these are amazing. They can pretty much get as close in as they want. We have a smaller helicopter that's like where the commander types. He checks out the terrain and checks out how close that they can go.
Now, we can feel the heat from this fire right here. What you assess of the distance between the fire and the house?
It's probably about a half mile from here. It looks a lot closer again, but there's a ridge behind there, and as you can see a little further up, that's at the top of the ridge, and it's actually going down away from us into that canyon there, and it's not actually coming down the canyon towards the rear of the homes. It looks a lot closer than what it actually is.
David Goldstein and the sheriff's deputy there, I want you to know that this is Ann Martin again. We've got another picture on the other side. This picture is from Jay Jackson's position. This is another view of this onslaught of flame coming in towards Stevenson Ranch. What a nice thing to hear your deputy tell you there, David, that the ridge is actually half a mile away, that those flames do in fact look closer than they are.
Well, yeah, from a fire perspective, they're far enough away. I'll tell you from a layman's perspective and reporter's perspective, they're too close.
Yeah,
and certainly with the residents here. I think some of them have to agree who pulled out of here in the last few minutes. But it's good to hear from the expert, and this is from the fire department here, Brian Nicholson, telling us that it is a half a mile away. It's coming up this hillside, and everyone has moved back from that cul-de-sac, pretty much, some of the residents who said they were going to stick it out, have moved back, and left it to the trained firefighters.
Two different views, same area, same fire, all the gray, all the yellow-brown smoke right now. And it's good to see those firefighters on the right side of the screen, and for the first time in I don't know how long, not running.
Yeah, they've taken a breather. And those firehawks
are
done the
letting
job.
it go, letting the air attacks hit it, and they're doing a great job. As you can see, a lot of the flames are out, and now we have some thick smoke, meaning that there were some dead hits from the aerial attack, and we are starting to feel that smoke as well. You can see here's somebody, John, just came out of his house. So that was a house that was just backed up to the hillside, and somebody just came out covering their face, but they were staying in their house.
Won't he or she have a story to tell?
Many people are still sticking it out, and here's one of the fire officials coming up and talking with the person. It looks like they're going in the backyard, perhaps to assess the situation. But you can see that some people are stayed in their house, even though that was one of the homes that we just showed that the fire appeared to be coming up the hillside right behind the house. Although you heard from Brian Nicholson with LA County Fire that it might have been as far as a half a mile away.
Well, that would
we still do see a lot of running, and we can't show you in that direction because it's all the way down the hill. But there is some running from the firefighters, running in the southerly direction down the hill here. So we're not sure what's going on there. And here comes another helicopter to the right, John. And
David, we're going to stay with your
into the smoke.
We're going to stay with your picture. At this point, we have Governor Gray Davis on the phone right now. The governor is preparing to make a tour of the Arrowhead area. Governor Davis, good afternoon.
Kent, how are you?
Good, thank you, sir. You have seen a lot of damage. You compared it to your days in Vietnam.
Desolation. It just brings tears to your eyes. But I'm so grateful to the firefighters who are doing the best they can, and the California citizens who are open their hearts and providing food and comfort, occasionally even giving firefighters an opportunity to take a shower in their homes. I know right now we're seeing people scurrying around in Stevenson Ranch. I was up there yesterday watching the fire drops. The fire folks are still relatively confident that they can protect homes. We're all at the mercy of wind shifts and Mother Nature, but it was an extraordinarily professional operation that I had a chance to witness yesterday.
Yeah, it's still ongoing right now, Governor, because they've had the winds pick up again out there. They're coming from a different direction, but they've been blowing that fire back into the Stevenson Ranch area. We've just been watching quite a dramatic firefight with helicopters dousing a fire that's within half a mile of the homes in Stevenson Ranch. You're going to San Bernardino. Are you going to be stopping at the shelter there, or where is your destination?
I'm going to sign some declarations. I announced yesterday that the state would pick up most of the costs that counties have to bear for fighting this fire. That's something we've done since 1988, and I have to use my emergency powers and sign a declaration. I'm going to do that today. I've been down to San Bernardino 3 times. As I said, I was out to Stevenson Ranch yesterday. I just want to see for myself the damage that has occurred over the last 36 hours up in the Lake Arrowhead, Lake Gregory area. So I'm going to take a helicopter ride with the Republican State Senator from the area, Jim Brulte.
Governor-elect Schwarzenegger in Washington, D.C. today looking for federal funding. You and he talked on the telephone yesterday. What did you talk about, and what did you tell him to do?
Well, we talked Monday and Tuesday, and he was planning this trip anyway to encourage Washington to be more generous to California, because as the governor-elect points out, we get about 77 cents back on every dollar we send Washington. And he asked me for my advice last night, and I said, now that you're back there, it would be very helpful if you could impress upon Washington the need to get these one-stop centers up and running this week, so people without insurance have a place to go and apply for low-interest loans to rebuild their homes or rebuild their houses. Now, I believe that will happen. I had a discussion with Mike Brown, the FEMA director, and just from the news reports from Governor-elect Schwarzenegger, I believe that's going to happen this week.
Yeah, we
However,
understand.
people don't need to wait for that. If they want to call 1-800-621-FEMA, F-E-M-A, they can start applying for relief right now if they do not have insurance on their property.
Governor, thank you for that phone number, and we will be sure that we pass that on to people throughout the day. We're going to put 3 pictures up now. We'd like to keep you on the line. We've got 3 cameras in the Stevenson Ranch area where the heavy firefight is underway. We're looking right now at David Goldstein's camera. We are about to bring in Jay Jackson's camera as well, and an aerial view. And as we wait for that, we will tell you that we just heard that so far no homes lost in Lake Arrowhead or in Big Bear. That's the good news, but we saw cabins and homes burning up in Cedar Glen, I think it's called, which is a little resort area up in the woods just south of Hesperia.
So here, Governor Davis.
I hate to see any structure lost. You know, people's dreams and homes are kind of intertwined. My wife and I had to move out of our condominium in Los Angeles after the Northridge earthquake for about 3 months, and I know how difficult and sort of adrift you feel when you don't have a home to come home to at night. So my heart goes out to these folks, and that's why if they have insurance, I encourage them to contact their insurance agent today. If they don't, to call this 1-800-621-FEMA and start the application process, because they can do a lot of that electronically for you.
And Governor Davis, we understand why you would want us to use the federal number to get something back from the federal government. As we look at these 3 different views, what happens, what is the plan that's in place should Northern California start to experience its own big fire problems?
Oh man, we are in a world of hurt. I mean, we have mobilized every resource, Kent, in this state and brought it down to Southern California. I mean, obviously they have to leave some resources in place in the north in case they have normal fires they have to tend to. And I have called on, I've gotten 50 trucks from Nevada. I've gotten 50 trucks from Arizona. I called the governors personally. We've gotten 20 trucks from Oregon. Called the governor personally. We're arranging to get some more help from the governor of New Mexico, Bill Richardson. We're trying to work that out with him now. And I believe Gary Locke in Washington will send us some more trucks. And President Bush has dispatched more trucks from the U.S. Forest Service. So we're trying to get every resource we can, not only within the state, but without the state. And we even have some international offers of help. So we're trying to run that through the fire professionals to see which of those offers can be helpful to us.
You're a longtime Californian, Governor Davis, and I wonder if you share my personal surprise that this thing has dragged on as long as it has. I mean, we remember the fires 10 years ago, but it started in one area. It was in Malibu. A couple days later, it had popped up somewhere else in Laguna, and then it was up in Altadena. But these are the same fires burning, and it's 8 days later on some of them.
I know, and they were all fanned by those Santa Ana winds, which, as you know, we're used to here, but they are the exception rather than the rule, and that really drove those fires the first 72 hours. Now those winds are reversing, and I think in Stevenson Ranch, I know people are very nervous, and understandably so, and doing everything we can to protect them. I heard early on in the news that the firefighters wanted to fight the battle, the last quarter mile before the homes, because of the green belt there, and most of the homes there have fire-resistant materials. So that was their plan, and they're professionals. They know better than I exactly how best to do it.
Yeah.
So I feel relatively confident that the folks in Stevenson's Ranch will be as protected as humanly possible. The real problems, there are even more severe problems in San Diego and in the Lake Arrowhead, Lake Powell, Big Bear area.
Governor Davis, we know that your words of encouragement for the firefighters must mean a lot to them and to the citizens as well. We know that you're just about to take that helicopter tour in the San Bernardino National Mountain Range, so have a safe trip. Thank you very much for talking with us and telling us what to look forward to.
Thank you, Ken. Thank you, Ann.
And we've got a brand new update for you. You know that Stevenson's Ranch is just off of Interstate 5, and we need to tell you that Golden State Freeway, that I-5, has been closed in both directions between the Antelope Valley Freeway, that's 14, and Highway 126, and that is because of this firefight that's going on near Stevenson's Ranch. So I-5, our main connection to the north, has been closed between the 14 and 126 for an unknown duration, according to California Highway Patrol.
You know, that's a major stretch, Ann, and sometimes during the winter months farther north on 5, things close down, but you're saying between 14 and 126 because of all the smoke going across the road. A note for you, if you have a husband or wife or friend working at the office, you're at home watching this, and that person normally would take that stretch of the Golden State Freeway. There's going to be an additional volume tonight coming home on the 101 freeway, because that's the only way that you can get from here to Northern California and back. And so going through the valley, the 101 freeway, the Ventura, is going to be all clogged up once again. And so just go ahead and call whoever it is you know and say you might want to leave early, or let the rush hour get in front of you, leave a little bit later, wait for things to thin out. The 101 is going to be really heavy.
What a nightmare.
Starting right now, because the 5 is shut down between the 14 and the 126.
Yeah, there's a lot of people who live up there, and it's just going to be a mess. Jay Jackson, we've had your camera up for a while. We have not been able to talk to you, but come ahead in and tell us, it looks like maybe the flashpoint, the worst of this one little battle here, is over.
Yeah,
Do I speak too soon?
You can't tell, but let me show you directly behind me. This is the hill that firefighters are most concerned about. Look at that there. That had burned earlier today, and it appeared as if that fire was out, but as you can see, it is coming up over this mountain. And I can tell you, when it reaches that ridge, it will literally explode, because there are dozens of trees up there. There is a lot of low-level dry brush that burns on the ground, and it creates this superheated situation where you get this fire just erupting over the hillside. Earlier today, we saw flames jumping at least 100 feet when it reached the ridge. Firefighters have been attacking that spot aggressively today. I don't know if you can see it now, but firefighters are moving in on the side. That is critical, because that mountain there, that mound
by Sky Forest, and they had ground units that were surrounding the houses and try to beat off the fire that way. But from here, we have 2 Erickson sky cranes that are working in this particular neighborhood right now, trying to stop this fire from getting to any of the other houses here.
Now, basically, just to orient people, Cedar Pines Park is just north of Crestline, and further north is Hesperia, as you were just talking about, and you had mentioned that you had seen some aerial attacks, but have you seen any focused on this house right now?
Yes, this is actually where they're concentrating the attack specifically, because here you can see there's a sky crane coming into your scene right now, and these sky cranes are from Oregon, actually, part of that mutual aid package that Governor Davis has asked for from those governors. They sent it here. They're getting fueled up down at San Bernardino Airport, and they are concentrating on this area specifically. There was a structure that was burning. We saw it compromised. We saw it fall when we moved up. It has now spread to these other houses, and what they're trying to do is quash this fire before it threatens any more of this neighborhood.
So, Justin, are we looking at 2, 3 houses here on fire? It's hard for me to tell if this is all one property or actually 2 different structures.
Well, it's a really tightly knit neighborhood here. There's forest surrounding and throughout all of the homes here. We've seen 2 structures burning right here. There's one that's to the ground, that's in the bottom of your picture, and now it's spread to another structure just to the top of your picture there. Now we can't say for sure if they're houses. They could be outbuildings at this point. Here you see another drop coming in, hoping to stop that fire from burning down that house. But again, 2 structures that we're sure of at this point, but at any point it could spread to the surrounding houses in this area. I'm going to pull back a little bit. You can see all the houses. There's a large number of houses in this area, anywhere from 10 to 15 houses that are all concentrated around this one flare-up of fire.
And can you give us a better indication of the road or street that you're nearby? Do you happen to know?
We don't know the road specifically. The markers that we have is Highway 18 to the south, and this is about 2 miles north of Highway 18 to the south, and it's to the south, and then we have Silverwood Lake that is to the north. We are still south of the Highway 138, which is on the north side of Cedar Pines Park, which earlier on during these fires was used as an evacuation route. But we believe that route is currently closed because the smoke is directly over that highway, and these fires are burning on the south side and on the north side around Silverwood Lake.
And we should say that this is just northwest of Crestline, where several homes burned yesterday and the day before that, I believe. And this is really the first time we've seen some damage out in Cedar Pines Park. And you think it's really the wind just picking up those embers and bringing them up that way?
That's correct. Yesterday in the afternoon, we were here until about 4:30, and the winds were shifting in all different directions, and what we had was pretty much a straight up plume of smoke. We had a wall that reached up into the 11,000 feet regions. Right now, all the smoke is laying down. I'll pull down out here for a short second. You can see the smoke is all below us and pushing strongly into the high desert towards Hesperia and those low-lying areas. All these fires seem to be spot fires set off by embers from this wind, and it's just dropping into these communities and setting trees and homes alight.
Now, talking about the wind, I've been watching these water drops over the last few minutes, and it looks like the drop happens and the wind kind of blows most of the water away from the home. Has that been your observation?
Yeah, the wind is making it really difficult for them up here. They are trained to try and play off that wind a little bit. They're at a really low level there, going at about 300 feet, and they try to curve into the wind to have the water actually drop down onto these houses. The first structure, the main flame that you see here in the middle of your screen, it's kind of obscured by trees right there. That was pretty much gone by the time we got here. What we saw is now this other house that's starting to light up. The sky cranes were dropping in this area, trying to curl the water with the wind onto that fire so it didn't spread. But as you can see, it's been difficult to stop for them up above.
So again, no ground crews, because this is a little cluster of homes kind of up in the mountains. Strictly just that air support right now. And I think we need to point out for our viewers that most of this area has been evacuated, I understand. So hopefully there's no people there, because I know at some point that winding, narrow mountain road was very difficult for people to try and get out and evacuate. But hopefully no one in those homes right now. But it's just heartbreaking to watch when there's, you know, not a whole lot of help. Every now and then those air choppers come in with some water, but not quite as accurate as they'd like to be, probably.
The wind conditions certainly affect that. Now, Justin, can you again just orient us in terms of where you are, basically?
Well, this is a community in Cedar Pines Park, which is just to the southeast of Silverwood Lake. What we have is this is the old fire, and this is the western flank of the fire. It's been advancing from the Rim of the World Highway, where Rim Forest was. They stopped the advance in the middle, and it's kind of advanced out on two fronts. This is the western side. We have Conan Nolan and Patrick Healy over on the eastern side in Running Springs and those areas. Now coming over here, this is Cedar Pines Park. South of us is Crestline, north of us is Silverwood Lake, and what we're taking a look at is this western front as it advances through the forest and down towards the neighborhoods of Hesperia.
Justin, thank you. I really appreciate that. If you would stand by, we are going to continue watching this. We want to go back now to Nell Chapman. He is based there in the Stevenson Ranch area. He was in a neighborhood that experienced flames very close to homes just a short time ago, I mean minutes ago, and now it looks, I guess, Chap, that the conditions have improved quite a bit?
Yes, indeed they have. As you can see, however, there is still quite an arsenal of firefighting equipment and TV equipment as well in this particular neighborhood. We are now at the corner of Sage Crest Circle and Hollyhock Court. And this has been an area where firefighters have made a rather dramatic stand for about the past hour. Flames were licking up from a small canyon just to the southern flank of Stevenson's Ranch, right behind these homes. As you can see, some smoke is still pouring out of that small canyon behind the homes. Well, those flames began licking up, and firefighters made drop after aerial drop after aerial drop in an effort to douse those flames, and they have been pretty successful. There have been no homes lost here at Stevenson's Ranch, none at all. We are now in the 24,700 block of Stevenson's Ranch, again on Sage Crest Circle, and everything is pretty much under control. Structure protection is obviously the priority of the day here. Most residents were asked to leave, and most of them did. Some did quite hurriedly about an hour to an hour and a half ago. People scurried out. Most of them had their cars and SUVs packed. Some poured out of their homes with arms full of their valuables, their precious items, and threw them in the car and took off. There was just quite a motorcade of homeowners going down the hill here. Now, within just the last few minutes, the winds picked up, and right behind this home where we are is another big flare-up. A contingent of firefighters just rushed to the rear of this particular home. again, because of the wind. The wind is just fanning those flames up the hill to lick right up to the back edges of some of these homes. And there is a fight. We're out of camera range now, but another half dozen firefighters just scurried to the rear of the home next door as well. They are making yet another stand here. It is a matter of just scurrying from place to place. Firefighters are strewn all along the street, but when a concentrated effort is needed, firefighters will move from one location to another. They will mass their efforts and concentrate on licking those flames that are coming the closest to homes. And that's what's happening right here now. But once again, there have been no injuries. No homes have been lost or even damaged here in Stevenson's Ranch, but it has been a pretty close call several times on the southern side of Stevenson's Ranch.
Chat, we also want to mention that you spoke to the public information officer just a few moments ago from the fire department and talking about how when we saw those high flames a few minutes ago, they were actually maybe about, what did he say, about a half mile away, is that right?
Yes, about a half mile away.
So through our cameras, sometimes it can look a bit deceiving because, you know, we have the capability of doing compression shots and things like that. So because the flames are so high, in fact, he estimated, I believe, about 100 feet in the air. Is that right?
I can't hear you, Michelle. Say again, please.
That's okay. The PIO estimated that the flames were very, very high. I believe he said 100 feet high. So between that and the compression shot, sometimes the flames look much closer to the homes than they are right now.
I think he said they were that tall down in the ravine.
At times, it may look a lot closer than they are, but I can tell you they've come pretty darn close, enough to excite some firefighters and force some of them to redeploy to mass in certain areas, because those flames did come pretty close. Now, the flames you're talking about, those that were 100 feet high, and we're right now in the middle of another really terrible gust of wind right now. The wind is so strong, it's really blowing us, and the smoke is rather choking, quite bluntly. And there they go again. They're moving from this home to the home next door now. You can see firefighters, they're out of camera range, but I can see firefighters rushing to the rear of the home, the two-story home right next door to the one where we are right now. If this continues, I'm sure they will have to call in helicopters once again. What has been most effective here was the aerial assault, and there was drop after drop after drop, and that really did it. In addition to the deployment of firefighters to the rear of the homes, but those helicopter drops were most effective. And if this continues, I'm sure they will be called back in to make more drops, because the winds are picking up again. We can hardly see the sun at all, and everything is just shrouded with smoke in this particular area. The good news, however, no reports of any injuries and no damage to any homes, and certainly no homes lost.
Now, chat, we just want to make sure our viewers again know if they're just tuning in. This is at Stage Crest Circle and Hollyhock Drive. We're going to continue looking at the pictures here from your camera, chat. We're going to ask you to just stand by for a moment. We have Governor Gray Davis on the line. Governor, and I appreciate you talking to us again. I just want to preface this. I hope we don't have to interrupt you, but we're keeping a very close eye here on what's happening in the Stevenson Ranch area, the Santa Clarita area, and if it looks like there's information we need to convey to our viewers, we will graciously try to interrupt you to do that. What's happening today from your perspective, Governor?
Well, I'm out at San Bernardino International Airport to sign a declaration which will relieve local governments of their cost of fighting these terrible fires. I'm also going to declare Riverside as a state of emergency, so the president can speed relief to Riverside as well as San Bernardino, LA, Ventura, and San Diego counties. And then along with Republican Senator Jim Brulte, I'm going to tour some of the damage up in the Lake Arrowhead Big Bear area.
In fact, Governor, those are the pictures that we're showing our viewers right now. A home up in the Cedar Pines Park is pretty much a total loss up there. We're entering, I think this is about day 6 now of these fires. You've been able to get some help from some neighboring states. How about the firefighters, the count? Are we getting enough help as far as bringing people in from the outside to try and get the upper hand on these blazes?
You can never have enough resources. As you know, I asked the governors of Arizona and Nevada for 50 fire trucks each. Those have arrived. That's 100 trucks. The governor of Oregon sent us 20 engines. We've got several helicopters from Oregon and Nevada that have already arrived. I'm working with Governor Bill Richardson of New Mexico for additional assets. I'm going to be finalizing an arrangement with Governor Locke of Washington. So not only are we marshaling every asset within the state, but we're getting our neighbors to help us, for which I'm very grateful. And President Bush and Governor-elect Arnold Schwarzenegger have also been extraordinarily helpful to us.
I want to just let our viewers know you're watching the Cedar Pines Park area, these structures on fire here. Governor, yesterday when we spoke to you, you mentioned hoping to get together these one-stop shopping centers for folks who've been affected by these fires, lost their homes, lost their belongings, lost loved ones, could go and get immediate help. Any progress on that end?
Yes, we're trying to do this in cooperation with the federal government, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA to be exact. By the end of this week, they will be open, but people don't have to wait. If they don't have insurance and they experience a loss, right now they can call 1-800-621-FEMA, F-E-M-A, and they will begin the process immediately of applying for the relief that they're entitled to rebuild their home, their business, or relocation assistance.
And Governor, you mentioned you've been out at the one of the evacuation center, one of the largest ones out at the San Bernardino International Airport, or the airport there. What's been the mood amongst people who essentially now have to rebuild their lives? What are they telling you?
People are still very resilient. I'm so proud of them. I'm proud of the volunteers that come in and give them a hug, give them food, water, spend time with them. But we owe it to these people whose lives have been totally turned upside down by these fires to get relief in their hands as soon as possible. That's why when I talked to Governor Schwarzenegger Tuesday night, I asked him to urge Congress to urge the federal government to move with warp speed, and I thank him for doing that. Mike Brown, the director of FEMA, is already out here. I was with him yesterday in Simi Valley. We'll be in Los Angeles tomorrow, and as well as San Diego. So we're moving as quickly as possible to help these folks whose lives have been totally upset by these natural disasters and help get them back on their feet as soon as possible.
All right, Governor Gray Davis, I know it's been a busy few days for you, so we appreciate you taking the time to call in and give us that update.
Thank you so much.
We had pictures a moment ago, we understand, of a home that is now on fire in the Stevenson Ranch area. Up until now, we haven't seen any damage to homes there. I'm being told this is Stevenson Ranch. Is that correct? It is. Okay, so this is, Fresnel had been saying this dramatic stand that they have been taking in parts in Stevenson Ranch, but we're not exactly sure what part of that neighborhood we're looking at.
Chip, what can you tell us?
Michelle, what we're looking at now, excuse me, we don't believe that's actually a home, but an out structure, possibly a barn. One of the first things to catch here, we are on the west side of Stevenson Ranch, and we've been trying to shoot into that area that we're talking about with so much detail, where the evacuations are happening, where we saw those flames, and it's very smoky down there. Now this is just a little bit further west of that area where those evacuations are happening, where we saw those flames by the news truck. It's not very far west, but just enough to where it started to burn this, and a great deal of concern here. The wind is shifted. Typical Simi Valley weather, excuse me, Santa Clarita Valley weather and San Fernando Valley weather means that it's going to burn, it's going to blow from south to north. That's very common this time of year for the San Fernando Valley. Well, that started. It's pushing the fire north because the winds are out of the south. Winds are out of the south, pushing it back onto itself, of course, right towards those homes.
So, Chip, just to clarify, you said this was just west of where Chat was momentarily?
Michelle, I'm sorry, it was a little staticky. Could you repeat that, please?
More information about the locale of this?
It's just a little bit west of the Stevenson Ranch area.
A little bit west of the Stevenson Ranch area. Okay, and so this doesn't appear to be part of that development that we were just talking about. And you're saying that this to you looks like an outbuilding, maybe a barn of some kind?
A barn, maybe feed storage. Very hard to tell what it is.
Okay.
Maybe a construction trailer.
Okay,
but it's, Michelle, it's one ridge over from the west, the part that's furthest west, excuse me, of Stevenson Ranch.
I understand. Chip, I don't mean to put you here on the spot. I'm just trying to make sure that we give as much information to our viewers as possible in terms of when we see structures burning, where they are burning exactly. And I don't mean to ask you questions to trip you up there, and we're just working together.
No, I think I'm just getting a little tongue-tied, Michelle. I apologize.
That's okay.
Well, LA County Fire has just now confirmed for us that no homes are on fire in Stevenson Ranch. So we're assuming that this is not a home, but like you said, an outbuilding or a barn or something of that nature. But as you see, with so much smoke and haze, it's difficult to really get your bearings as to exactly, what it is we're looking at. But I think we're going to go back out to the ground now, where Fernell Chapman has been for most of the morning there, back on the ground in Stevenson Ranch. Is it still as chaotic as it's been in the last hour or so, Fernell?
Well, I've got to tell you, the bad news for us is that we are now downwind of all of the smoke, and it's just blowing right our way. As you can see behind me, visibility is pretty poor in this particular neighborhood right now. Firefighters remain strategically deployed, and structure protection is still the order of the day here. There is a great deal of hazy smoke lingering in the area simply because firefighters have been effective. There must have been at least 20, maybe even 30 helicopter drops behind these homes here along the southern flank of Stevenson's Ranch. Firefighters made a very successful stand here as flames were pushed by winds right up to the very edge of some of the homes here. And it was quite a rush for firefighters, redeploying from one home to another to make sure that no homes were lost. Most of this area has been evacuated. The Sheriff's Department rolled black and white patrol units through here about an hour and a half ago, urging people to leave. Most people did. In fact, most of the residents here had packed their cars already with their valuables. They knew that this might be a real possibility. It became reality. They were ready. They jumped in their cars, and there was quite a motorcade downhill as people evacuated this particular area. Once again, we are at Sagecrest Circle and Hollyhock Court, where firefighters are breathing a lot easier right now, despite all the smoke you see in the air. They are breathing a great deal easier. In fact, George, if you could, George Zanizowski is with me here. George, if you would pan over and up, we can finally see a bit of blue sky. The winds have cleared out some of the smoke, blown right past us, very uncomfortable, I might add. But we are beginning to see a bit of blue sky over Stevenson's Ranch. And that's a welcome sight to not only residents, but certainly to the firefighters here as well. Again, no injuries, no reports of any damage, and no homes lost at all. I'm Fernell Chapman reporting live from Stevenson's Ranch.
Boy, it sure is great to see some blue sky there, and it just again shows you how quickly the situation can change there. Just 15 minutes ago we were seeing that area covered in dark black, heavy, thick smoke. I believe now we're back at the Cedar Pines Park area. Is that right? Yes, it is. And Justin, is this another home, or is this the home we were watching a few minutes ago?
Michelle, we've actually moved south. This is now Crestline, and just to give you an idea of the schizophrenic nature of this fire, this is a spot fire we just saw out the window way on the south, back down by the Rim of the World highway. And as you can see, this is a huge amount of fire coming off these two homes. It's unfortunate to say that these definitely do look like homes or cabins at this point. We can't, have the fortunate occurrence of them just being outbuildings like we just had in Stevenson's Ranch. I want to pull out a little bit here and show you just how strong this wind is. We've been talking about the weather system started within fires. This is a weather system that's pushing this fire to the north and is making these embers a problem all over this area up on the ridge lines here. We had thought that the fire had moved past Crestline, but as you can see, it's still burning homes in that neighborhood.
Justin, just to confirm now, you said you're in Crestline now. This is not Cedar Pines. This is Crestline.
That's correct. We moved south just because we found more black smoke coming from the south. It appeared that there were structures burning, and we can confirm that now.
And can you tell me as specifically as you can where this home is?
Let's see. Here, I can pull out for you a little bit and give you a little bit of a better estimate. What I can say is that it is right on the ridge line. You can see down to the bottom of your picture, it looks like where they stopped the fire as it was coming up the ridge, and it should be just south of the Rim of the World Highway in the Crestline area.
And that's the crazy thing about this, as we've seen an aircraft going across. Many of these people may have thought they were safe because you can see a clear fire break there, but then these embers just are flying from different parts of the forest there and just happen to hit these homes, because just surrounding it you can see there's really nothing left to burn below that ridge line, but unfortunately the embers must have landed on that roof, and it's really creating quite, if you can see inside, an intense, almost like a tornado effect inside that house. It's really heart-wrenching to watch.
Yeah, yesterday the winds were completely unpredictable, and today they're just extremely strong. Even coming off this fire, yesterday you saw strong flames going straight up, and now they're going due north and with a vengeance.
And just a few minutes ago, you were over Cedar Pines area with a flare up there and a home burning, and now you're over in Crestline, and I'm guessing roughly a couple of miles away?
Yeah, it's about 1.5 miles to 2 miles to the south. These spot fires are covering an extremely large area. We are west of Lake Arrowhead and south of Silverwood Lake, all in these mountain communities up here, and there are spot fires flaring up all on this west side.
It just shows how dangerous the situation is here in the mountain areas, and the wind conditions and flying embers. That's really the issue. And have you seen any aerial aircraft here trying to get to this home?
Yeah, that fixed-wing aircraft that you saw cruise across the bottom of your picture just a few seconds ago was Air Attack. He's trying to lead air tankers in here to drop. You see some water splashing in the top of the picture there. That's actually a water-dropping helicopter. That Air Attack is trying to lead the air tankers in here to try and stop this fire. They definitely don't want it to spread anywhere else. We mentioned before that it was difficult to see ground units in that Cedar Pines Park area. A few minutes after we talked, we did see ground units arrive on the area, saw some sprays of water coming up from around the homes. But again, we're now in a new area. This is a new place where a fire is sparked up, and again, it's going to take time for ground units to come over and fight this fire. Actually, though, if I push over here, it's a little dark through all that black smoke, but I think I see a fire person walking through this area with a hose, so hopefully they can get some fire on it from the ground as well.
Again, this is Crestline, although given how it looks right now, it doesn't appear that firefighters will be able to save this home here.
Yeah, these two look. The first one here on your right is fairly well involved. The second one is lighted from the inside now as well. So these two structures do appear to be lost, unfortunately. But what they're going to do is surround all the other houses in this area and make sure this fire does not spread.
All right, Justin, thank you very much, and I keep an eye on that, and also those fires out there in Cedar Pines Park. And right now we're at Stevenson Ranch. Because of that intense smoke and the haze, they had to close the Golden State Freeway in both directions between Antelope Valley, which is the 14, and 126. And Helen Kumari is there on the ground along the 5. And what's it like right there?
Denise and Michelle, the wind is picked up here just outside of Santa Clarita, which is not good news. It's exactly what firefighters have been worried about. The blowing wind creating the smoke and the embers blowing across the 5. They were really hoping to stop the fire here. Unfortunately, that did not happen, and some of it did blow over. They have shut down the 5, and take a look at the bottleneck that has created. This is the 5 northbound. It is being shut down now at the 14, as you said, 14 northbound, the Antelope Valley Freeway. They are diverting all traffic onto it. Southbound, it is shut down at the 126. So this is about 5 to 6 miles of the Interstate 5 that is shut down, a major artery through here. I can tell you, if you're looking right now, that is the Balboa Bridge. Balboa is wide open. It provides a good alternate. This is Foothill. Also, you can take San Fernando Road or Sierra. Those are all good alternates, and they are wide open at this hour. Unfortunately, at noon, they say that the blowing smoke and embers did cross the 5 at Calgrove. There's a lot of wilderness in that area, a lot of dry brush, and they are hoping to keep it there and protect the homes, because the next exit up, of course, is Lyons, and that is packed with homes and lots of businesses, restaurants, stores, and they want to protect that area. We just talked to one resident who says that the wind has been blowing, and it has been quite gray and overcast because of this smoke, the smoke and the ash, and it's really creating problems. That's the latest. We are live along Interstate 5, just outside of Santa Clarita. I'm Helen Kumari. Back to you.
All right, Helen, thank you. And we should say we know right now from the CHP, they don't know when they're going to reopen the 5. So College of the Desert out in Santa Clarita has canceled their afternoon classes, trying to have fewer people on that 5, but it's really just a bottleneck right now. I think right now we want to bring our viewers up to speed with the latest figures that we have on these fires so far.
These are official numbers, these are conservative numbers, but the information we have right now is that 17 people have died as a result of these fires. More than 1,800 homes have been destroyed, damaged from these Southern California wildfires. 621,000 acres have burned. There are close to 14,000 firefighters here in Southern California fighting these fires, and this is a conservative number, but at this point the damage, loss, and the cost of these wildfires is at $2 billion. But we have every expectation, officials have every expectation that that could go as high as $4 billion.
The death toll, again, has risen. We understand that a body is found in the San Diego area in Alpine, so that's what has brought our death toll now up to 17, and officials are fearing that as they're able to get into some of these areas and into some of these burned out homes, that again, that death toll could rise. But most of those fatalities happening out in the San Diego area where the fires there are so intense.
You know, if I could ask the producers to tell me, which shot is this that we're taking with the aircraft?
Santa Clarita is what I'm told. So earlier we were hearing from our news chopper pilots that a lot of the big air tankers, the big air support have been grounded because of the weather conditions. But of course, whenever they get a break, they're putting those folks in the air, and I'm not sure if they're, so that this is out in the Santa Clarita Valley, the Stevenson Ranch area, where they're bringing in now these large aircraft, where, as Fernell Chapman has been reporting throughout the afternoon, it has just been a, hand-to-hand combat out there trying to protect the homes in Stevenson Ranch. An Air Force plane here bringing in some support.
Chip, is this a shot from you? Chip, can you hear me? Apparently Chip isn't available, but I assume this must be from his aircraft. There you see a Foscheck drop, I should say, pardon me.
And this is some of the support that Governor Davis had been talking about, getting some military aircraft out here, getting help from our neighboring states, Arizona, Nevada, Oregon, getting financial help, President Bush on board and getting the help we finally need. So it's good to see that flame retardant, going down there on the ground. Not sure how close this is to the Stevenson Ranch or the I-5, but at least it's almost like a sigh of relief to see some of these bigger aircraft coming in.
All right, Chip, can you hear me now?
I think, do we have each other, Michelle?
Yes, we do.
There we go. Great news. Okay, that's a C-130 that's out of Magoo. He's carrying 2,000 gallons of Foscheck, and he's just on the south side of the Simi fire here. Now, of course, we're in the Santa Clarita Valley. I'm just over Newhall Pass. This fire being fought on two fronts. Excuse me. This fire being fought on two fronts. The C-130 is working the southern tip of this fire, trying to prevent it from running any further to the south. And of course, the stuff we saw from Fernell Chapman on the ground trying to save those homes in Stevenson Ranch. Now, that 130 is out of Point Magoo. He was able to get out this morning. That, of course, what you're seeing right there is the air attack plane. That plane in charge of all the aircraft below, all the airplanes. Now, there's also a second helicopter that's up. His job is to control all the helicopters. They call him helicopter coordinator, or Helco for short. But this Bronco right here, it's a very old aircraft that you're seeing. This Bronco is air attack in charge of controlling all the planes. He's working the southern tip of this. Michelle, Denise?
And,
okay, thank you.
In one point of your shot there, we saw almost 3 different aircraft in that area. I mean, have the weather conditions now lifted, and now they're all just wanting to try and play catch-up, essentially?
Well, as I understand, the tankers out of Foxfield have not been released. The weather in Foxfield still smoked in. That tanker, again, one of the C-130s, and I believe there's 4 of them here. That's unconfirmed. 2 for sure. I know they had asked for 2 more. Governor Gray Davis going to Congress, going to the president, asking for more help. That was one of the first airplanes that came out. 2 of those C-130s, working very hard, very efficient airplanes, able to fly in 0-0 visibility, but that doesn't really help you with that ability when there's 10 other aircraft around. So a lot of air traffic control going on down below. A very, very furious air fight down there. Denise, Michelle?
Okay, thank you, Chip. This right here, I believe, must be the Crestline area. This is where Justin Yeager is flying over the scene here. Justin, this structure that we've been watching over the last 10-15 minutes, obviously completely destroyed at this point.
Yeah, these 2 in the bottom of your picture are completely destroyed, and the fire is now spreading to the north. The strong winds out of the south are pushing the fires north as we go here. I do have that specific location for you. Now, this is actually north of the Rim of the World Highway. which is part of the Crestline community pushing towards the Valley of Enchantment. I can tell you that these homes are off Forest Crest Drive. These two in the bottom of your screen are the farthest down on the ridge line. They thought the fire was going to be able to stop here. You can see the top of the ridge with black with soot, black with burned fuel. It looks like they've stopped it in a lot of areas there, but these two houses have burned now, and there are more houses to the north that are catching flame as well.
Now, Justin, at one point you said you thought you may have seen some ground support or a firefighter with a hose. Have you been able to get a better handle on whether or not, well, there's more of that air support you were talking about, handle on whether there are any ground crews out there right now? Well, maybe, yeah, you see activity right there. Okay.
Yeah, I can show you through here. These are some of the back streets in this community. That isn't the major Forest Crest Drive here, but you can see they're trying to put out this house that's just recently caught flame due to the embers from those two that have been lost to the south.
And Justin, did you just say what road this is?
Yeah, the major, the area is Forest Crest Drive, west of the Highway 138. And again, this is pushing north from the Rim of the World Highway towards the neighborhood called Valley of Enchantment.
And Crestline already hard hit a couple of nights ago. A handful of homes lost there along that ridge. I think a little farther east than where you are now. But you know, just when they breathe a sigh of relief, thinking that that fire has passed, those embers blow in, and it just starts it all over again.
Yeah, that's correct. You can see that they're aggressively trying to stop this fire. There are a number of homes along this ridge. There are side streets. There's a couple majors, Forest Crest Drive. Also, it looks like Waters Drive. These are two major areas in the Crestline community in the Valley of Enchantment area with lots and lots of homes, hundreds of homes that are in danger here. So you can see they have a number of different air tankers. We've seen both water drops and that Phos-Chek, that fire retardant, trying to stop this fire before these embers spread to any other homes.
You know, it's heartbreaking to watch, but obviously the wind conditions there are a factor, but they're making these water drops, and it really looks like they're, you know, having trouble hitting their target.
Yeah, the wind, you can see the wind pushing the smoke really far, but it might be a little bit of a disguise there. It looks like the wind, you see how he drops really far to the south there. He's trying to get that water mostly to the houses on the north side. They want to stop those smaller fires first before they can...
I'm sorry, Justin. I'm going to interrupt you. Governor Davis having a press conference in San Bernardino.
Senator Jim Brulte for being with us today, and Assemblyman Dennis Mountjoy for joining us. We also have Dallas Jones, who's, come up here, Dallas, who's the head of the Governor's Office of Emergency Services and one of the principal people responsible for helping coordinate the response to these massive fires up and down the state. And Jim Wright, his deputy, thank you very much. Oh, no, I'm sorry, from the California Department of Forestry, also a major resource in the battle against these blazes in 4, now 5 counties. A couple things I want to announce today. When I get back from our helicopter tour, I will sign an executive order that will relieve counties who have exhausted their own resources of the requirement of paying 25% of the cost of fighting this fire. Historically, the federal government pays 75%. The remaining 25% is split 75-25 between the state and the local communities. And once the Director of Emergency Services determines that a local community has exhausted their resources, we'll pick up that remaining 25%. So that should be of some comfort to property tax owners, knowing that they're not going to have to see that extra burden on their bill. Also, we are adding Riverside to the number of counties for which I've declared a state of emergency. And I've sent a letter to President Bush asking him to sign the appropriate declaration of disaster so the residents of that county can participate in any low-interest loans to rebuild their homes or businesses. I want to thank the President for his prompt action. I asked his Chief of Staff Sunday night to send the head of the Federal Emergency Management Agency out here as soon as possible, Mike Brown. He was out here yesterday. I was with him in Simi Valley. I'll be with him tomorrow in San Diego and in Los Angeles, and I know he was here in the Inland Empire. So the federal government is responding. I want to thank Governor-elect Schwarzenegger. I talked to him late last night and urged him to encourage the federal agencies to get their tail out here and get checks in people's hands. We're all Americans. We're not Republicans. We're not Democrats. We're all pulling in the same direction to try and help people get through this terrible disaster. We're going to take a helicopter tour to see what additional damage has been done up in the Crestline Rim of the World area. As you know, I was here Friday, I was here Sunday. I want to see what additional damage has been created since my last visit. Last time I was here, I had a chance to see some of the evacuees, and I commend them for their spirit and their bravery and their upbeat attitude. I told Senator Brulte on the way over here, when I was last here on Sunday, I went up to a neighborhood. There were no camera crews, and just a couple of us walking around through a neighborhood that was decimated by the fire, and a little girl took me through the rubble of what used to be her home, showing me where her room was, and I was so inspired by her positive, upbeat attitude. I want to do everything I can, along with these gentlemen, with President Bush, Governor-elect Schwarzenegger, to get money in the hands of people who've suffered losses from these terrible fires, so they can go on with their lives.
Governor Davis, we're here now live at CBS 2. Could you recap the executive order you're going to sign?
I'm going to sign an executive order later this afternoon, which will relieve local governments who have exhausted their financial resources of the burden to pay for 25% of the cost of fighting this fire. Local taxpayers are already sufficiently overburdened. This fire is adding to their woes, and the state historically has done this since 1988, and through my emergency powers, I will do that.
Can you talk to us about the firefighters and how the resources have been stretched, and are we going to be seeing any relief from out of state?
Yeah, I'm so proud of the firefighters up and down this state. As you know, people from Eureka to the Mexican border have been deployed throughout this now 5-county region. I have personally called the governors of Nevada and Arizona. Together they've sent 100 engines, which are now here on the ground. The governor of Nevada has sent 3 helicopters. The governor of Oregon has sent 2 more helicopters. I've activated the National Guard. They've added 6 more helicopters. The governor of Oregon has also sent 20 more engines. So we are the beneficiary here in Southern California, not only of assets up and down the state, but from our neighboring states. And we will continue to press our neighbors and the federal government for more resources, because we need to give these folks on the line a break, time to rest, time to recuperate, and so we could use more fire engines and more fire crews and more helicopters.
Governor, you've received some criticism, and particularly from residents out of San Diego County who say that you have not been aggressive enough in dealing with what they're going through, and to make sure that the resources are there to deal with these fires and that federal help will be available.
You know, I'm not going to get into this political back and forth. We're all Americans. We're all on the same side. The fire chief in San Diego said, even if the resources that were sought Sunday were there were no airdrops on Sunday or Monday. Sunday because of the incredible winds, and Monday because of the haze. So we have done everything humanly possible to get resources from the federal government, from our neighbors, and we're already getting offers from international sources to supplement that. Our Director of Emergency Services, Dallas Jones, I think can speak more specifically to the allocation of resources and can respond to that question.
Certainly, I'd be more than happy to. This has been one of the quickest responses to any disaster that California has ever faced. Not only were we very quick to react to the initial fires, but also the requests into San Diego. Now, I understand, because of the losses suffered down there are very high feelings, and that's clear in any fire. We've been through the Malibus, Oakland Hills, all kinds of fires. But I think it's disingenuous for some people to be making charges that the fire services in California haven't been very proactive. You understand, we can't strip all of the fire resources in the state of California, because you would have nobody to do first aid in Sacramento, San Francisco, or any place else. So we hopscotch, and so it goes out in a concentric circle like a target. We pull in the resources and then backfill and pull them in. This is a model for the United States, and the resources going into San Diego were at the point of that spear. We had already started resources moving to the fires that were burning here in the mountains, and they received original resources. Whether or not their troops were out of the field, up here fighting fires, other troops were going down there from these other adjoining counties. I'd like to also speak on another issue, is the MAF units. Those are a federal asset. The United States has 8 of those units, 2 located in California. On the governor's command, we activated the 2 within California, put in a request for the other units. Now there's a federal law that says until all contract bombers are being used, you cannot access that military resource. The law. You cannot expect your fire services to violate that law. So until they were all put into play, they could not be brought into California. The minute all contract bombers were being put to play, those resources were coming to California, and at this moment they're all working. And I think, again, it's disingenuous to be going at the U.S. Forest Service for not deploying that resource. And I'm a little bit tired of hearing it, quite frankly, because I think the carping should stop.
Sir, could you tell us the situation around Lake Arrowhead?
Okay, you have been listening to a press conference in
I think
San Bernardino County.
Wright,
the governor talking about an executive order that he has signed to help fight these fires here in Southern California. We want to go now to David Cruz, who is, I believe, on I-5 near Santa Clarita. David, what's happening there?
Michelle, this is the advancing line of the fire on what I would say is the eastern flank. This is the I-5 freeway. If I move here a few feet, this is still an active freeway, at least to emergency vehicles that are coming from the south, headed north. The only vehicles getting through right now are firefighters, people directly involved in battling the flames. Can you see that in the distance over there? Sure, just over my right shoulder. That's just part of the inferno that we have been seeing throughout these last few minutes. The flames were approaching this way, but part of that is the strategy that's being used by CDF, the California Department of Forestry, to try and make their stand right here along the 5 freeway. Very significant. The winds are working in their favor. The humidity is a little bit better than it has been in past days, although the wind hasn't been cooperating. Michael, let's get the shot over here. Let me give you an idea of how these flare-ups are occurring. Again, right along the 5 freeway, and I will tell you that about 3 miles south of here, all traffic headed north has been diverted off the 5 freeway to the 14, heading towards Lancaster. But this is the reason. Just minutes ago, we saw some power lines explode in that far distance. Let me ask this gentleman here. We have a chopper going overhead. They're making water drops. I hope we're still with you here. Please join me over here. Give me an indication now. Give me your name and what you're doing here at this time.
I'm Mike Davidson, Battalion Chief, California Department of Forestry.
Okay, you were telling me earlier that this is a very significant burn taking place.
This is a very significant location right here. We're trying our hardest. We want to hold this semi-incident here on the I-5, not allow it to jump the I-5.
Give me an indication. Where's Stevenson Ranch from where we're standing right now?
Stevenson Ranch is off here in this direction, farther down the I-5, more close to the 126.
Now, because the fire's been whipping around in different directions, you decided to make your stand right here. You've got fire equipment. Look at these flames right behind us. You, the viewers at home, this is the sheer intensity. And I'll tell you, we could hear the roar of the flames as they were approaching. You guys are dealing with this for the last few days. How successful do you think you'll be here at the 5?
So far, we've been real happy with the way this burn's been happening. We are widening, we're removing fuel from in front of the advancing fire, and we're doing that in hopes to hold it right here on the I-5.
Don't go away. Let's move around this way. Okay, that's an example of the explosions that occur with these trees. Again, this is happening right adjacent to the I-5 freeway. You've got CHP and other emergency vehicles going by very rapidly. We were allowed to come in here but told to stay on the far shoulder. Overhead, we have several helicopters flying, and then we're going to stay on these flames for just a moment. Come over here, sir, please. Okay, you guys have been on here now for several days. Move aside so that we can still show the flames. Let me ask you, as we're watching this, these guys who are standing right there, they seem to be so awfully close to the danger.
Yes, they are. They're in there. They're lighting fires. We're monitoring that line real close, making sure that we can wide it out safety. We've got 9 helicopters. We've got 6 airplanes in here helping us with this, and numerous engines spread out throughout to pick up any spot fires that we might have.
How significant is it to stop the flames right here at the 5 freeway?
This is very significant. This is where we want to draw the line. We want to use this for our advantage and hopefully get control of this fire.
Well, I think the picture really tells it all. Those flames have just engulfed that hillside, but I want to reassure you at home that these flames if they were, or any embers were to cross over the 5, we'll pan across this way and I'll show you way in the distance, beyond this open pasture where we still see a couple of horses, you've got equipment that's been deployed over there. You've got one fire engine, and then let's go over here, please. To the far left, you have a whole array of equipment, all at standby, just in case the wind carries any embers over. Now, of course, there's a lot of residential development over here. These winds have really been a significant factor for you today, haven't they?
Yes, they have, and currently the wind is in our favor. The wind's doing exactly what we want it to do, is we're lighting this fire, allowing that wind
Let's
to
show that. The plume is moving up and away from us. That would indicate what?
That we're blowing that fire back in toward the main fire. We're widening this fire gap here, this fire break.
Well, that is exactly what is happening place along the 5 freeway at present. We were headed up to Stevenson Ranch, but these flames were so compelling and they seemed so eminent right here that we needed to show you exactly what's going on. And we will tell you that as we move forward, we'll bring you more information as we approach Stevenson Ranch. I'm David Cruz reporting along the now closed northbound I-5 freeway. Back to you.
Okay, David, so just to clarify for our viewers, it sounds like you are south then of the Stevenson Ranch area.
That is correct. I'm about, I would say, 2 to 3 miles south of Stevenson Ranch on what would be the eastern flank of the fire, which is the 5 freeway at this point.
All right, David, thank you very much. Now, Gordon Tokamatsu has changed locations. Gordon, you're also along the I-5. What's happening with you there?
Well, we are right in the middle of this. Take a look. This is where the flames are getting very close to the Interstate 5. As you can see, we're at the southbound lanes, the southbound side. Take a look at the amazing armada, these trucks. Some more moving into place right now. Very limited visibility. This is the reason why Interstate 5 has been closed in both directions, from the 126 up north to the 14 down south. You can see the visibility is probably, I'd say, less than half a mile here. Lots of smoke. The wind is absolutely whipping up these flames. You might recall firefighters were concerned earlier when it was threatening, this fire was threatening to actually jump over Interstate 5. We understand that incursion has already occurred. Actually, from our vantage point here, we can't even tell if it's gotten to the other side. Tommy, let's walk over here so you can take a look. You can see down here past that media truck, that is the other side, a neighborhood, a community here in Santa Clarita. It doesn't look like there's any flame over there at the moment, but that could change. We've also got some structure protection units down there that are trying to make sure these embers don't fly over. I'm joined now by John Sampson. John, if we could spin you around here in front of the flames. Sir, you're with the California Highway Patrol. Tell us, what is the situation with the freeway right now?
Currently, the freeway is shut down between 126 and the 14. We are advising motorists to use the 126 southbound to the 101 as a detour, or the 14 to the 5 and through LA as a detour. And it's going to remain closed until it can be deemed safe. We're working closely with the fire departments. Once, as you guys can tell by the visibility, once it is safe for motorists to go through, we are going to open up the freeway as soon as we can.
Okay. John, we're going to go ahead and zoom in on the flames while we're talking to you here. Clearly, visibility is a big concern here, but not only that, we're talking about the fire itself getting close enough to vehicles. Obviously, this is a big problem.
Not only with the fire getting close enough to vehicles, but it would obviously be a major distraction to drivers trying to navigate through a diminished visibility roadway, as well as maybe drivers trying to look at the fire. So this is just to mitigate traffic collisions, mitigate injuries, and hopefully the public can be understanding with this, and we're working closely with the fire department to get it open as soon as we can.
Thank you very much, John Sampson, California Highway Patrol, giving us an update on the freeway condition. Still closed, as you just heard, from the 14 to the 126. If you're in the backup, this is why. This is how close the fire is. Now, this is a frontage road. You can see it's the old road here coming out of the Stevenson Ranch area. Lots of fire personnel, plenty of trucks. And over here in an empty lot, you can see some bulldozers that have now been deployed here. We've seen them. We've been watching them for about half an hour here, working frantically on some of these hillsides to create breaks. Boy, now we're getting it right in the face. Full in the face here. Lots of smoke. I got to tell you, it's really irritating my eyes. You know, it's funny, we just talked with John Sampson. He has an amazing constitution. No goggles, no mask, and he seemed just fine, but all of us are wearing it because it's really, really irritating here. And once again, as we continue, you can see the fire trucks parked here on the frontage road, and just beyond them, I'd estimate somewhere between 25 and 30 feet are the flames right next to Interstate 5. They did not want it to get this here, or get here this fast, but it turns out that the winds just whipped into a fury around noon. Some incursions were made onto the other side, the northbound side of the interstate. Okay, we got a vehicle moving into place right here. Lots of vehicles actually going past us, trying to get into position to make sure the fire doesn't jump again to the other side of the freeway. That's the latest from here. Gordon Tokumatsu reporting live. Back to you.
Now, Gordon, we're looking at both your picture and the vantage point of the I-5 from David Cruz. Gordon, we're trying to figure out kind of where you are on the I-5. Are you basically near Lyons Avenue?
Actually, we are on the southbound. Cal Grove is 3/4 of a mile south of us.
Okay,
so
fine.
if you can imagine, we are actually, if you're heading southbound, we are before the Cal Grove exit. And I might point out here, if Tommy can pan over to the flames, that big tree there is one of these oak trees that this area is celebrated for. You know, some of these oak trees are hundreds, even thousands of years old, and it's burning right up to the bottom of that oak tree there. There's a whole stand of them. I guess one of the missions here might be to try to keep the flames from getting to those oak trees, because that would be a lot of fuel for a much larger fire.
And Gordon, this is exactly what firefighters feared, because the 5 has been the barrier that they hoped to prevent that fire from jumping the 5, going out into thousands of homes in Valencia. There's Cal Arts out there, College of the Canyons, and this is really where they've got to stand their ground, because once it gets across the freeway, they've got a whole nother world of trouble over there.
That's true. In fact, we'd like to show you as we pan over across the freeway. You can see the big empty freeway, other media crews. Over here on the left side as we walk over past the median, that is what we're trying to protect. You might see some blinking lights down there by some of the structures. You see some trees, quite a bit of foliage up into the hillsides there, and we can see some reddish roofs, I'm assuming, if my eyesight doesn't deceive me, of a small community up there, all of it part of incorporated Santa Clarita. They're trying to keep the fire from getting over to that side, and lots of units are in place to do that right now.
All right there, Gordon, thank you very much. If you would just stand by for us. You're watching one of the emergency vehicles there on the I-5, which is shut down right now. We want to go to Chip Page over this area. Chip, where exactly are you?
I am right over Newhall Pass looking at the 5 in Cal Grove. Now, you can see the 5 obviously shut down. You can see those flames that David and Gordon were talking about. Those flames just a little bit off to the east side, the west side of I-5. There's a water-dropping helicopter attempting to contain that. Now, this is what's been happening to us all morning. We've had these great shots showing the folks at home how this is burning, and the smoke right now is about to completely obscure that shot. But that's to talk about the wind. What's happening here? Very variable today. What we're seeing is the wind, it's switching between pushing to the east, so the wind out of the west pushing to the east, then it swings around, pushing out of the south, moving these flames back north, making it a very dangerous combination down there. Very hard to tell where to set up, very difficult for the firefighters to try and work this. Now, we're seeing a pretty heavy aerial attack going on here. We see the lead plane up on top, still trying to organize those. It looks like if they don't get this under control, it's possibly going to make it to I-5. Denise?
Yeah, and that's the tough part, because we've seen, even if the fire may be on the other side of the freeway, those flying embers have been causing problems all up and down the Southland. When you think you're maybe a half a mile away from the actual active fire, those flying embers can easily hop over the freeway and land on those roofs. The only thing that Gordon did point out is that a lot of those homes look like they do have tile roofs, but we're not really sure exactly what the makeup is in that whole area. But this is really going to be, you know, where the battleground, where they take their stand on the 5.
Well, right now, excuse me, Denise, the air quality over Santa Clarita and Valencia must be horrible, because this entire cloud is being pushed right over. I'm sure it looks like a sandstorm or a snowstorm. All the embers, all the ashes falling, and those are all being blown onto the
Arrowhead. In fact, as I tilt down, that's the Lake Arrowhead area right there at the lower right portion of the screen here.
We see it.
I'm going to keep coming around to the right here and show you another fire that's burning here. I believe this is the fire that was burning down near Highland. It's basically south and east of all these mountain areas that we've been covering. There's another little spot fire that's just started right up here on the ridge. I don't know exactly what to name this, but this is not too far from that Rim of the World High School that we had been showing you over the course of the last few days. I'm going to pull back and show you. This is amazing. There's a fire burning, and I believe it's one of the fires from San Diego County, way off in the distance here, and it's right there. I'm going to zoom all the way in on it and show it to you. That's the fire, one of the fires burning what I believe is one of the fires from San Diego, and you can see it all the way from up here over Arrowhead. And now I'm going to spin the camera around one last time here. Bear with me here because it's a bit of a move here. And I'm going to show you that fire that we were over just about 45 minutes ago, where we saw those homes burning in the Cedar Park Pines area. It's also adjacent to Crestline, and it is adjacent to the city of Valley of Enchantment. That fire is burning right down here. We're going to get in here and see if there's any more structures that have been threatened. We had to actually go for fuel, but no doubt in my mind that there are structures down there. Okay, down that way. Jim Woodman, our pilot today, doing a great job of getting us in position, and also helping with an extra set of eyes here. This is the Valley of Enchantment here, Crestline and Cedar Park Pines here. Cedar Park Pines here, I should say. And this area continues to burn here. I'm going to take a look in right here, but the whole area here is basically covered completely in fire all over this whole mountainous region east of the, okay, yeah, I got it down there. Basically east of the 15 freeway here. And now I'm going to show you that indeed there are homes burning down there, and one of them is right here. We're going to zoom in and take a look.
Alex,
here.
It's a big long fire line, a live picture on the left side, and now you've found that house. And then over on the right side of your screen, some videotape from earlier. This fire on the left, maybe we can take that full frame here in a moment to see. This is one of these homes, and This is, Ann, as you've been saying, one of the big homes that we've seen. These aren't just all resort A-frames. Some of them are big, nice luxury places. And
no, it's Cedar Park Pines is up in the, completely in the woods. As you saw, you really have to zoom in past all the trees to find it. It's not standing out in a lot somewhere. It's really surrounded by dense forest.
All of these houses that we've seen that have burned in here have been in very wooded, rugged terrain here. And you can see this as one more house that you know was of extensive size here. These were not little cabins, as the question was asked earlier. These are full-blown residences here, and unfortunately some of those residences are losing the battle here with the fire up in the mountains here. Again, these are three small little communities here, Cedar Pines Park, Crestline, and Valley of Enchantment. This is basically the area that's north of the 18 Rim of the World Highway, south of the 138, which runs along the south side of Hesperia. And it's basically a very wooded, rugged terrain here, like I mentioned. You know, of course, people buy homes up here because it is an incredible place to get away from the city, get out into the forest, get back in touch with nature here. But unfortunately, Mother Nature is not cooperating today, and we're seeing more homes burning up here in the mountains.
Nature is touching back, Alex. Alex, how high above sea level are you flying right now?
Above sea level, we're at 9,700 feet, and there's two reasons for that. Number one, there is a limited number of firefighting aircraft down there, but more importantly, there's just so much smoke at the lower altitudes. The only way we can escape it is to get up at this altitude.
Why I'm asking, because Ann and I were curious, on a normal day, from your vantage point, 9,000 feet up, you would be able to look out and see if it weren't too smoggy, downtown Los Angeles?
Oh, yeah, sure. It would be very far off in the distance, but we would definitely see it. We could see downtown. We could see Catalina.
Okay,
yeah,
so
definitely.
You could see out to Catalina. Now, today, do you see anything but a blanket of smoke across the entire LA basin and the deserts and all the other areas?
No, there's no direction that we can look where below 10,000 feet there's anything other than smoke. Now, above 10,000 feet, I think the jet stream is doing its job. Look at that house collapsing there as we go. There may be more homes burning here too. No, there's just a complete ceiling of smoke across all of Southern California. I'll tell you too that we were just at the Apple Valley Airport getting fuel, and the winds there were substantial. I would say that the winds were sustained at about 20 to 30 miles an hour, gusting even higher. it was literally like standing in the middle of, to me, I would equate it to being in the Middle East, and some of the images you see over there, being out in the middle of the desert with just the wind whipping the sand just horizontally. It was hard to walk. It was hard to actually try to look forward because the sand was blowing in your eyes. It was a bit surreal. And I'll tell you that this smoke was all the way down basically to the surface. It was one of those things where we weren't even able to see the airport until we basically got right up on it. So it's an amazing time here as far as weather goes.
Alex, fly safely because we know you're not alone up in the sky up there.
Okay.
Yeah. But look at that house burn, and we are just,
Such a shame.
it's just, these homes are more or less isolated, and you can see where the firefighters' effort has to be for the larger areas that are more densely built, and some of these little isolated homes in Cedar Pines Park or Cedar Park Pines, whichever, I think it's Cedar Pines Park, yeah. They have just gone up, and you can't be everywhere. And
No.
these are dozens and dozens, hundreds of lines of fire that they're trying to manage.
And you know, we see just this fire right here. Here's an area where the embers got a hold of this house. The trees already have burned. The house took longer. And you know, everybody has pride in ownership. Everybody loves whatever house, whatever place they might call their own.
Sure.
But you know, you got to figure one this big was a special project for somebody, and they loved it doubly. It was up in a beautiful area, as pretty a part of Southern California as anywhere.
We didn't get to see what kind of a roof this home had, but we know that at some point when the trees around you are burning, the windows will just pop out, and the pressure and the heat from the fire will just burst inside your home. When you're that close to the forest, the roof is not so important.
No, it's true, and there we see a couple of more of the boards starting to collapse in on themselves. This fire out of control. Obviously, this house way past saving, and the firefighters are not even looking at it now because they've got other places where they have to go. And this is a long fire line, and this is the one that is this whole area of Cedar Pines Park, Crestline, the Valley of Enchantment. This a part of the San Bernardino National Forest, where everyone has been evacuated, except for, as Craig Figner points out, a couple of rugged individualists who have chosen to stay behind. And I guess you can sort of look at a beautiful home, as this one probably once was, and understand why people would be hesitant to give it up. But you know, the firefighters tell you to go, and you're not going to beat nature, Ann.
No, you can't beat nature, and what a beautiful place to live that must have been. I want to tell you a little bit about what's happening in San Diego. We, of course, are concentrating on our area up here, which includes San Bernardino, which we're watching right here as this home is burning, and up in North Los Angeles County, Ventura County, Stevenson Ranch, where we've been concentrating. But in San Diego, which is really the biggest of all the fires, they're now saying 13 deaths in San Diego County, 300,000 acres charred, and about 1,000 homes lost as of today. It is being called the worst fire that San Diego County has ever had.
In terms of acreage and in terms of homes lost, and oh, look at that. There goes the rest of that house right there. What a shame, the final chapter. It's very possible that the fires that Southern California is experiencing right now will surpass the size and the devastation of the Oakland Hills fires in Alameda County in Northern California. It's not a record we would like to surpass here in Southern California. We don't really have a choice. It's now the 2 o'clock hour. We're live on Fire Watch here at CBS 2 News. Our live team coverage continues with special extended continuing coverage of all of the fires across Southern California. And Ann, what an afternoon it already has been. We've got our Fire Watch continuing right now.
Looking out now at an aerial view of Stevenson Ranch, where we watched the fight this afternoon go on to save the homes in Stevenson Ranch. We were right down there on the ground, and we saw people's backyards where the fire had come right up to the fence. A logistical nightmare this afternoon in Southern California. 8 fires burning and only 6 giant air tankers. And the fire protection chief for the California Department of Forestry, James Wright, says, and I'm quoting now, "At times it's like the state is a giant chessboard, and I'm responsible for moving all the pieces around, but with limited resources, and the stakes couldn't be higher. In other words, we could have dozens of planes, and we could have places to put all of them.
So we move now for this segment away from the San Bernardino National Forest back to Stevenson Ranch, and our live team coverage continued. Jay Jackson on the left side of your screen, Paul Dandridge on the right. We've been watching this morning and this afternoon the Sunset Point subdivision. Jay Jackson, you're up first. What's the latest?
Well, Kent, the most crucial battle for firefighters right now is right behind me. Take a look over my left shoulder as we push into this. What you're looking at is the battle line. This is where firefighters will make their stance against the eastern flank of the Stevenson Ranch fire that is headed towards the 5 freeway. The 5 freeway has been shut down pretty much through the Newhall Pass. There is no traffic there. There are only firefighters, helicopters in the area, bulldozers, strike teams. They will launch an all-out effort to beat the flames back before it jumps over the 5 freeway. As you know, Valencia is filled with some of the dry brush areas, but those brush areas are in between homes with tall trees and dry trees. It's for the beautiful scenery of that community. But of course, when we see forest fires, wildfires, then there are problems. That's why the firefighters are really focused on this area to keep the fire from jumping over to the 5 freeway. Now let's go to some videotape of what we shot earlier. Some very hectic scenes out here in about an acre-sized field where fire just moved into this low, dry brush, and it spread so quickly that firefighters had to get bulldozers in there and drive right through the flames to put the fire out. They were successful in doing that, and they were aggressive because they figured this is the area that will get some of the embers jumping off that dry brush and then jumping over the 5 freeway. So they really put their lives on the line, going through the flames, going through the fire, enduring the heat, enduring everything that they had to go through to stop the flames from spreading over to the 5 freeway, and they have been pretty much successful in that effort. Earlier today here on Sage Court Circle, we saw evacuations. We saw live pictures of deputies coming up and down the street with their bullhorns blaring, telling people to get out. People scrambled to get out of this area. People took the first thing they could grab and they left. We saw some people hanging around, but sheriff's deputies were able to get them out of the area. Right now, it's pretty much deserted here as far as this area in Sunset Strip, or not Sunset Strip, but Sunset Point, which has been evacuated. Meantime, out here, the fight continues to make sure embers don't fly up down this mountainside, which had exploded with fire earlier today, but those bulldozer crews are the real heroes here. They were able to drive through the fire and put the fire down.
Jay, we take a look at this live picture. There are the bulldozers. These are the guys who have been there all day, and we saw at one point flames were just a matter of inches away from them, and that's not even using hyperbole. I mean, they were inches away. Let's continue our team coverage. Paul Dandridge is at the other side of the Stevenson Ranch area, and Paul, the area where you are, what changes we've seen? I mean, at one point everyone was almost giddy at the threat having passed.
They were very relaxed, very thankful that the fire passed them. This is the same fire that went over the hill to Jay Jackson's area, of course, and we were talking about it all through the morning. Firefighters saying, well, it's not a problem here, we're keeping an eye on it. Of course, it became a problem just across the hill. Battalion Chief Kelly White is with me to tell me what the situation is right now, and it's looking very good in both areas, here at Stevenson's Ranch and just across this hill we're talking about.
That's correct. Currently, we're assigned to the PICO Structure Protection Group, and as the fire moved through here this morning, it was just a backing fire. We brought a firing team that cleaned up the property from where it was unburned and moved it up, cleaned it up. So the homeowners are safe. This area is clear. My companies have done a really good job. We're just pending deployment to where I understand it's crossed over the I-5. So that's where the majority of the activity is occurring.
We see some of your people, of course, over here and beyond that hill that went up this morning. And this has been a problem over the last 2 or 3 nights with people coming out and wondering, and a mandatory evacuation here, of course, at one point.
That's correct. But as it turns out now, this fire has moved past them, so they can be relieved and be comfortable in their homes and know that the property of the neighborhood is safe.
And yet it has gone across the I-5.
That's my understanding.
So this fire is winding down in Ventura County, certainly not over yet. There's some talk about deploying resources elsewhere or releasing resources. They would no doubt go elsewhere and not go home, go to San Diego, go out to the Big Bear, Arrowhead areas.
My understanding is the deployment for the demobilization plan for the CME fires is they intended to start demobilizing people, but that may not happen because the fire has moved across the I-5, and it's going to be more of a spectacular show than it was before. So what we're doing is the crews that are available now, they'll probably get them ready, and we'll move over to deploy where they need for structural protection in that area.
Battalion Chief Kelly White, thank you very much for stopping by. You've had a busy day, obviously, but there's some new news that things are not winding down here, that because it's gone across the I-5, that changes things dramatically. But you mentioned at the top that people were giddy here. They were happy that this fire was winding down. There was a man who I saw with his children, one on his shoulder, the other next to him. We had that videotape. The Reardon's out, and they were walking along, and he stopped, and I talked to him and the two girls, and they were both delighted that this fire had passed them by.
E-A-R-D-O-N. Took the family out, the kids, the wife, about 3:30 yesterday afternoon. Returned about 3 this morning, I did. And we wanted to come back and check it out. It looks safe enough for the kids to come back and just get an idea what happened, what burnt down, and so on and so forth.
The hill looks pretty good right now.
It's looking good. These guys are doing a good job, a tremendous job, and we're just praying for the weather not to shift this way. Right. So.
It was a nervous time for everybody out.
Extremely nervous, trust me.
What was the scary part? Well, it was scary, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But we call her Rambo, so she wasn't that scared.
She was tough. She toughed it out.
That's right.
What'd you take with you when you left?
Some pillows, my money.
Your money? How much money did you take?
A lot.
A lot, all right. She had a lot, and she still has it, and everybody has their home, and people are still coming back, as a matter of fact, but there's a lot of relief. But the emotions that went up and down here every time the fires would go up and down, as we watched this hill behind us, at one point they set a backfire that really was spectacular in the right sort of way, because they were putting this fuel out of commission, so it could not be a problem anymore. But look over at these hills just behind this house. The fire overnight came right down to the backyard. It has been very stressful. Most families, most of them left. I've been in communities where a lot of people stay. That wasn't the situation here. Fathers, perhaps, the guy in the family, the man in the family would stay, but the wife and children would take off, and there was some of that. But most of the time here, the entire family moved out. This community, about 85 homes, Stevenson Ranch, one part of Stevenson Ranch, and it's a year and a half, 2 years old. Everything is pretty much fireproof, the roofs, etc. And there's a big cement channel in the back that helps, at least with peace of mind, if nothing else. The other thing that was helping with peace of mind, of course, was the fact that firefighters from all over the state were here through the night. Santa Monica, Beverly Hills, Northern California, keeping an eye on, keeping those hoses ready. But for the most part, they did not put any water on this fire. They let it burn out. Live in Stevenson Ranch, where everything's looking much better this afternoon than it did last night, and certainly this afternoon a little bit earlier. Paul Dandridge, CBS 2 News. Ann and Harold, back to you.
Thank you so much, Paul Dandridge. This is Laura Diaz with Harold Green. We have switched out news teams, of course. We continue to monitor this crisis situation throughout Southern California. You were looking at a live shot of Stevenson's Ranch, where, as you just heard Paul Dandridge explain, the shifting winds started to push those flames toward the populated areas. It was last night, Harold, when you and I were here, that they thought that some of the danger had been averted, but really these homes, these firefighters, these people who live in those homes are at the mercy of the shifting winds.
Well, you could just feel that collective sigh of relief about an hour ago. I mean, you and I were both watching this, getting ready to come in to do our job here, and this right here is one of the reasons that they were spared the guts of these people, these aerial bombers, and also the helicopters that went right down in literally at treetop level and dropped fire retardant and what have you, and helped extinguish the flames and keep them from burning into the neighborhood.
It's been an all-out aerial assault, and when you think about having to fly through that dense smoke, those pilots are so brave and absolutely conducting exercises and you know, movements that are so necessary to saving those homes.
A lot of them now are diverting also up into the Big Bear area, and that's where Craig Figner is, because right now the fire that we covered last night, well up into midnight, was threatening the communities of Lake Arrowhead and Big Bear. Craig, what's the status now?
Harold, I can tell you that the community of Big Bear is taking on a downright wicked appearance right now. Take a look for yourself. This is looking over Big Bear Lake, and you can see that the smoke is in the air almost as if it were a thick layer of fog. It is not fog. It is smoke. The day started fairly clear without any sign that there was danger lurking anywhere, but we had been told that indeed it was the case that fire was going to threaten this area. We have not seen any flames yet from Big Bear Lake, but we are told by several different firefighters who have come up to us who are working this fire that there are flames near Running Springs, about 7.5 miles from Big Bear, from the Big Bear Dam specifically, and we're slowly coming around so you will get some sense of what I'm talking about. The Big Bear Dam is what creates the Big Bear Lake. You might be able to hear it in the microphone as I talk. We are experiencing fairly strong wind, and it has been constant. We had about 20-mile-an-hour gusts by my guess, and they were gusts. Then it was a steady wind, and now it seems like the gusts are even stronger than 20 miles an hour. The bridge here is where firefighters have been talking about making a stand. They thought the fire might come up through the canyon here. If you were to look or fly straight down that canyon, you would end up in Running Springs, and that is where one head of the fire is burning. So we have been told that, and hey, there goes one of our crews, a CBS2 truck out to cover perhaps that end of the fire. They're giving us a wave, I think. So this is really one end of the fire that is a major concern now because of the fact that the wind is blowing toward me up this canyon, and there are a number of dead and dying trees here that have been killed off by this bark beetle infestation. So we are on standby. It really seems like there has been also a cutoff in intelligence on this fire, at least on the ground here. Even some of the public information people that we have been talking to from the USDA Forest Service, they have been telling me things that they think about the fire, where they think it is, but they have not been sure. I think maybe they've had trouble getting intelligence on the fire and where it's going because there's so much smoke beginning to cover this area, to blanket the community of Big Bear, that they can't fly it and gather that information from the sky. I know that we've had trouble with News Chopper 2 just looking into what's been going on in Lake Arrowhead. To wrap this up, though, there are no structures burning or threatened directly by fire right now in the community of Big Bear, but this is a dramatic turn in appearance from when the day started. The smoke is filling the air here, and if anybody thought that the fire was not nearby, that there wasn't a sense of danger, certainly they must be rethinking that now with the way this day has turned out. What time is it now? It's what, about in the 2 o'clock hour if my watch is correct? 2:15. My watch was running a little slow earlier, Harold and Laura, so I didn't know if that was indeed the actual time. So anyhow, we are going to stand by and keep watch on this, and we will keep ourselves safe as well, because we've been told as soon as there's a lot of activity around the dam here, it's time to back up. We will do that, but we'll also continue to bring you pictures here from the community of Big Bear. Back to you.
Craig, this is Laura. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Okay. Are you hearing that the community of Running Springs is being threatened at this hour?
We have heard that the community of Running Springs is being threatened in the sense that the fire, the head of the fire, one of the heads of the fire is moving in that direction. But again, I've been trying to get information, and it's been slow in coming. We hear some
Craig,
very ominous reports, and then we hear some that aren't so ominous.
Craig, this is Harold. The late word from the CDF is, in fact, that Running Springs is now threatened, that fire has roared right up into the edge of the community there. And so we understand your problem with intelligence up there, because this had to come from high on, and I picked it up on my way in.
Well, I can tell you that if Running Springs is threatened in that manner right now, that is not good news for Big Bear, because Running Springs is the community they expected to be hit directly before Big Bear.
All right. We thank you so much for that live update there. We're going to switch it out now to Dave Lopez, one of our other reporters on the scene working that area in the San Bernardino Mountains. He has an update for us. Dave?
We started out the evacuation center in San Bernardino, what used to be Norton Air Force Base. We're now on the opposite end of that base because the governor had a news conference here where he just took off a few minutes ago in a helicopter. One of our cameramen, Gary Johnson, is aboard, so we will have photos of the flyover that the governor will be seeing. He will go directly over Lake Arrowhead, Lake Forest, and Big Bear. As Craig mentioned, it does not look good, and I refer back to 24 hours ago when we talked to the head of the Forest Department, who told me yesterday that it didn't look like they'd be able to save all of Lake Arrowhead and Big Bear. They were going to do everything they could, but it just looked very ominous, and apparently his prediction is coming true. Where do all those people go? Some 75,000 residents. Well, those that are lucky enough to have other homes, other family members to go to, but a lot of them don't go anywhere except at a Red Cross center. One of the biggest ones is in San Bernardino. We shot a little bit of what it's like to be a refugee, if you will, away from your home, wanting to know whether it's still standing or not. About 2 minutes and 25 seconds of the sights and sounds of a new town that has sprung up in what used to be a hangar at the old Norton Air Force Base.
You're going to come down to Gate 2, come down Mill Street, and then you'll start to see the signs for the Red Cross. Follow them, they'll follow you right to Gate 2. We're going to be in Hangar 3, you can't miss it, it's where all the people are. But how many programs do we have up here? We've got about 30, 40 programs in San Bernardino, right? So, I mean, if we can get them all to do some clothing donations, we should be able to get enough, I think it's plenty of clothes.
Do you have any more room on the other?
I might have some room over here.
Room for another bullet on there?
No.
Jackets or what?
No more room for bullets.
Okay.
Do we give the folks the money? I mean, are you?
No, we write them a paper voucher, $25 per person in a family household. If a family has a family of 4, they get to shop with $100 worth of materials.
Okay.
That voucher is good at any of our Salvation Army stores.
Food donations are mostly just blankets.
Just
and
blankets
and
clothing.
pillows.
Yeah, I got the best one of them all right here.
Why's that?
Rampant all the way.
Well, I see you have your policy. Yeah,
We're going to assist you. Even if you go back to a house that didn't get burned down.
We don't know if it's burned down.
No matter what, you have what's called additional living expenses. Your deductible will apply, but any receipt, I don't care how small it is.
This is kind of just information about settling insurance claims after a major loss. Information for the general public as it relates to what they can expect. Are you okay on food?
What I got here is some treats. I got some chocolate, Starbirds, hopefully all the great stuff that the children like. And we just want to help out and hopefully add a little smile to their faces, and that's what we like to do.
Is that like are these balls on this one?
Rejoice, rejoice, and again I say rejoice. Rejoice, rejoice, and again I say rejoice. Rejoice in the Lord always, and again I say rejoice. Rejoice in the Lord always, and again I say rejoice. Rejoice, rejoice, and again I say rejoice.
2,000 people and counting. They once had a home to go to, and they wonder, is it still there? Reporting live from San Bernardino, Dave Lopez, CBS 2 News. Back to you.
All right, Dave, thank you. A lot of people feeling that way right now in Southern California, up in the Cedar Pines Park area west of Crestline. We've got CBS 2's Alex Calder in News Chopper 2, where the fire there continues to move. Alex?
Harold, this is yet a new area that's burning here. This is, well, it's on a ridge right above the 18 Rim of the World Highway here, and this house has just in the last few minutes burned here as well. Let me give you an idea where this one is. It's in kind of a unique position because that's a cliff out in front of the house that burned there. They basically have the view of a lifetime there. They look down into San Bernardino County. It's an amazing view, and unfortunately, that house is now destroyed. Oddly enough, none of the other homes right around it appear to have suffered any damage at all from what we see. Maybe a little bit back here behind it. Well, I stand corrected already here. There's 2 homes, one destroyed. and one with definitely some severe fire damage there. So 3 homes at least here. You know, sometimes we find this stuff along with you guys. We're looking around with the camera. In fact, as I look down here, I'm going to take a wild guess and say that this was a house here too. So this is some terrible devastation here. I believe this is Crestline here. It's either Cedar Pines Park or Crestline. And bear with me, there's 3 communities here, Valley of Enchantment, Crestline, and Cedar Pines Park, and they all somewhat dovetail into one another, so it's very hard to differentiate the different communities there. Now on the right side of your picture there, that is Cedar Pines Park. Those are some homes that we unfortunately had to witness burning as well just a short time ago. I'd say we saw, all in all, between 5 and 10 beautiful mountain estate homes here that go completely up in flames. Those homes are completely burned to the ground. They are destroyed, and much the same is now the case here with these homes that are overlooking the ridge here. This is very sad. There's no active flame right here, so if any other homes are going to be jeopardized here, from what I can tell, it's mostly smoke. It's just going to be from an ember floating back and hitting one of the houses behind it. But I can't imagine it looks like all smoke at this point from our vantage point. So again, this I believe is Crestline here, left side of your picture. Those are live pictures coming here from News Chopper 2, and unfortunately the devastation continues here in the mountains. Back to you.
All right, Alex, thank you so much for that live report there out of the Cedars fire. We are going to take a short break. We continue to monitor the situation that's going on right now. As you know, that the air quality has been very unhealthful. When we come back, we'll have an update for you. Stay with us.
As Southern California wildfires reach their most critical and dangerous stage, Southland viewers turn to CBS2 News. LA's largest television news organization brought you complete, uninterrupted coverage. From the ground, from the air, with up-to-the-minute information when you needed it most.
Hillside is on fire here.
As wildfires continue to pose a threat, count on CBS2 News. There when you need to know.
Fire continues to flare up.
As deadly wildfires rip through Southern California, CBS2 News is on Fire Watch. On the ground and in the air, we're live on the front lines to keep you safe and informed. For up-to-the-minute details, stay with CBS2 News.
Now at 24-Hour Fitness, you can get half-off enrollment fee and renewal fee. So, does this half-off offer mean our name will change to 12-Hour Fitness? Absolutely not. Does it mean our yoga classes will become yo classes? Not a chance. Will our turbo kickbox classes be reduced to ickbox classes? Never. It just means you'll enjoy all the things that make fitness easy for half the price. Call 1-800-204-2400 now. 24-Hour Fitness. It's the way we make you feel.
As Southern California wildfires reach their most critical and dangerous stage, Southland viewers turn to CBS2 News. LA's largest television news organization brought you complete, uninterrupted coverage. From the ground, from the air, with up-to-the-minute information when you needed it most.
Hillside is on fire here.
As wildfires continue to pose a threat, count on CBS2 News. There when you need to know.
Fire continues to flare up.
For continuing coverage of the devastating wildfires, stay with CBS2 News.
We see it, we have been breathing it, and this, of course, is the source of all the smoke in Southern California right now as the fires out in the Stevenson Ranch area continue to burn virtually unabated in some areas, as well as up into the San Bernardino Mountains. In a moment, we're going to give you some advice on what you can do to protect yourself from all of this air pollution as we continue our coverage, Laura, of the Stevenson Ranch area, which I guess now has moved, shall I say, east?
It actually jumped the 5 at one point, yes. And you know, I spoke to my sister as I was driving into work today because my mother lives in one of the areas that was voluntarily evacuated. The difficulty in getting out of this area is there are basically 2 ways out of town. They have shut down the 5 between the 14 and the 126. The 126 will take you out towards Fillmore. So if you are trying to get out of town, what you have to do is go out San Fernando Road, which is just a 2-road highway. And she told me that she had been on the road for about 30 minutes, hadn't moved.
Hadn't gone anywhere.
They are just a parking lot on that San Fernando Road trying to get out of town. And even if it doesn't appear that the danger is imminent, even if you're just concerned about your lungs, perhaps if you're elderly or if you have any kind of heart problem, many people are electing just to get out of the area because of the haze. Your eyes are stinging and your lungs are hurting.
Another major point about the I-5 being closed, that is now going to impact state commerce. Because as you know, that's how it comes in and out into Los Angeles with the thousands upon thousands of trucks. And there it is right there. It's shut down, and it's not only, as I said, affecting the commuters, and don't forget, it's only nearly 2:30, but wait till the rush hour starts. And if they got to come up that San Fernando Valley Road, it's just going to be a madhouse tonight.
It's very difficult to negotiate.
And if you come down south, Laura, you would go off on the 126?
You could come from the 126 if you can get out that way. You could go off one of those side roads, hook up onto the 5, I guess, and well, no, because it's shut down there. You wouldn't even be able to get out that way. You've got to catch the 14.
The 14?
Right.
Okay, sure. All right, so the 14. So we're trying to do this on the fly here to help you if you're going to get on the highway at any time soon. But right now, if you can avoid heading out into the end of the valley there.
Okay, we're looking at tape right now that was shot earlier today. These are people who are taking what little they can in their cars and getting out because, of course, there was an order to get out immediately. These were people who thought they were perhaps fleeing for their lives. Some of those flames came right up to the doorstep. We had the erratic winds that were taking place, and we watched live shots here on CBS2. David Goldstein, for instance, with his crew out there having to move on a moment's notice. And this is what we've watched through the last week or so, Harold. It's the erratic winds that are making it difficult.
The interesting thing about this, they had a fire apparatus just about at every other house.